Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the South American Rocket League Spring Series. I'm your host, Brody Leaf X Moore, and we are heading into day number 2 for this weekend for South America. Yesterday, we sent home 2 teams, and that leaves 6 remaining. But by the end of today, we'll have 1 remaining that we crown champion for the South American region. Let's talk about those matches, and to do just that with me, it's Gibbs and Chromax. Gibbs, ready for day 2?
Oh, I'm excited, man. We saw a lot of sweeps yesterday, but I have a feeling today it's going to be a lot closer. It's going to be everything on the line. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Yeah,
Chromax, I feel like you're going to mirror that, or do you think maybe just sweeps throughout again? Is Sam going to keep consistent with that?
No, impossible. Okay. I don't think that's how we want to do it at this time. I mean, we have some of the best matchup we could have asked for, and if they're anything like we have seen before, they're definitely not going to be sweeps.
Well, let's just talk about what these guys are fighting for besides, of course, the pride of just winning this. There's some money on the line. We had $350,000 across all regions and $50,000 going to this region, Gibbs. And just even by making it in through the qualifiers, you made some money.
Yeah, so teams like Chromax and Locust didn't have a great day, but they still walk away with $3,500. But every single win after this is just going to keep increasing your money. 1,000 at a time until we get to the grand finals. You got a $2,000 difference between those 2 teams in 2 and 3, and then a $5,000 grand finals, which is gonna be a lot of fun.
$13,000 for that first place. Chromax, if you won that, what are you doing with the money right now?
Man, if only I could drive away, you know, the circumstances.
You trying to get away from us?
No. I mean, you know, the whole thing, the world right now, it keeps you in the house. So maybe I should invest in a computer and sound system, something like that. Maybe that's the way to go. Yep.
I thought he was trying to get away from us for a second. Anyways, let's talk about how this is going to go today and look over some of the matches and recap a little bit of yesterday. First off, by taking a look at the bracket here. As you mentioned, Gibbs, it was sweeps across the board in that upper bracket, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, and another 3-0 with Avidity and Team Renewed. Of course, that lower bracket was a little bit closer, and as we see there, Chromax and Locust have been sent home.
But we get 11s versus Avidity, the upper final that everyone expected, the top 2 teams from Sam, so they'll be playing later today. That one's going to be a great matchup once again. But teams like True Neutral, teams like Pera coming out, who are lower seeds, like True Neutral was a 5 seed, Pera was the 8 seed. One of those teams will be top 4.
Chromax, is there anybody in that lower bracket you're particularly worried about? Because we are going to see those teams go home today.
Man, I don't know about Eternity. They have a good team. They just need a little bit of consistency. But I don't know. I think they have what it takes, you know, to push a little bit forward. It's just a matter of are they going to have a good day or not?
Okay, well, let's just talk about some of these matches. Let's recap a little bit in case anybody did unfortunately miss day number 1. Gibbs, is there any match that stood out to you yesterday? Because there were a couple highlights.
Yeah, so in the very first round, sure, it was all sweeps, but the one surprise there, True Neutral versus Chromax. Both those teams came through the qualifiers through the upper bracket. They didn't play one another, but Chromax, they swept their way through the qualifiers. They were supposed to win this matchup, but True Neutral, they came out hot. Raise Bull, he is a clutch playmaker. He was the clutch playmaker in Season 9 for a team that was only like in the bottom half of offense, but he does it again here. Just the playmaking abilities. He set up all the goals, and it was extremely low scoring. Chromax really didn't show up that much, but at the end of the day, True Neutral got the job done.
Definitely. Gibbs, I don't have anything bad to say about True Neutral, but I was a little bit disappointed with Chromax. We have Maddox over there. He's a player that has been twice in the World Finals. Well, not the World Finals, but the World Championship. And I was so hyped about drops. I mean, I've been dropping his name a lot constantly. Like, hey, this is a player you have to watch for. He is really good mechanically. He can make plays by himself. And nothing happened. The only guy that actually scored was Brad, and he was a sub in another team. I mean, he wasn't the player that we were expecting him to be making good plays. So I was disappointed in Chromax.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say that it's not that this was an unexpected result. I mean, Chromax was telling us about, again, this team is we focused on them having a lot to prove. The only team without Brazilian players on their team. True Neutral had a lot to prove, and we knew that they could do good, but I think it was more on the side of Chromax not delivering, and if that's correct, Chromax, on really what we expect from them. And then they continued to do that as they went through the lower bracket too.
Yeah, they didn't have a good showing in the lower bracket, and they went out. I mean, that's it for them. If you have a bad day, and it is very punishing bracket so far. So we have seen, that it could take you out really quick.
Cool. Well, any matches that stood out to you then, Chromax?
Yeah, I think I want to keep on going with True Neutral. In this case,
Okay.
11s against True Neutral was a really good matchup. I wasn't expecting True Neutral to do as well as they did. Yeah, it was a 3-1 series. The first game was a blowout. 11s did whatever they wanted. They scored 5 goals on that game. But after that, we had a pretty close series. True Neutral was able to win one match. They actually scored 2-0 on that match, and the other 2 that they lost, it was only 1 goal difference. The problem they had is that they were missing some shots here and there. They will hit the crossbar a little bit too much, and it seems like the experience in 11s was the biggest factor here to win this series.
Yeah, but True Neutral, that game 4, they were coming out hot. They were out shooting 11s. Like 11s had to put on some quality defense throughout game 4. Then even at 0 seconds, there was like 3 or 4 scoring opportunities alone then for the tie. So if that would have went in, who knows? Maybe with the momentum on True Neutral side, they could have took game 5. They looked very, very strong. Sure, the first 2 games were the problem, right? They started off slow and 11s was hot. By the end of the series, like that was a coin flip every single game. So I'm really excited to see True Neutral throughout the lower bracket now, because if they can get some momentum going, then play one of those teams that loses from the upper final, they might make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, I feel like True Neutral had something that sometimes we were lacking in some of the other teams. We've seen players going for a lot of mechanical plays. We've seen them doing those solo things, but True Neutral, something clicked, especially as you mentioned during those 0-second moments where just all the right decisions were being made. Every player, instead of committing, because it gets frantic in those moments, we're just playing super smart, and the gameplay almost just changed entirely. And if we can see that play, I think, out of True Neutral going forward, they're one of the biggest threats to anybody else, I think, down in that lower bracket. But for 11s, we saw them step up. And I just want to ask you then, Chromax, from based on what we saw as they faced off against Pera and then up against True Neutral, do you think they're on the right track and they're at their full maximum speed right now? Or do you think today needs to be just a little bit more precise for them?
No, I think they're playing their play style. That's how they play. They have good defense, and then they punish you whenever you make a mistake. And they have guys that some days, they can be incredibly good, but it's not something that you can count on every single day. But I'm expecting Card, to pop off a little bit today, and maybe Kyle do some plays that they haven't had any chance yet. So maybe against Avidity, that's gonna be their trump card.
All right, I'm going to take a second to talk about a match that I was really hyped about. This, in my mind, I was looking forward to it. The second that Avidity had won their series against Locus, I'm like, Avidity is looking like one of the best teams here all day yesterday. And so they eventually got to play against Team Renewed. And this is a team that, Chromax, you were really hyped on before. You're like, these guys are coming back together from playing a long time ago. We get to see this again. I want them to do well. And they did well in their first series. But then going up against Team Avidity, it looked like Avidity just didn't let them do anything. They shut them down completely. And Renewed had a lot of difficulty finishing off. It felt like solo plays were kind of the focus, but obviously you need to play as a team when you're playing against a team like Avidity. And Avidity got the full perfect sweep. So I'm not sure if this is the cap that we saw for Renewed, or Gibbs, if you think that Renewed is going to be able to have what it takes to fight their way back through and have a second chance if Avidity does end down in that losers finals.
So I think it was a competitive series. Sure, Team Renewed didn't score any goals, but there was only 5 scored on the opposite side for Avidity. Like, I think it's a new day for Renewed, and I think they have a really solid shot. They're obviously the favorites in the lower bracket, but based on day one, obviously we're siding a little bit more towards True Neutral. But with history on the line, like Team Renewed is that team that should be the one making it out. So I think they just have to regroup and be ready for day 2.
Hopefully that was a quality loss and that's it,
Exactly. Thank you, Chromax. We need Chromax on every show. Come on.
Can we mute both of them? Now I have 2 Gibbs to deal with. I don't even want to ask you your thoughts on this now, Chromax. But for Team Renewed, I mean, like, was it just that Avidity is out of their league and they're just gonna have to use this as much experience to go into future seasons with as much experience as possible, or was there a player maybe lacking that you would like to see step up on Team Renewed today?
I think they need to change the plays a little bit. They really need to start playing together. The solo plays didn't work out. It might have worked out in the previous series, but not on that one against Avidity. So they do have to step up. They have to change. They know how to play together. I'm sure they know how to. It's just that maybe they haven't had that much time to scrim and practice together. So it will make them a little bit slower. That's what they feel. But at the same time, Avidity proved that the solo plays doesn't work against the top two, so they will have to do something different. And hopefully, they made the changes yesterday. They had the full day, the full night to work on that, and maybe we will see them try it against Pera.
Maybe, and that leads us to looking forward. We just recapped kind of what happened yesterday. Let's look to one of the most anticipated matches today and talk about 11s versus Avidity. This is a rematch of multiple matches that have happened across these two teams. They've played a lot in the past, but it seems like Chromaco 11s has always had Avidity's number, and Avidity's, this is their mountain that they need to climb. Based off yesterday, I'm not going to lie, I think Avidity was looking like the best team, as I mentioned earlier. I'm not sure if you think that maybe this is finally going to be that turning point for Avidity.
It might be. I mean, if we go through history, right, the last 3 times they encountered each other, it was in the Grand Series, so once in the play and then twice in the playoffs, and all 3 times it was 11s that got the better end of the stick. But it's not the whole story. Avidity has been getting better and better and better every single time. The first time they played together, it was a 3-1 series. Then after that, it was a 4-2 series, and then it was a 4-3 series. So Avidity is a little by little, finding the 11th number and getting closer and closer to win the series. So maybe this time maybe today is the day that we see Avidity, get on top of 11s.
Gibbs, I'm not sure what your thoughts are on this one. I mean, again, just based off numbers, this should be in favor of 11s here, but we got to experience them both playing yesterday, of course, not against each other. Any thoughts early on this matchup and how it should play out here?
So these guys were incredibly close. That grand finals rematch that's coming up, it was game 7 overtime. It was a 1-goal difference. And if I'm speaking about a 1-goal difference, I think both these teams are probably about 50-50 shot. But Avidity looked better yesterday. We'll see what happens with 11s, but when they played Pera, it was like, all right, they won 3-0, but it was very close games that shouldn't have happened. Then even against True Neutral, by games 3 and 4, it started looking like True Neutral was picking up the pace. So I worry a little bit about 11s. It seems like they're not at a full form just yet, but they're a team that always shows up when it matters most. So it's day 2 now. So we expect a new level from 11s, but Avidity's been looking pretty solid.
Well, then, Gibbs, sorry, I was just going to say, what do you think 11s needs to do here? What's that key to victory for them?
So I think they're trying to figure out when to be aggressive and when not to be aggressive. And I think they were getting a little bit confused on day 1 because they would go for balls where they absolutely didn't need to go for, when they would have very limited boost. They're up a goal with 10 seconds left and they're still attacking. Made absolutely no sense. Then when they played True Neutral, they were a little bit more passive, made a lot of quality saves, but the problem was True Neutral was putting up like 12 shots a game. So they have to find that middle ground somewhere here. And I think against a better team like Avidity, if they don't find that early, that Avidity gets out to that early lead, and then it could be all but over.
So if they do find that thing that they need, then Chromaco, what's Avidity got to do? Is it just come down to a specific player that needs to step up, or is there something that they all need to work on to get that victory?
I think the funny thing is, I think that the player is Renan right now. He is the key for Avidity. And it's funny because Renan was a low-key player back in the world tournament, right, in the RLCS season 7. So he was playing with this 11th roster back then, and then he was left out, basically. So he's the key right now for Avidity. He is a player that can surprise you on the offense and change things a little bit. A lot of players in South America, they like to hit boomers and put the ball really on the other side of the field. But he goes with small touches here and there. He keeps control of the ball and then allow for passes, allow for different plays. And that's what I think that it's giving Avidity that unpredictability. I hope I said that word well.
Well, speaking of predictability, let's jump into some predictions here. I mean, obviously there are some favorites in this, 11s and Avidity specifically speaking here. But we did see some other teams again in the upper bracket go 3-0. So they're obviously clear separate from those bottom half of the teams in this tournament here. So let's start to really predict who we think is going to take this one. Gibbs, I'm going to let you start off here. Again, I think you guys are knowing that I'm a bit in favor of Avidity based off our experience yesterday. Yeah. Do you take the numbers or do you take that experience that we got yesterday?
I'm going to go with Avidity. They didn't have breakfast this morning. These guys are hungry to win something. We see Renan playing his former teammates when he got kicked off the team after the Season 7 World Championship, where I thought he didn't look that good. Now he's back. Then you got Firefox and Habercamper, who have never been to a World Championships. This would have been the season that they got to go. So this is their showcase. This is their time, and I think they take it.
Chromax, do you think maybe someone else surprising could come through the bottom end, or do you think it does lay on these two teams to take that champion?
Look, nothing will make me happier to see Howard Camper and Firefox, the real OGs from the region being on top. But I think history has proven itself that 11s finds a way to win. They don't always win by a big margin. They win by small differences on goals. So that's their play style. They don't go really hard on full throttle every single time. They take their time and they win series. So if anything, I think 11s is still the favorite.
So it seems to be right now a battle of the smart play, the patience that can come out from 11s, but then that hard kicking mechanical offense that Avidity is going to have that we saw yesterday. And I don't know. I feel like I'm still kind of in the favor of Avidity at this point. I feel like that could eventually break down defense. If they were going as hard as we saw them go yesterday, and again, you said there are some OGs, they're thirsty for this. They want this fight back. There's so much more, I think, on the line for them to win against 11s because they haven't had much luck in that regard in a while, right? So I feel like Avidity is going to have a bit more drive here. I guess really, of course, it comes down to it, but it seems like we're pretty split. I guess we'll eventually have to, get all the viewers' thoughts on Twitter later as well. But let's talk about the first match coming up because that's not going to be happening till later. Let's talk about True Neutral versus Era. This is going to be our first match. Kickoff's coming up very soon here. I believe True Neutral, Gibbs, is the favorite coming into this one, but obviously a new day can spell a different story for Era.
Yeah, so one of the best things about this tournament is these guys, no one from these teams outside of Luke for Era has been on a top 4 squad for the RLCS season. So I really want to see who comes out on top, who's going to make that leap into the top 4. It seems like True Neutral is probably that case, but watch out for Era because when they have space, we saw some incredible plays from Bruno. He had probably 2 of the best goals we saw all day yesterday, but that was because he was given space.
Chromax, I know, again, these guys don't have as much experience, but do you think maybe that can help them be unpredictable? As Gibbs just mentioned, we saw Bruno pop off yesterday, and it's hard to really predict and plan for that if you're True Neutral.
I don't think he's gonna have the chance to pop off the same way. I think Racebull is gonna be on top of the action the whole time, and Shad as well. And did you see AJG play defense yesterday? I mean, he was against 3 offensive players at one time, and he was able to save the ball. I don't know how he did it, but he has been playing really solid defense. So I'm a fan of AJG. I think he is improving at a tremendous speed on the scene, and I don't think it's gonna be a sweep. I don't think so by any means, but I'm expecting True Neutral to win this one.
Again, we also want to hear you guys' thoughts, so make sure you're jumping on Twitter, #RL Spring Series. But just looking forward then, if Era is gonna have to do anything, Gibbs, what is it to shut down AJ?
Like, you have Bruno and Luke, right, who can put in goals that are pretty exceptional. So if AJ is trying to make these incredible saves, well, you just have to do something better. And we saw it at Bruno with the redirect. Then the goal where he misses, he hits it off the crossbar, lands on the backboard, and then deflects it in. Plays like that are unsavable. That's what Era needs. The problem is they have to try and create those plays while not giving up too much on the defensive side, which I think could be a problem.
I say get that Heat Seeker meta out and just go straight for
oh yeah, let's do it.
Target AJ. Anyways, today we crown a winner. We're about to get into the matches, but before we do that, we have a lot of matches to get to. So why don't we kick the day off with our first match? It's Era versus True Neutral.
So here we go, the final day of the Spring Series for South America, and it's an important match to start us off here, Johnny, as we see sort of the more established teams, Avidity and 11s, have been doing a very good job up in the upper bracket, but for everyone else, this is where all of those scrambles on the roster changes have happened, so a good day here for these teams means so much confidence heading into a new season.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is where it all matters. This is the day where we get to see who's going to really perform their best. We saw, quite a lot of unexpected results yesterday. We saw quite a lot of unexpected performances, but they've had a little break, and, the teams that have already fallen down to the lower bracket, they've had that, night to sleep and just to reset and come in fresh today. I wouldn't be surprised to see some totally new looks today from especially the teams in the lower bracket.
So this match is going to be Pera versus Renewed. And I think this one is a very important one as well for Renewed because they didn't really, they got clean swept yesterday, which is always a bad, but it's not the worst clean sweep I've ever seen someone take on. That being said, however, having that night where you can just, get rid of it, get it out of your own head, and just come back completely fresh, they can be huge because a clean sweep does hit you mentally.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, we saw both of our teams that are going to be playing right now. They did get swept by our two teams in the winners finals to get sent down into the lower bracket. Of course, Avidity put Renewed into the lower bracket from that semi-final. We saw Pera get sent here in the very first round. So they're going to have to bounce back from that. And I think it's lucky for Renewed in particular that they've had that night to just get the reset, because if they had to go straight into this series fresh off the back of a 3-0 sweep, that would not be easy, especially for a new lineup. They have got the pedigree, they've got the players on the team with all the experience, all the past results. Let's see if it can show up today when it matters most.
We're going to be starting ourselves off with Pera on the offense. Look to try and get something going here. I think the main thing I'm going to be looking out for today, Johnny, is just those passing plays. We saw a lot of occasions yesterday where both these teams, they can try and 1v3, they can just try and blast the ball long. It's going to be very interesting to see, especially now that the pressure is on and there's no safety net. How much are you willing to commit 2 players forward? How much are you willing to trust your third to not overcommit and get those passing plays going? As this is going to be a shot for Fassi, but it is immediately shut down. But so far, so good for Pera. That needed to be on target, though. Yeah,
Pera getting a good bit of pressure there. That was a few opportunities on net, but they got to be careful not to overextend. We did see them, for the most part, yesterday in their 3-0 loss against tournament favorites 11s. Going even with 11s, but when they did concede one pretty unfortunate goal from, it was a 50-50 into a demo, essentially, that kind of made them lose concentration, and they have to be so careful in this matchup not to let that happen because they've got some talented players against them. Oh, that's another unfortunate goal against them as well, though. Vaults has just completely barreled through this one and sent it into the goal.
And it's an issue that we saw yesterday as well, is that corner is the starting area for a goal against Pera. They got caught by it so many times in yesterday's matches, and they've just been caught by it again. This one a little bit less their fault, a little bit more of just physics going against them, but still needs to be something that they've got to be a lot more alert to.
Yeah, they could have done a better job with the initial interception. Sending the ball straight back at the player who's just taking the shot is not the best idea. Of course, they can look at that and see that it was a bit unfortunate, but they could have done better at the same time. Now soft in field, and that's a great pass by Ian. Fantastic control of the pinch here as he sets up his teammate for an open net.
Yeah, and for Ian just to notice how much time he had available, saw the high challenge coming in, so instead decided to keep the pass low. We do put ourselves to 1 each. Renewed will obviously be happy to finally get themselves on the board earlier on in this game after being clean swept yesterday. As for Pera, they've been sort of the surprise from this tournament so far. They were the 5th qualifier from our open bracket qualifiers. That means that they did already lose twice on their way to actually making it to this tournament. So typically when you hear something like that, you start to think, okay, well, this is obviously the team that probably shouldn't be making it that far, but a chance to win here and put themselves into the top 4 of South America as a top corner shot is just pushed away. And Reppy will leave it for Ian. I don't think he's going to get much further than that.
Yeah, there's no denying that Renewed have got the better squad on paper going into this tournament. It was expected that they would be making a deep run, but we also thought Pera would be eliminated by now, coming in as the last seed. But the confidence that Pera are playing with is really impressive to me. They're not afraid of these big names that they're going up against. Just like yesterday against the 11s, they're taking the game to their opponents and they're getting opportunities. Will they be able to take one as we just get past halftime?
Matt for the backboard. Not going to be touched by the defender. It's going to drop down dangerously, but a crucial touch from Fassi keeps it out of the net. 2 minutes left to play. We've still got it at 1 each, but this is a lot of pressure coming out from Team Renewed.
Yeah, Renewed are picking up a lot of clears that are getting sent straight down the middle, and that is maybe an overcommit. No, Ian just scrambles back and gets the ball clear. My goodness, they are really toying with the ball in dangerous positions here. Pera so fortunate not to concede. They have to be careful with their clears. Whenever they're saving it, they do have a tendency at teams to just hit the ball straight down the middle, and that's exactly where the Renewed players are queuing up to get those interceptions, to take another shot into a net that maybe isn't as defended.
PJ fakes out one player, and Fassi's got him covered. Minute and a half now. Volts takes his time, looks for a solo play, but it wasn't the cleanest reset. Didn't have much to play with. But we've got to start looking around to boost amounts. Fassi's going to be huge here. He's the only one with boosting. He's also the only player back after a double commit. No matter what Pera tried to do, they simply cannot get out this side of the field. It's been unrelenting, but a double commit might just offer their way out. Fassi look for a reset of his own, and he gets a good block. This is now going to be a chance to turn the tables.
And that was a real let-off there. We saw PJ and Vault both going up for the same ball, and they did not get a shot on target out of the play, but the fact still remains that Renewed have had a ridiculous amount of pressure and quite a lot of opportunities to go with that in the last minute or so, maybe even 2 minutes of gameplay. It's just been so one-sided. But, you know, to their credit, Pera are barely hanging on. They've had some heroic saves on the goal line, and they really need to get rid of this ball. Just catch a breather, get a chance to establish a full rotation, get boosted all three of their players.
The question is how are Pera going to do this? Are they going to look to keep banging the ball long, or are they going to give themselves some passing options? Ian was actually in a passing option position, but I think it was mostly just so we could collect the 100 boost. Now we've got it one-on-one. Matt, he's straightforward, has to go for the block challenge. And Ian will keep it out. Pera, for all the defense they've done, are still in this game as we are hurtling towards an overtime. PJ with Volts looking for demos. Reppy moves himself in at the last moment, and overtime is inevitable.
And you know, Renewed have to stay focused here. They'll feel like they should have won this game. The ball's been on the Pera goal line for so long. They've had so many chances, and they are going to have to win this one in OT. Right back into Pera under pressure by the looks of things. PJ is up on the back wall. That's a decent pass towards Vault. Math is also waiting for it. And Pera are desperate to get the ball cleared. But the more time that they spend in their half, you can see that it's taking its toll on them. And they are getting opportunities to clear the ball. This is a great line of attack for Reppy. He goes for the airdribble bump, but that's a great save. Math puts it into the bar. Chance for Pera again to keep taking shots.
It seems like a lot of Pera's offense is all about one player beating the entire team, but they might just do it! Crossbar from the shot. Fassi is too close to put that one in. Had no chance to run onto it, but now it's Pera with all the opportunities. Can they hold on to this offensive rotation? Math needs to try and take control, but Ian will not be able to win the challenge, and Reppy removes PJ at the other side of the field.
That's pretty crazy. PJ all the way over that side of the field. Oh, suddenly a goal's gone in at the near post. Math using that corner wall for the pass that we've been seeing all tournament long. It looks like Fassi just couldn't react in time. Vault beats him to the punch, and Renewed do get the game one win that looked like it should have become quite a bit earlier, but they got the job done, and well played to them. It was a tough defense to crack. Pera proving to be much more of a problem to all the teams they play in this tournament than we expected them to be.
Yeah, Pera have really been a team that seem to... They are chasing all of the games that we've seen them in so far, but they've made themselves incredibly sticky and incredibly difficult to get rid of. The only question is going to be is, are Renewed now going to start figuring out, okay, we don't need to rush this as much? Because Pera's clears need a little bit more to them right now. They are being stuck in their own side of the field, and Renewed have done a great job of not trying to rush it too much. They are just waiting for the ball to come to them, which unfortunately for Pera, they've been doing a lot by just trying to clear long.
Yeah, both teams certainly could make some improvements here and there. Pera, you nailed it. Just need to get the ball clear, whether it's with a big boomer, whether it's going to be with a dribble, a 50-50, a pass. They've got to think of something that's more effective than just hitting the ball straight down the middle of the field. just so it can get sent back in with an even more difficult to save shot. But yeah, Renewed, they did leave some openings there. We saw the air dribble bump attempt from Pera. We saw the flip reset. Both of those shots did result in goalmouth scrambles. And, you know, given more opportunities like that, I wouldn't be surprised to see Pera executing and, you know, securing these counter-attack goals. So Renewed have to keep an eye out for that. Yes, they're getting, you know, long passages of play with the ball up front, but can they avoid the counter-attacks that Pera are starting to sneak in?
I'm going to start ourselves off with some Pera offense. They've managed to hit both posts so far. Couldn't find the way to get the ball into the back of the net, but it would have been a great start for them. Should be able to turn it in. Remember, this is tournament lives on the line now. We're spotting for the top 4, and a match that is worth $1,000 US to both teams. It's going to be Ian just trying to put the ball off the backboard, but it's well covered by Volt. Still good pressure opportunity now. We need to try and find a better way through, and Reppy coming in with low boost. Tries to pick up some off the backboard. Math only as far as the midfield. It's now Pera who are doing a great job of controlling the midfield.
The final shots, though, have been poor by Pera. That's much better, though. Ian shows how it's done. And after we saw 2 shots going wide of the target, look how confident Ian is in this one. Top corner, he didn't waste any time getting to the ball either. But that is exactly the kind of accuracy that they're going to need. 1-0 to the underdogs. Pera once again fighting toe-to-toe some of the best players in the region.
And it was a word that was said over and over again on today's pre-show, which was accuracy. It was something that plagued so many teams yesterday, and you get the feeling that any of these teams that want to go further in the tournament, that is the one big thing. That if you can change it, you up your chances so much more. Off the backboard, however, and Matt will turn it in.
What an assist by Volt. Starts it off deep in his own half. Gets that second touch to take 2 defenders out of the play. Fassi in a panic, pre-jumps. Ball goes under him. Great placement by Math. You know, we just talked about it with Ian at the other side of the field. Now Math with a less flashy finish, but just as effective, especially when he can see the pre-jump coming in as early as he did.
Now Reppy, good catch to start off. But well read even more by the defender. Infield pass over to Ian, almost landed on it. What a goal that would have been, but now Reppy's all by himself. Infield pass, but Math is too far forward. And now Pera can move all the players back. Big opportunities either side.
Yeah, that would have been ridiculous if Fassi had just landed on that ball mid-air. Here comes another bump attempt. There's been really no holds barred here from either team in offense. That they are committing multiple players to every play. But here comes Ian. He's been so difficult to read. The speed that he's playing at caused several teams problems. It's certainly been causing Renewed problems to date. And this is what you want to see from a team like Pera, a new team on the block who are trying to compete with players who are expected to deal with them pretty handily. They are just playing with such confidence. They're not afraid. They're taking the game to their opponents here. I think Renewed so far today have looked like the better team, just like we expected. And it's really up to them to show that they can play with the consistency that's been lacking from them so far in this tournament.
It's also a play style that we've seen countered more and more throughout the seasons. Veloce being a very good example of how you don't need all the offense in the world just to be able to try and take a win. Sometimes you've got to be very solid on defense as well. Can Pera just sort of recreate those type of results? PJ clears long. Fassi's in a very awkward position. Don't quite know why he wasn't on his own backboard for that. Instead, just made it a little bit more acrobatic, and now his team's in danger. What a good pinch. He's going to put that all the way to the blue side.
Calculated by Ian and Fassi. Great read. Look at Ian's moves again as he just walks the ball past the first challenge. You know, Renewed don't look too comfortable here. They are getting shut down with every first challenge that comes in. And this is nothing like the game 1, which saw Renewed pressuring, Renewed getting opportunities to score time and time again. This has been a far more even matchup, so I would say so far we're swinging in the direction of Pera this series. But still a tie game. Is it going to change? Oh, Ian's hit the post, but the follow-up has also been saved. I think that shot may have been on target.
It was 100% Ian.
Was that on target, Shogun? I think he might have just saved his teammate's shot. I didn't get a good angle to look at it myself.
The nice guy in me says it wasn't. The part of me that thinks he actually saw the play says it was.
Oh, no. Well, that's not the best hit to the mentality for the Pera boys, but so far it doesn't seem to have impacted them too negatively.
Well, the good news for them is they're finding a lot of, well, success. The bad news for them is they're down by a goal.
And it's, you know, it does remind me of what happened yesterday when they did lose that unfortunate goal against 11. They kind of crumbled and the defense didn't look anywhere near as effective. And what happened there? Fasty just passes the ball straight to the opponent and it ends up in their net within a matter of seconds.
Oh, that's going to be dropping straight down on the goal line, and there's no way that one can go against Pera. They've got themselves back into it, and this is a crucial game for them as well. They do not want to face 3 match points.
And that's a nice little play by Fasty, solo from the kickoff. Finally, something goes their way. Pera tie us up, and it's going to be just 57 seconds to see if we're going to have another overtime or not. I wouldn't mind one. Why not add some more tension to the matchup?
I don't think South America does warm-up games, Johnny. They just go in immediately, and I've absolutely loved it this weekend. PJ for the backboard. He's got a double instead. Leaves it for Math. 3-2. And the goals have been unrelenting over this past minute.
Great pressure by PJ, the Prince of South American Rocket League. He had the threat of a follow-up touch there. He had the respect of his opponents. They knew that he's certainly capable of hitting that angle, rebound. That just gave Math so much time. An uncontested shot from that range is always going to go in for a goal scorer like him. And it's still, you know, renewed. We're benefiting most from that horrific misplay that we saw coming out of Ian on the goal line. He's going to try and make up for it here. He sent the shot wide. 20 seconds and change left in the game. Can Pera come back once again?
They've got to get a hold of the ball first. Math over to Fasty. Ian can't get a hold of it either. And that's a fantastic block. Fasty's going to have to try and take over. 10 seconds now, as we do see whether or not they can escape.
Just the last chance now for Pera, but like you said, they can't even get rid of the ball. Nice little demo there by Fasty. He will keep the ball in the air as well. He's got everybody coming in for him. Oh, if somebody was in field there, that was going to be an uncontested shot because Fasty did such a good job drawing the entire lobby towards himself. But man, they just can't catch a break, can they, Pera? It was game 3 against 11s in the sweeping loss yesterday. Now game 2 against Renewed, where something just goes horrendously wrong against them. You know, it was definitely unfortunate, but just like we said in game 1, they could have probably done more. They could have done something to avoid that team save on this occasion as well.
Good news for Pera, though, is that they're more competitive in this game. They didn't get the OT this time around, but this definitely looks like a better performance from them. They're finding a lot of success with those infield passing plays, especially when they're trying to find Ian. So Renewed will have to try and keep that in the back of their minds because they might start hitting a rhythm should they try and get 2 or 3 goals uninterrupted. But Renewed have got all the cards in their hand right now. Just need one more win, and they head themselves into a top 4 spot where they'll be taking on the winners between True Neutral and Era. But for Pera, this is now all about trying to get those wins. Johnny, do you want to see more of the same of them, or is it just 1 or 2 more things that you want to see changed?
I think the only thing that you want to talk about for Pera in that last game is exactly what we, talked about before the series started. It's that panic button that seems to get pressed as soon as something goes drastically wrong for them. They've got to try and stay calm under those high-pressure situations and not let their defense just fall to pieces. We saw it yesterday against 11s. We saw it today. And if that keeps happening, they're going to be, swiftly 3-0'd here. Because for some reason, all these, really unlucky situations, they keep happening to them. They're getting demoed from a falling player. They're accidentally saving their teammates' shots. And, it's historically something that you can see being tied to particular Rocket League players. There's so many players who are famous for just kind of being magnets to these kind of situations. It's not the thing that Pera want to become associated with. But so far this tournament, it's been one of the most memorable, play style things I've really noticed related to them. Maybe that can change. Maybe they're going to get Lady Luck shining on them in
more lucky.
Better light. They just need to get more lucky. But whenever they do get unlucky, they've got to try and stay calm and just bounce back from it immediately. Just get the switch right back into the game modes that we're seeing them do so well, playing with such speed and such confidence. If they could do that, then I don't really doubt that they're going to be competitive for the remainder of this series.
And for Renewed, I've got to say, I've been very happy with just sort of, well, rotation. The rotation has been infinitely better than what we got yesterday from a lot of teams. They've done a great job of securing the midfield. They're not rushing the plays, and that was one of my big problems, is that everyone was just trying to get to plays so quickly rather than just letting the gaps open up. Instead, they've allowed Pera to try and take those long clears. They realized that they're not really all that threatening when they do so, and you can eventually open up a team to try and get that goal. That does now mean that, you know, your opponents have got to go all in on their offense. So for Renewed, just a calmer rotation has been a huge thing for them so far. And I've very much enjoyed that because it's a more replicatable style. You can go full chaos, but you can't predict full chaos. This style is something they can do over and over again for the rest of the tournament.
Oh, absolutely. This is a better look for them, but I do think they need to improve again if they're going to make a even deeper run. They've got some incredibly tough teams ahead of them that they have to make their way through if they're going to get into those top 3 positions. And based on what I've seen in this series, I wouldn't bet on it, but I do definitely think that Renewed have got what it takes to step up their play by a gear or two. They've got the individual skill, they've got the experience, they've got the quality as a team. You know, you don't need to do anything other than look at the names that we've got on show for them. Math, PJ Vault, you know, what legends of the South American scene. But they've first of all, before they worry about getting into the deep end of this tournament, they've got to get out of the shallow ends here. And Pera are still splashing around there with them, trying to get in their way.
Well, here we go. 3 games needed in a row for Pera, otherwise they'll be dropping out at 5th and 6th. But for Renewed, this is all about making their statement as one of those top teams that are upcoming over in South America. They've got Math on the backboard. He's going to look to try and pass that one back down, but instead is beats the ball by Reppy. Renewed looking comfortable to start us off, though.
And that is exactly what I want to see from Renewed. That kind of crazy play out of Math. He didn't have much boost on the backboard there. Would love to see it work out with a different, or, you know, replay with a full tank. Here he comes again, low off the wall play, looking for the block, but Reppy's the one who comes away with the block. The counter-attack was available down the middle there, but Vault brings it to a halt.
PJ doesn't get a great first touch. Then Math's just going to have to try and pull this over to Ian. That's a lot of boost and players used for very little success. Now Reppy's going to move in. He's not got any passing options, though. He's got no one up with him. It looks like Pera just trying to lock down this midfield. They've got to try and make sure they focus on those boosts. And also can't afford many more whiffs like that. Fasti almost gives up the play. And it looks like, yep, that's given Renewed a way out. Volt looking for the follow-up, but Reppy over to an Ian that was already waiting downfield. If that pass was a little bit lighter, that could have been very dangerous for Renewed.
This is also dangerous. The other end of the field, Vault doesn't get the first touch that he was looking for, though. Wanted the double off the back wall. Just like game number 2, a more end-to-end matchup. We're not seeing Pera get stuck in their own half. Their clears have been significantly more effective ever since that little spurt in game 1 where they got completely clogged in defense. Renewed are perfectly happy playing this style as well. They don't mind going full rotation against full rotation. Let's see who can play the better game with lots of boost in all players. 2 minutes into it, Ian still, I think, the hardest player to read for Renewed. He hasn't been able to do too much just yet. Oh my goodness, that was a bit risky for a back pass out of Reppy there. That has not gone straight into their goal. And this one will go straight to Renewed's goal. Reppy, top left corner. How about that?
And it looks so simple, but this is an outstanding shot from Reppy. Curves it around PJ and just about squeezes it into the back of the net. That is such a small gap that he's got to aim for between post and player, and he's managed to absolutely nail it.
Yeah, great mechanics from Reppy with the aerial shot. And Ian, like I said, he's the hard guy to read. He's been causing problems every time he gets the ball.
For both teams.
Yeah, indeed, sometimes for both teams, but so far for this game, more so for their opponents. Get to see now what Renewed are going to do when things start going against them. I mean, game 1 looked like it was very much in their favor. Game 2, extremely even. And this game so far has gone in the favor of Pera. So we are still on that upswing for Pera. Oh, and very much so as Fasti puts in a second goal. This one, another one of those goals that's just kind of fallen over the line as the player blunders it in. But Great 50-50 there. It looks like Math got on the wrong side of it.
Yeah, Math went straight through the middle on his rotation back, and that made turning around so much more difficult. He never quite had the angle for it. He's got to make sure he tries to go back post for those, otherwise he's going to get caught out by those more and more. It is now going to be a 2-goal difference. Pera have taken series or game advantage here. Is it about to be free? Of course it is. Ian's shooting has been unstoppable.
Pera look like they are very much on the upswing here. Renewed with a huge panic clear there. PJ was looking for the pinch, but he ends up just popping the ball lightly off his own back wall. And now 3-goal game, a game where Renewed have only had 2 shots. And I'm not going to lie to you, I don't remember either of them because I don't think they were very threatening. That was probably the best shot they've had all game, and it, did have a component of misplay involved from Pera. The overhead whiff came in. This is still looking great though for Pera overall. Renewed looking subdued and only got 90 seconds left to play.
And it's still all Pera in game 3. That one's going to go long, and that one's going to go in. Pera, you don't want to be giving up opportunities like this. Not at this level.
Oh dear, it looks like the communication really did break down there. Fassi thought that Ian was rotating back quickly. It looks like Ian was more thinking about where he could get his next 100 boost pad. Nobody really paying attention to the long shot, the hard clear option that was available for Renewed, who have just had their first goal this year of the game rather, with just over a minute left to play. Still a lot more needed from them if they're going to come out of game 3 with anything to work with. But tell you what, these hard clears are really starting to cause problems. Vault forced a pre-jump save out of Ian. But that's definitely a weak spot from Pera late in the game here. They have to keep an eye on these 50-50s and hard clears. They're coming out Renewed. Several times the ball has looked dangerously close to going into their goal.
Oh, but that should be enough to clean this game up. Fassi gives that 3-goal lead back. And what was suddenly starting to get very nervy for them should now be a bit calmer. But it's something to now focus on in the next few games. We're not saying go full Gibbs, but we're saying, maybe 20% Gibbs is enough.
I don't think I've ever heard this, analysis from anyone in
our analysis so far has
before.
been be lucky and more Gibbs.
What percentage of Gibbs would you recommend the team to play for the remainder of the game? I mean, at this point, I think you could go 100% Gibbs as Pera, and you're going to be more than fine. But they're not really a 100% Gibbs type of team. They like to attack. They like to aerial in offense and use their aerial button. So I don't think we're likely to see 100% Gibbs. Look at the placement, though. Every single shot is just on point, and they're attacking the ball so early. 5-1, Pera with a crushing win here.
Now, on a slightly more serious analysis note, it's very similar setups to all of these goals that have been catching Renewed out. Those long clears to the backboard, or even like the dribble plays to the backboard, they always have their backs turned to the play. They've always had to turn into it. And that puts them at a huge disadvantage to the offensive player, who is always going to win that challenge. Here we're going to see yet another example, as the clear almost made it to a rebounding player. Something they're going to need to clean up. Good shot, but that's going to be a fantastic save from Fassi. And Pera have got themselves on the board.
And just like we highlighted last game, this series has very much started to sway towards them. Game 1 was a Renewed game quite comfortably. Game 2, I really think it could have gone either way. We saw the unfortunate save from Ian on his own teammate's shot. That could have been the game winner if they hadn't made that happen. They wouldn't have even needed to go to overtime. And this game, very much in Pera's favor. So I wouldn't be surprised if Pera, keep going the way they are. They look so confident, and they're, I think, right now attacking the ball far more quickly than Renewed, their opponents, who most people expected would have a mechanical advantage in this matchup. And I think, just importantly for Pera, their shooting is now incredibly impressive.
Yeah, they've been getting every single shot into not just a difficult place to save, but in a reboundable space. They've had a lot of issues so far this tournament where they take one shot and then the play is just completely dead after that. But being able to follow up, being able to get, 2 or 3 shots in a row makes defense that much more difficult to, try and get those clears, try and focus where your players need to be. But for the side of Renewed, this game just went completely wrong for them from the off. we need to see that defensive rotation be a little bit more solid. Get back earlier so you can start rotating a bit more fully. That means that you can start attacking the ball face on rather than having to go at it backwards or sideways like they've had to so far.
Yeah, this is a really important game for Renewed. They have to step up, not just for the sake of this series, but for the sake of every game that's left in this tournament for them, because they're going to need to step it up if they're going to make a deep run. I don't think what we saw in this last game from them was a tournament-winning team, was a top 2, even a top 3 team, and they're going to need to do better. I think, this is their chance. This is their game where they have to just try and step up mechanically, step up in terms of confidence and speed, and really show us what they're capable of.
And I think it's good to re-note as well for a lot of people watching at home that for both these teams, these are not the finished articles. These teams have been thrown together within the last few weeks, some of these, within the last few days before qualifiers were even available. So this tournament, whilst as a very good opportunity to put your name out there, is also a good chance to see, all right, where are we starting from? What do we need to improve? So what we're seeing now as mistakes and issues probably won't be the same case in a month's time.
Oh, absolutely. And just because a team performs poorly in the spring series doesn't mean that that roster has no potential, has no history of success. Often in Rocket League, the most important thing is just having that team chemistry, finding players that you just like working with in a professional environment. I've heard G2 talk about this several times in the past when they're not doing so well. That they don't really mind. They're not looking immediately at making a roster change because they just enjoy playing together. And I look, they're having a lot of success over in North America. So just because a team that you followed and were hoping to do great things in the spring series are not living up to your expected standards, it doesn't mean that we're not going to see good things from them in the future. But this is definitely a chance to really make a good first mark and a good first impression. Show everybody that you can, shake up the current dominant teams in the region. Pera, we're talking about Renewed as being the team who have the ability to get up to the top level and do that. But what about Pera? Maybe they can continue their rise and start to get in the conversation for top teams.
Yeah, it's certainly not an indication of the full article, but being top 2 of the newly acquired teams is a huge statement of intent. And that is what is on the line for both of these teams. They even a chance to be the best of the new big teams if they can win the next round. But still, both teams have got a big obstacle ahead of each other. Only one win needed for Renewed. If they lose this, we're heading over to Champions Field. Math with a chance. He puts it onto net, but Reppy turns himself back on time. Both teams look to try and rotate back as late as possible. It's going to be all about getting that timing right, though, and Reppy got that timing right perfectly this time around.
Nice interceptions by both teams on the drop-down passes that have been attempted. Got to be careful with these infields, like we always say. Can be an effective way to score, but can also be a very effective way of starting a counter-attack for your opponent. Here's that diagonal wall coming into play again. PJ's shot's going to bounce into the ground, and then Bard is back into Vault, who puts it in. And PJ, once again, the threat for the team. It's everybody pre-jumping, everybody jumping in the ball and missing the ball.
Yeah, Reppy just respected the idea that PJ could play off the backboard and tried to play for that instead of the oncoming attacking player. As Renewed have got themselves a goal up and are now 3.5 minutes from finding themselves in top 4. PJ can't get the reset. He's immediately challenged. 2 players committed, though, and everyone has now moved forward. They've tried to get a demo play to try and alleviate the pressure, and that demo will work out, though. But they're going to be very careful here. Both teams, whenever they've fallen behind, have become a little bit scrappy on that rotation, as Ian now pulls his team out of the trenches. Midfield pass, only over to Reppy, who's going to have to go up the wall here instead. Leaves it for the challenge for Volts. And they've got to start back again from the beginning.
This is a dangerous position for Pera to be in. They do not look comfortable right now. They have to calm down. Like we were saying earlier, they sometimes do start to panic in these situations. That's a great save by PJ as the ball scrambles on the goal line again. Vault with the open net. He's put it off the post. Rebound in, though. And thank goodness for Vault and Renewed that this shot didn't bounce off the post and across the goal, because that open net could have resulted in a complete disaster for them.
And speaking of disaster, Pera again. The play goes wrong for them, and they immediately commit the house to try and fix what they feel was a wrong case for them. So now they find themselves 2 goals down, and all the work to do if they want to get themselves back into this game and back into this series. They've got to start with this offense. Nice little touch from Reppy, just keeps that pressure on. He's going to need the rest of the team to start moving up. Reppy now, over to Fasty for the net! Off the post, what a save!
Great save by Math. He almost got caught out of position there. The angle shot was impressive. Pera going to give this a good goal, but they have made it incredibly difficult on themselves. Defensively, they have let themselves down this game. It's a cheeky little pass by Ian, but that's read well by Renewed also, who have had a keen eye on those infield passes this game. Time is running out for Pera. They've been impressive this tournament, but it would be a shame. I know that they, at this point, will want to go much farther. They'll want to go deeper into the tournament. They'll feel like this is a series that they really could have done better in. They've only got 90 seconds left to get 2 goals. Renewed are parking the bus. They're sitting all the way back in defense. They know that they just have to let the clock do the work for them at this point.
It's going to be Volt's open net yet again. Pera have got to be so cautious about this. Yes, they need 2 goals, but going a 3rd one down would spell the end of their chances, especially with only a minute left. PJ with the tap down. 2 players commit. This might be their chance to try and transition. Reppy to the wall. Good second touch. PJ doesn't make contact. Volts has to try and scramble. Goes for the second touch. And that could have been it. If Volts didn't help his team out there, then Pera could have been back into this game. Over the top, and Reppy pushes to the corner. 45 now.
Yeah, Renewed have just done enough, I think. It's almost a 3rd goal for them again. They're committing for this. And maybe a chance to the counter for Pera, but these demos, these recoveries are just too fast. The Renewed players are just, I think, a bit too good defensively, a bit too solid defensively to allow 2 late goals in this kind of play. You never know. Pera have been unpredictable at times. Maybe they could do one more moment of magic, get that goal to make this interesting at the end. You need to get the ball into the blue half, though, to start things off.
That's going to be the chance to finish this game off. Here comes Matt, fakes the play out. More crucial time off the clock. And Renewed have been made to work for it, but they've made top 4, and they head into the next round.
And it's GG's and goodbye to Pera, who are eliminated from the tournament. I think that they've overall done well. They could be proud of how they've performed. They've given some really good games to some teams that we thought would be far too much for them. And they've shown that, 8th seed coming in can compete with the top teams in Brazil, in South America rather. But it's sad to see them go out like this. They had so many moments in this tournament where, something goes wrong for them, and then pandemonium ensues. They just start panicking. That's, the big takeaway for me, for this team. They've got to just stay calm under those high pressure situations, and they've definitely got a future as a roster. But for Renewed, they continue onwards and upwards. I think we're going to need to see more from them if the run is going to continue in that lower bracket. It wasn't a clean win by any stretch of the imagination, but it was a win nonetheless, and they will advance in the top 4, like you said.
Yeah, for Renewed, it's all going to be about just that rotation whenever they're trying to chase a game, because they can get a little antsy in those situations. They can very much get ahead of themselves when there's 3 minutes left and they're still committing everybody to a half chance. So if they can fix that, however, they could be a major contender. And they have that chance now. They can try and break into that top 3, maybe even take down the loser that we see later on between Avidity and 11s. But we need to find out who they're going to be taking on, as when we come back from a break, it's Error versus True Neutral.
All right, Leaf, I'm going to take over because I don't think Leaf's mic is working right now.
Welcome to the
Are you back?
Series.
Okay,
Yeah,
go ahead, Leaf.
Welcome to the Spring Series. Let me do that again. Give me a try. Here, refresh.
All right.
Welcome to the Spring Series. We're dealing with the portion that is South America. And to join me in the discussion, it's Gibbs and Chromax. And we just watched Pera be sent home. Team Renewed moving on in the lower bracket. Gibbs, Team Renewed looked just super strong in this one.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, Leaf, that you pulled a Leaf X this time. We're going to change that verbiage now for the mutant.
No. Gibbs actually came to my house and muted it on me. I watched him do it.
No. But I want to talk about Team Renewed here, and I felt like this was a good series from them, not a great series. I feel like they know how to control that pressure, and they know how to be incredibly aggressive. The problem is there are times when there's two of them trying to do the same exact play, and I think they got on top of one another here or there, and I think that's where the faults from Pera came out, where they couldn't get the clear at the right times. When there was a double commit, then Pera really didn't have an answer for it, so they couldn't counterattack. There was one great game by Pera, and also you have to credit them because obviously they were the 8th seed coming in. Their qualifier run was not that great, but they've improved greatly, and that's over 5 days. So this roster is looking promising, but for Team Renewed, they were expected to be top 4, and they delivered.
Chromax, this is, again, you've been behind these guys for a while, so it's nice to see them move on forward. But how do you feel, again, now that we've gotten to see them on day number 2? Do you think they're ready to continue that trek moving forward? Especially, again, they have either true neutral or Era moving up, and if it's true neutral, I feel like this could be still difficult for them. Or do you think that they are in a good position to make their way up through that to that grand?
No, I think they have some issues to work on. They were doing okay on offense, but not terribly great. They were trying to pass, but at the same time, they're not in sync. One player is thinking about passing, the other one is not thinking about receiving the pass. So they have to communicate a little bit better and try to get that going on, as well as the defense. They are allowing the other team to break through and attack as much as they want. So when they get it clear and they attack, that's fine. But they're not dominating that midfield. They are allowing the other player to get too close to the net, and that's an issue, especially when you go higher in the tier of teams in South America.
So the one promise that I thought I saw from Team Renewed was as the series went on, they figured out that infield pass game from Pera. They were starting to intercept it a lot more often than earlier on throughout the series. So that is a good sign going forward. They had that one really bad game, but outside of that, I felt like their defense was picking it up towards the end of that series, and we'll see if they can continue that throughout the tournament.
Well, let's look forward as we do have some more matches to get to. So let's talk about this next one. It kind of feels like deja vu right now. True neutral versus Era. We've already given this one a bit of talk before in the pre-show here, but of course Renewed and Pera were antsy to get on the field, so they jumped in first, and now we get to see True Neutral and Era really fight out. True Neutral, we talked about again being that stronger team probably in this lower bracket, and again I mentioned that they probably have a lot of drive, again being the fact that they just want to prove that, hey, other countries can do what South America has been known for without having a Brazilian. And for you, Chromax, do you feel the same, that True Neutral's coming out stronger this one? And what would you like to see Era do to be able to fight?
Right, I do feel that they're coming strong, and I like it. I really like it. I'm just a little bit scared that is it a one-day thing? Were they really good yesterday, and will they be able to do the same today? That's one thing, and the nerves, they are now getting into that top 4 spot if they win. So that's something that they have never done before. So they might not know how to deal with that pressure. Other than that, Era, I think they have the tools. So again, we talk about Bruno Visky being that guy that can pop off and do amazing things. If he does, then True Neutral is for a rude awakening.
This is a huge opportunity for both these teams, seeded 5, seeded 6. So neither of these teams are expected to make top 4, but because of True Neutral taking down Chromax, it's opened up the door a bit here for both these squads. But for Luke, he was just on a top 3 team throughout the RLCS on Most Wanted. He has now moved over to this team. He's going to try and elevate Team Era here for a chance at top 4 spot. But again, by the day 1 results alone, I feel like a True Neutral are pretty big favorites here.
I'm wondering who the step-up player, though, for Era is going to have to be. I mean, you mentioned Luke, and Luke being that player that you like the most there, but we did see Bruno, of course, really step up with some solo plays yesterday. I'm just wondering if, maybe it's going to be up to those two, or is it up to Gian to step up and support his team? Who's going to be the key player for Era to be able to, shut down their opponents?
I think it is Luke. All the plays come down to Luke being that playmaker. A lot of people in South America that double commit, they go for things that they shouldn't. Luke, I think, is one of those players that know to measure himself very well. So as long as everyone communicates and if they let Luke know what they are going after, then he might be a facilitator for those plays. So Luke is great. I think he will make Gian and Bruno Visky look even better.
Yeah, my issue here is Bruno. Like, I think he's the key player just because he has a very high ceiling but a very low floor. He has the mechanical ability, but he's never been on a successful team because there are times when he looks invisible on the field. So I think it really comes down to Bruno, but I think Luke has to get him involved for that to happen.
Well, we were talking earlier too, you mentioned it on the side of True Neutral then, AJ's that guy that was just super strong defense. Do we expect that same play style coming out today, Chamaco, with AJ as that solid foundation that lets Shad and Raze move forward? Or do you expect it to shift and change? Or is that just what they've been doing the entire time you've seen them play?
That's his play style. That's how he works, and I think they put him in the team because of that. I think they want him to be that consistent defensively player that he can attack. Obviously, no one that plays defense full time in Rocket League, that doesn't exist. But Raze and Shad want him to be a defensive player so that they can push on the offense. And we were talking about Bruno a lot, like he pop-ups, he might be that player that can do a lot of in the offense, but we haven't seen Shad do so much yet. And I think we are expecting from True Neutral that Shad comes off and start attacking a little bit more, because he's also a player that likes, I think about most improved players in South America in the past year, and the first name that comes into my mind is Shad. So he has been developing a lot, and he hasn't had the opportunity to show off yet. So I want him to step up and start, playing at the same level as Raze will.
Yeah, I think that's something that True Neutral, and disagree with me if you want, Gibbs, but I think True Neutral has a little bit more of that synergy going on right now. Their communication just seemed to be a lot more key, especially in a tight situation. You look at the upper bracket, playing against, the reigning regional champs, 11s, and still being able to keep it super close. I feel like that communication is going to be something that is probably going to outclass something like Eric, because it looked like that synergy just was a little bit more key for Neutral.
Yeah, I need to see. The one thing I want from True Neutral is just give the ball to Raze Bull. He's going to make magic happen, and it's going to be a brilliant pass out to his teammates to get them extremely confident throughout this matchup. Raze Bull, I think, is probably the best player on the field here based on day one. Maybe Luke, has a chance for that title, but I think it really comes down to Raze Bull on the offensive side. Like, as long as he keeps facilitating, they should be fine.
I'm just wondering what Era's really goals are going to be here then. I mean, if you find yourself in a spot where your back's against the wall, this is going to be an uphill battle. You're facing an elimination spot right now, and you don't get to move forward in the bracket. How do you approach this tournament, Gibbs? Like, what's the mentality saying? We know our opponents are stronger. Do we try something new? Do we stick to the game plan? Do we try to surprise them? What's the goal and focus?
So the one nice thing for Era is that they obviously lost in that round one. So they are now coming off a win. So they should be relatively confident based on what they did in their final series of the day. While True Neutral, they're coming off a loss. I think you have to play your game, right? And you have to hope that it's better than the other team, but I wouldn't change anything yet.
Well, it looks like the players are ready, and I hope you guys are too. Let us know how ready you are on Twitter with the hashtag RL Spring Series. But let's get this day moving on with True Neutral and Era.
The casters and the desk, talked about it for a bit there about which of these teams is going to bring their best game in. If it was me that had to choose, I'd say True Neutral here today. They had a very close series against 11s early on. yesterday. A couple missed shots that really led them down the hole of a tough series against 11. They showed a lot of promise in the midfield as well. And it feels like for Era, the series that we saw yesterday against Team Renewed, it wasn't as fluid. They played on the back foot, and Leaf ended that conversation there about what does Era need to do to get things going. I think for me, if you look at this team, you have to get off the back foot.
Definitely, Crowley. And I think the most important part for Era is going to be the backboard defense. That's the thing I thought they struggled with the most. But in comparison, True Neutral, if you watch that game, their defense I thought was fantastic against 11. They were very organized in the backfield. They knew when to push up. And overall, I think that if you can just get Raisable the ball, like Gibbs said, get this man involved in the play, he's going to do great things. But already a great opening for Era, just doing solid so far on pushing up.
Yeah, it was wide open for Era there as everyone had pushed up from True Neutral. And here they go again through the midfield. It was something that they did so well against 11s time and time again. Here's a shot from AJG and it's blocked away. And another shot from Shad as a couple rally off for True Neutral, and a good start for them. The defense holding on for Era, but this is what we're talking about. You don't want to sit on the back foot for too long and get locked into your own half.
Definitely going to be a scary situation, especially with that backboard defense like I was talking about. It's so important to not waste your boost. And that's a habit that I thought Era kept doing repeatedly. They waste their boost instead of just going on the backboard, saving it, having a faster position towards the ball. So I really think this is a battle of defense and a battle of how Raisable can set up his teammates versus somebody like Luke, who has that experience, has that backup plan, and is more calm, like Chromax said in the show before.
We'll see if those individual players that were pointed out from the desk really show up here today. I absolutely agree with the notion that as this tournament goes on for longer and longer, the pressure gets higher and higher. And there's a lot of new teams, a lot of really last-minute teams that have come together for the spring series. You wonder what that pressure, what the meaning of going deep into this tournament means to even well-established players, but on these new teams. How does it affect them going forward? Only time will tell. Obviously, both these teams want to win this series, and True Neutral right now putting on the pressure. That's a shot from the crossbar. Raisable decides not to go and lets Luke come through on the clear. True Neutral, though, definitely getting the better of Era so far. Here's Raisable again trying to play this one up and serve it up for one of his teammates. AJG couldn't keep a hold of it and just has to pop it up to buy time to get Shad back.
But already, I mean, you can see Raisable, what he offers to this team. You saw the patience in that corner, taking it up the wall, being patient, setting up his team. He is 100% the backbone of this roster, at least throughout the spring series. He's been on fire.
And it does speak to the type of player that he is, especially impressing on the first day. But how far can he take his team in this series? So far, while they have had a bit more of the pressure, I'd say it's evened out as we approach 2 minutes left, but they certainly have had a few more shots. Still a tie game, scoreless here, minute 50 seconds left. Here's Gian,
good
looking for that backboard. Raisable's already there to collect. Luke and Era trying to shape up for that offense, but it's cut out by AJG, and Bruno has to go back to his own side to collect into his own corner. Here's Gian trying to do the same. It's blocked by Shad. 2 blocks by Shad, and he's trying to set up now to the midfield. AJG couldn't catch up to it. Here's Raisable going for the solo play. Couldn't get over Luke. Well read. It's a tough read on that pre-jump from Luke. It's tough to know if he's going to keep going high or if he's going to force the 50. Here's Raisable again. Not a lot of boost to work with, trying to navigate his way to the Era corner. AJG, dangerous ball comes across, and a huge miss from Shad. Couldn't get contact on the ball, and quickly down the other field. Double. A second touch, down off the crossbar. Gian puts it high. Huge opportunity for Era here. It's still going with Gian putting it to the back post. Luke's got to collect to the midfield now, and things were so close for Era. That was the opportunity, and unfortunately, they couldn't put it away.
I mean, did you see that pitch to get it across the entire pitch, Curly? That was insane. To get that double touch as well, that would have been one of the best setups I think I've ever seen so far from your own end.
And it certainly was smooth, and you're right, it was off that pinch that set everything up. Still scoreless. Here's Gian. Might have an opportunity if he can get a hold of the ball, and he gets bumped out of the way. Good dunk from Bruno. Staring down the barrel of overtime here in game 1. 10 seconds left. It could be the last opportunity. Great touch here from Raceball. Goes off the backboard, and it does come down to Shad, who puts the shot wide. AJG also jumps and gets the touch. Raceball, maybe one more opportunity in 0-second time. Can he take it himself? And it's blocked by Luke. This ball gonna drop in front of the box. And a 0-0 overtime in game 1.
Definitely. And I think True Neutral's game plan so far has been this corner play. You'll notice that they're throwing this ball directly into the corner, forcing 50-50s. Multiple times I've seen players like Raiseball especially go into that corner, force a 50, and then try and carry it out across the net. It's been working. You just don't have anybody for that finishing shot. I think if the communication is more on point, get things flowing a little bit more with how you're positioning around your teammates, this should be True Neutral's game, because so far, all they've had to stop has been counterattacks from Era.
Era can't say haven't been without their opportunities here. And this could be another one as Gian was stuffed by a couple of defenders. Era had that quick rally that surely one of those players, if they had it all over again, would have scored. Gian just barely missed the double tap. Here's Luke now. Can he put it on target? Doesn't make contact, but the fake comes through for Gian, and it lands in his lap for a 1-goal victory.
The player with the most experience pulls this off. Look at that. That is the slightest touch you could have asked for from Gian. He's just waiting on the bottom of the field, expecting some kind of hit. Luke just pulls off an incredible fake, uses the bottom of his car, and that decision-making in the middle of the air is crazy. What a play from Luke. And like I said, it was just off another counterattack where it felt like Era didn't have too much possession, but they made it count when they had the chance.
Yeah, he hit it so lightly from the angle I looked at it. It was tough to see him change any trajectory, and he puts it right in front of Gian. Wonderfully done there from Luke, and that's the difference maker. And it did feel like as this game progressed, True Neutral came out hot. It was what you expect from this team. They were putting on the pressure. They had control in the final third and in the midfield. And Era, it was looking like this is another series that was going to go where they're sitting on their back foot and it was going to struggle to break out. But then all of a sudden, they got that one rally that broke them out, and it was just full confidence from Era from then out. It looked so good from them to trade blows with True Neutral.
100%. And True Neutral were almost playing into that trap of Era, because while, like I talked about before, they didn't really infiltrate the backboard too much, they kept it very grounded with their defense. And True Neutral, they have not been forcing, plays and passes off the backboard high end. They've been forcing it into the corners, going for a 50, waiting for it to pop out into the midfield. And that for Era is perfect, because they don't have to worry about somebody being on the backfield or the backboard, They don't have to worry about anybody being in position in the air. They just have to make these challenges count whenever they get the chance to go for it on the defensive side. So far for Era, this is everything you've been hoping for. And if you can keep pulling off plays like Luke with that insane fake to just tap it down, the creativity from him, that is what we're looking for to make this top 4 spot.
So we're off to game 2, and Era really heating up in game 1. We really look to True Neutral now to see what they bring to the table in the face of adversity here, especially when they had a lot of pressure and a lot of presence in that final third. It felt like there's a couple missed shots as well. Shad in particular had one that he just didn't even connect on. So those are the difference makers so far for True Neutral. There's not too much to complain about, though, on their side. They had the pressure, they had the opportunity. Now it's about converting when that opportunity arises.
I mean, it could be the nerves. Chromax talked about it before. Nobody from True Neutral has even made top 4 in the South America Grand Series. They have not been able to break into that barrier of, top tier among their region. So now is their chance. This opportunity has been placed right in front of them. All they have to do is show up when it matters.
Well, here's Luke now to clear it away. True Neutral trying to get a hold of this ball in the midfield and collect for an attack. Bruno breaks up one, gets by 2. It's just AJG, and it's not the best clear as Luke jumps all over it. Gian got tangled up in the box, couldn't make a quick jump at it. Gian over to Luke, couldn't connect there. Now AJG looking for the midfield, doesn't get the hardest touch. It was tough to navigate with Bruno in front, but a miss. Gian there to make the save in the clear. Still, True Neutral doing a great job of just being in the face of Era right now and making sure that any ball that Era wants to move up on, it's difficult. And they really have to think about where that defender is going to make their challenge. Here's AJG. Pass out from Luke. Great pass to Gian, and it's back to Luke on the near post. Chad there to clear it out. Bruno down to Gian, a 1-2 downfield. And a follow from Gian here, and everyone goes from true neutral. Crossing in front, the passing comes out. Luke has a shot. Raised Bulls has to make a save. Very close call for true neutral, especially with everyone jumping at that first ball coming off the back wall.
And I'm loving the vision so far from Era. This has been a big step in the right direction. You know, last game they got that crazy play from Luke where he got the fake. This time it seems like they're, being a little bit more ambitious with how they move the ball into the midfield, looking for their teammates inside the net instead of forcing it into the corner. And it's getting a little bit more creative from Era. I like what I'm seeing, and I am honestly quite impressed. Look at passes like that, and then trying to get it back to Bruno. This is what I'm talking about. That's how you set up a play. Era looking on top.
Yeah, and it's funny because I mentioned the combination of plays that we saw from True Neutral when they played 11s yesterday, but now it's Era today that have really stepped up in finding each other. Now, again, with all this being said, though, Turtle, and all the good that we've seen from both sides here in the end of the last game for Era and into this game, but even the beginning of the first game for True Neutral, it's still very scoreless between these two teams. So far, we've played almost 2 games and 1 goal has been scored. Now 2 for Gian, as I thought the save was going to come through, but it rolls in.
We were waiting for the defense to break, Corelli, and it does so off the top of the stadium. Look at that ball just drop directly down in front of the net. Somebody's got to crash it, and nobody was there on the backboard waiting for a clear. It's almost like we didn't expect something to get hit so far up, so high up on the defensive side of True Neutral. Somebody's just got to be waiting for that hit. It's such an easy clear, but when the pressure's on, you start to crumble.
That ball very innocuously just rolled down the ceiling, and nobody reacted from True Neutral. It was too awkward for them to get up to. So a 1-goal game once again. Here's a pass over to Shad. Couldn't get up to it. And AJG, it's been a few times he's been that last man to make the save, and he's done a pretty good job so far for True Neutral to slow down the attack from Era and let his teammates get back in Raisbull and Shad. Here's Shad again. True Neutral, they need something, and they need it quickly here. Less than a minute to go. Raisbulls trying to play this ball from the side, and AJG gets a second touch. It's past Bruno, and an equalizer for True Neutral.
Shad completely made up for his huge miss in game 1, and look at that double touch then from AJ with the pass in. Great possession. AJ, I love that flip as well to follow it up off the backboard. So impressive. And the mechanics of South America, time and time again, still cease to literally leave me speechless. This is crazy, really.
And that's exactly what True Neutral needed. We were talking about the opportunities that they've had throughout both games so far. They just needed to convert. They finally get one here. So now back to being tied up. Less than 30 seconds left to go. Raisbull to play it out. Here's Luke. A shot goes over AJG. He's been a brick wall all game, but when he needs him the most, the shot goes over his head.
And it's the star player so far, Luke, from the corner. He timed that flip beautifully on the wall to get the power. He had the fake last game, and now in the final 20 seconds, here comes Luke out of nowhere on the wall, somehow managing to upset True Neutral, because right now they were the favorites. We all expected them on the desk to show up, but it's Era with all this dominance on the pitch.
I think True Neutral has looked the better team as well in their loss yesterday. And this one is the last opportunity for Raisbull if he can get over to it. Great cutout from Bruno. True Neutral's going to keep this one up. Opportunity is there if they can get a hold of it, and Bruno lands on it, dunks it away, and Era up 2-0 in the series.
And you can see that on the field, they're just trailing right now. True Neutral, even that 1 goal from AJ, it was just a last-ditch effort, doing everything he can, forcing himself up, that aggression. That's so much desperation from their team where they're trying to throw all these 3 players forward, get that final double touch. And you can see that Era, they're staying calm, collected. It's simple shots from Luke that are really going in like the one off the wall, but it's the aggression, that possession that has led them to continue to move forward, starve out their opponents. I've noticed they're taking so much boost as well, and we're really not seeing that many great passes all that much from True Neutral when it comes to how they're going to move the ball around.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a disappointing performance from True Neutral so far.
Yeah.
Like you said, we haven't seen a lot of the passing. I think that does come down from the boost control that Era has been able to pull out throughout these 2 games so far. But I also think there's just a lot of missed opportunity as well from True Neutral. They're not hitting the shots that you feel like they should.
Yeah.
Their passing plays are just off the mark, and a lot of times maybe there's one extra pass that goes past the last defender and rolls up the back wall, and it cuts out any shooting angle that final man would have. So I think for True Neutral, it's not that they're playing so poorly that they're just getting beat by Era. No, these are very close games, but True Neutral have a lot of opportunity left on the table right now.
I mean, in their series yesterday versus Team Renewed, Era were so slow. It was almost frustrating to watch because you could see that they had the ideas. They had that next step planned out multiple times where they knew where they wanted to go with the ball. They knew who they wanted to pass to. But eventually, it just came down to their speed, and they couldn't outpace anybody on Team Renewed whatsoever. You know, Math was doing his thing, absolutely destroying everybody on the challenge game, and Era couldn't handle it. But now they come out here against True Neutral. There's nobody really to worry about when it comes down to that speed. I thought Razebull, I said it multiple times, I thought his speed is really what was impressive. You know, in that last series yesterday where we talked about it versus 11, he had the setup in that one game that they did win in that series. He had the setup both times. He had the speedy 50 in the defensive area, and then he also set up the pass. And it comes down to his speed, but he's been slow this entire series so far. Meanwhile, Era, they're taking advantage of that space that they're giving him. They don't have to outpace anybody. They can take their time with the ball, and then they even have shots off the backboard, off the wall from Luke. It's great performance from Era, and they're really picking it up today, Corelli.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of picking it up, they've been very fluid from the defensive half to the 100%. Offensive half. It hasn't been choppy. There hasn't been a lot of lateral passes that really don't go anywhere. It feels like Era have an idea of what they want to do, and it's full confidence through it. I have to say, watching a lot of South American Rocket League, I have no doubt in any player from South America. They are full confidence when they move down the field. They stand the house on a lot of these plays, but I like the way that Era has been playing this series so far. It's cool from defense to offense, but it's been very slow into the offensive push where they're all pushing together and they have opportunity. All three have opportunity to put a shot on net.
And I mean, I think that whenever we first got introduced to South America, we right away knew that their offense was there. I think the thing that was the most lacking and a little bit behind was the defensive side of things. How you get on the backboard, how you position yourself in the rotation of where you are with your teammates. Because lots of times, you know, you can find yourself in that assembly line rotation where it's somebody's in goal, somebody rotates right behind you, and then you're both just stuck in there. You never want to have two players sitting in net. But let's see how True Neutral can actually pick things up. They've got a long way to go, but it's possible. And probably this is the series I thought was going to be one of the closest today. And so far, it's just been Era the entire time.
Well, we keep saying it. It's been very, very close for both these teams in both the games that we've seen. Razebull trying to put one on early there as that shot goes high.
Yeah.
But it just seems like Era's the team to finish their chances right now. Here's a great pass from Bruno. I don't think anyone was expecting it from Era as they were both rotating out of the play. Here's Bruno again staying with it. Got the flip again. And definitely would have thrown off a defender if it was on target. Here's Shad. Can't make any play after that. Bruno, not a lot of boost here. Can't get by AJG, who's been playing a stellar defensive front as that third man. It's that one mistake so far from him that's cost him a goal, but he's the man who's been making all the stops and buying time for his teammates to get back to True Neutral.
Yeah, and speaking of buying time, you can see him on the dribbling side. Look at him from the defensive area. He's able to move the ball forward, very clean-like, and create a lot of wasted time for his teammates to get boosts like you talked about, Corella. That's what they need. It just comes down to that final moment where you have to make a decision on how you're going to move it into the midfield. So AJG, I love what he's doing. If maybe he can get a solid flick inwards and have his team rotate in, I think they're going to set up a lot more chances.
Opportunity there from Era, but you can see no boost to push up onto that ball. It does eventually roll down or bounce out to them. And this is shaping up to be very similar from the previous couple games, scoreless. through the first couple minutes, and then an opportunity will arise for one team sooner or later. A very, very anxious match between these two teams. AJG again on the dribble, loves the dribble so far, and he's been buying a lot of space for it as well. Praise Bowl plays it off the backboard. Dangerous ball here as it's not the best clear. Bruno didn't have options, gave it right back to Shad. Gian plays it downfield. Raise Bull has to get up for this one. No boost to work with, just has to throw it downfield. It's a good challenge onto Luke. Both these teams really just kind of throwing the ball at each other and seeing what sticks at the moment. There really isn't any direction, but maybe a dunk from Luke. That could be it all by himself. Couldn't get over it in the end, and the defense did catch up to it. But right now, you're seeing a lot of back and forth between these two teams.
And there have been some weak clears. I mean, I've noticed Era, sometimes they hit the ball straight forward. It's not even a solid clear out. You know, if you're not going to find a teammate, you want to have a boomer of a hit. But even then, it feels like Era a little bit weak on the clear side as a floater's just going to go in. Shad didn't have any boost, trying to rotate into that corner, get the full pad, but he actually kind of bumped the post a bit and was just out of place.
Shad picked up one pad and then rotated around to the left, and he used it all to try and get back. And that shot was just lobbed to the back post, just enough that he couldn't catch up to it. And that's the difference maker here for Era so far. It's been those types of goals for them where they just outpace the defense or just catch them out of position. Another one comes off the crossbar. See if True Neutral have any response, because right now Era certainly getting the better of them. Not only in the previous two games, but in this one as well.
I mean, you have to be frustrated as well with that one goal that we just saw from Bruno, lob in. If a goal like that, with that speed, that pace, is floating in, that's how you know there's a break in defense and their rotation. Everything should be fluid. No matter if you have boost or not, there always has to be somebody in position to at least be in range of getting a touch on a ball that can just lob into the net. So True Neutral, they've got to pick it up on the defensive side and figure out how they can get organized. They only have about a minute left here.
Here's Luke, happy to hang on to his 1-goal lead so far. Raise Bull, haven't seen too much of him here in this series. He's been quite subdued, and he actually plays it under his own teammate there as he was going for the boom. And a shot comes through from Shad, and wide open is the Era net. Everything got spread out, and True Neutral takes advantage.
And you could see Shad actually backflipped a bit to get the boost and then continued to rotate forward. I think he actually might have faked out the defense from Era as well, because he wasn't even facing the right way for the ball. He did a backflip, a half flip to get to that mid boost, and then just used all of it to speed himself with that explosive play. And now another one on the net. Shad coming in clutch for his team as True Neutral managed to bounce back after an abysmal start.
And such a smart play here from Shad. He knew with that ball rolling towards the wall, there was only one place that defender could put it, and it was up the wall. That was his only option. Otherwise he would just get dunked. So he played the boost and the wall game instead, and it pays off as the defense couldn't get back off the kickoff fast enough. And just like that, in a blink of an eye, True Neutral now in the lead.
Back-to-back goals for Shad. I love to see that explosive type play, and he's been confident. Like I said, that first goal for him to get the half flip, continue to use all that boost, a great standout performance. Let's see if they can just hold the lead. 15 seconds left.
Everyone going and committing here from Era on this play. Luke and Gian have to get back. AJG just trying to, at this point, waste time. And one more for Shad. How about a hat trick to seal the deal?
This is how you build energy. Look at AJG, the double touch into the corner. Not only did he send that ball flying into that corner to waste time, he got the double touch, and it was a beautiful pass out to Shad for the hat trick.
So when it's all said and done here, True Neutral will get a game off of Era, and a huge confident boost, I would assume, going into the next one, as I mean, this is the best game we've seen from True Neutral as far as the scoring department goes. They've been able to put shots away. It did still feel like Era had a lot of the opportunity here in this game, but things got going for Shad. Opportunity came up, and he was able to capitalize, and that's the biggest thing that we've been harping on for True Neutral is you got to capitalize on the opportunity given. Shad did so 3 times.
Era really just kind of put themselves on autopilot this game. It felt like they were kind of waiting for mistakes to happen. They knew that they had the advantage in the series. They knew True Neutral was going to be desperate to get themselves back in the series, so they hoped to find a couple mistakes. And it happened the first goal for Era, but after that, you can see True Neutral with the step up from Shad, the half flip, and then this double touch pass off the corner. That was beautiful. Teamwork is starting to get implemented into their rotation. True Neutral getting very confident on the field. You can tell by how they're starting to go for these challenges more. And I think this is where we'll see a big step up with their offensive play style.
Yeah, and I think for True Neutral, I mean, this is the best case scenario for them going forward. They get Shad going. He gets 3 goals here. They put up and win by 2 goals, which, I mean, in a very low-scoring series so far has got to feel good. I think for them, the only missing piece is how do you get Raisable involved more. But AJG also looking very good in this game or in the previous game. So for Era, they do have to watch out. True Neutral could get things going. It could be just a very slow start for them so far. Maybe a little lost confidence in the first couple games where Era kind of came out and punched him in the teeth. But now True Neutral, see if they can get back into this after a very strong previous game.
And you've got to have some fear with the shadow that Raisable managed to cast yesterday with how great he played. I mean, once he starts feeling himself a little bit more, gets a little bit more confident with these passes, he's going to be that more assisting player, and AJG might step into that shooting role.
Let's see as a big clear comes out from Luke, as it looks like we're going to get another server here as players are very obviously leaving, so we'll make sure to get everything sorted out as we will hear from production on where we will be going next. But in the meantime, Turtle, we can talk about what we've seen in the last couple games here. And just to kind of echo the points that we were talking about before jumping into that game, I think for Era, you do want to make sure that you don't fall back into that back foot gameplay that we saw yesterday, especially when they played Team Renewed. I think that the play style that True Neutral has is a play style that obviously they've been able to counter plenty of times. And I think it's just keeping, I think for the last game, True Neutral just capitalized on a few chances. There was a couple tough breaks that I think Era didn't get. I think if you keep the ship sails here in the right direction as where we've seen the last couple of games, I think Arrows be just fine. I don't think there's too much. You don't want to over tinker it, you know? Don't try to fix what isn't broken. You're not going to win every single game. I don't think there's too much panic on the Era side. Yeah,
100%. And I think they got a little bit passive. Like I said, you know, sometimes when you get to that match point, it's a lot easier to stay relaxed. You know, we had this in the bag. There's nothing to really worry about because it feels like, you know, all you have to do is just wait on a mistake. You're the one with all the confidence and really with all the power in that series. So they kind of just waited out some mistakes. Now, like you said, Corelli, this is the time where they kind of say, okay, you know, let's wake up a bit, slap ourselves in the face, and then push forward, see if we can start getting some of these goals in for themselves, because it felt a little bit too calm and a little bit too patient on the defensive end. I think once they get into this match where it's not, you know, they have all the power, they see that True Neutral is kind of starting to heat up a little bit. You got to stop them now or else things are going to get very scary. And like I said, don't let Raisable warm up, because once he starts hitting those passes, gets involved a bit more on the offense, I think that's when their attack is going to get doubled in strength. And at that point, with how they played against Team Renewed, they weren't fast enough to catch up. You cannot let the speed of True Neutral, the boost that you can't let them have boost to even outpace you, because I think that might be Era's one instance where they're really going to start slipping up.
Yeah, and I think for True Neutral, another thing that I've really enjoyed watching from them is AJG, not only on the third man and just slowing things up. I've mentioned it a couple times now, but I've loved seeing him on the dribble as well, bringing that ball down, slowing the pace, forcing defenders to come to you and think about their decision making, because a lot of plays that we've seen coming out, especially in game 2, where there's a lot of back and forth, there was a lot of just very predictable plays coming out. AJG getting the ball down, going on the dribble, it's not as predictable. There's a lot more that you have to think about when someone goes on the dribble, and you've seen the head fakes that AJG was giving with the swerve to the right towards the ball and then back out. It creates a lot of hesitation on the defensive side. And I think that's a very strong case for bringing the ball down here, especially in this series.
And the next step in for that play is to just feed it to the middle. If you let your teammates get some boost, you're still dribbling it out. You can even win a solid 50, continue forward for AJ. Flick that ball out in the middle. You've got somebody waiting for a great shot from Razebull or Shad if you can give the man another hat trick.
So we'll see as we got everyone back into the server and things get kicked off here. Into game 4, can Era close out the series, or does True Neutral make the comeback here and possibly have a reverse sweep opportunity going into game 5? Here's Luke on into the midfield and trying to get over Razebull. He does, and Gian was there for the touch, but just couldn't catch up to the play. He did have an opening in the net if he caught up to it.
A huge chance as well, where somebody's waiting in the midfield. Just got to follow that up. We saw it earlier from True Neutral where they had that same chance. And now another big miss from Era. That might be hurting them later on because they have had a difficulty these past few games of getting a lot scored and put through on the actual net. So let's see if that bites them in the leg later.
Here's Bruno into the corner looking for options to the middle of the field. Luke is there. It's a bit high. Razebull gets up to it. And HAG, the big clear high into space. And it does get over Luke's head in the end on the missed touch. Buys enough time for True Neutral to get out, and they set something up to the midfield. HAG down to Shad, and Bruno stuck with it all the way through and does get the touch, and that'll break up the play for True Neutral.
Let's see if Gian can actually start being a bit more passive than with the balls. I've been watching his perspective. I feel like he's kind of just booming every clear. He just got another one there, a back-to-back demo for him. But what a pass then to Luke, and another save from Shad. The defense, after an incredible passing play, this is back and forth, Corelli.
A lot of demos coming out, but they're on the challenges. No one's really going for the demo. It's more they're getting the player and not the ball. Here's Gian. Can't follow it up. He had no boost. He had the opportunity to if he had a bit more. Luke into the True Neutral corner. Razebull does get by one. Still the pressure coming on from Era. Now Shad. Immediately eliminated by Gian. Razebull cuts by one into the Era corner, looking to set something up, and he'll take out Gian. This ball does slip by Bruno, but gets help from Gian as it appears it's True Neutral's turn to put on some attack.
Oh, nice bump.
Shad racing back to this and fighting for it in the corner. Has Razebull. If he can get it out to him, it's going to go a little bit high, and he's going to dunk him in the end. And that will stop the attack from True Neutral and back to the other end. A bit unfortunate there in the Era box, but so it goes. Coming up on 2 minutes left. Both teams have had an opportunity, and that was a big one for Gian. It was tough to wrap around, but it was certainly possible.
And so many chances just wasted for Era. They're prioritizing a lot of the boost on the half of True Neutral, which is great. But whenever they get that final chance where there's space because they've been starving the opponent out, the final shot is just missed a little bit. Even bumps here. You can see Luke taking out the goalkeeper, but nobody's there for the finishing shot. Bruno might be there. He's still not in position. Can't get the angle. Chance after chance wasted so far for Era. Let's see if True Neutral have what it takes to bounce back. They need one counterattack. That's it.
Things getting a little dicey there on the True Neutral side. Shad with the second touch, but a great read from Luke to stuff it above the net. That was certainly the opportunity for Shad on that double touch. And Luke read it. Here's Gian. Another big challenge on Shad's shot. Razebull's shot's going to go wide here. Can Era break out? Bruno with full boost. He's got the whole field in front of him. Over one. Goes through the challenge, and Razebull to come out with it. And now the clear over to Shad. Touch. Is it going to go wide? It is to the left. Razebull going to set up for the midfield for HAG. He's there, but the shot blocked by Bruno. Shad might have an opportunity. Pass down to Razebull. Stuffed by Gian.
They still have
everybody from Era getting in the way of this play from True Neutral as things heat up late. Here's Bruno to try and force something for Era. If they can just get a hold of this ball and break out, they can slow down the attack from True Neutral, who are very clearly heating up.
Yeah, and I love the attack. I mean, they're hitting the ball every single time into the midfield. These passes, finding a teammate across the pitch, finding that next step once you get it forward. And I think so far, it's just a waiting game for True Neutral to really capitalize off that midfield pass, just one of them. It's all it takes so far as we go into our final seconds where True Neutral are dominant. That's off the backboard. AJ to the net, almost.
Oh, and Shad got bumped there as well as that ball came down. He could have had an opportunity as it bounced up at the last second, but he got bumped out of the way. So overtime in the end, all this opportunity. And True Neutral can't finish, but there's another one. Blocked away by Bruno. The defense holding strong for Era, but for how long? How long can they hold against this offense that we're seeing from True Neutral?
Oh no, the panic, the double commit, you can see starting to get on top of each other. Communication might be slipping a bit. True Neutral just takes them boost a bit more. Era has always been in your field whenever they have that offensive possession. Taking your boost, just fight back, take theirs, even the playing field here, Corelli.
And you can see on the Era side, that defense is getting quite disorganized. The more and more shots come out from True Neutral, everything being used to block. As this ball is going to break free,
that's it.
And it's going to be Era. They're going to win with 49 seconds in overtime. True Neutral overcommit on the play, and Era take them down.
Are you kidding me? All that confidence, the pressure from True Neutral, the midfield passing Era. They hold on to that game, force it into overtime, and it's just a full pitch clear that slides into the back of the net from Era. I thought they had a great showing here. The defense held strong. And that's what I talked about earlier. You just needed to take some more boost for True Neutral. Era, they were happy to take their own corner, get some pads, and they held on at the last minute.
Yeah, it's that glass cannon offense from True Neutral. Everyone was up. They were feeling the offense. You could see the shots going out. You could see Era struggling. And then just at the 49th second in overtime,
yeah,
there's a small opening for Era to break free, and that clear downfield, and that's the difference maker. Gian to Bruno, and Era come out on top.
That was such a great series. And I think Luke, so far, he was the playmaker for me. I think that first game, that initial touch, that fake, that's what set everything up. Gave them confidence. Era, they got a little bit quicker in the pace. This series felt a lot cleaner. True Neutral, they had chances, Corelli, but they just failed to capitalize, and it was Era who ran away.
And Era definitely came out to play today. We talked about them possibly being on the back foot in a couple of the series that we saw, and in many of the games that we saw. And in the end, they came out ready to fight, and they take down True Neutral 3-1 in a very impressive win. I'm looking forward to seeing how far this team will go. But that is all she wrote for this series. We've got more South American Rocket League coming up. Stay with us after the break.
escape. It will take your mood. When you're walking on the moon. Walking on the moon. Taste your happy place. It will change your groove. When you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance again, that I've never been, that I've never been, that I've never, ever, never, ever, never been. Walking on the moon. One moment to escape. It will change your mood. When you're walking on the moon. Walking on the moon. Taste your happy place. It will change your groove. When you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance that I've never been, that I've never been, that I've never been.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the South American Rocket League Spring Series, and I am your host, Brody Leaf Exmore. Alongside me are still Gibbs and Chamaco, and I think I did it right this time, right? It's all good now. We can talk about some Rocket League.
The show was better when you were muted, but hey.
Okay. You know what? I'm manually muting now. But yeah, let's talk about that, because like in my opinion, that went the opposite way that I had thought it would. Chamaco, I don't know if you're on the opposite side of this here, but True Neutral to me were the favorites to come into this one, especially given what we saw yesterday, but it seemed like AJ was the only one to me that was really doing anything phenomenal.
I think AJ played great, and Chad had one really good game. But I don't want to be so hard on them. I think Luke and company did really good. I mean, Luke was. I'm sorry about that. I would say that Luke was really good himself, getting his teammates involved on the action. They had several overtimes, and on the first one it was all him, and then on game number 2 it was also all about Luke getting his players involved. So I think I don't want to be extremely hard on True Neutral. It was Luke really doing his job.
Yeah, Luke, that game 1 fake down for the pass. Those are the plays you expect, like, out of the great players from South America. He really showed up. And honestly, like, outside of the one win by True Neutral, there was one other goal in those 3 losses, and that was AJ pulling off an incredible double tap. So if, like, people are coming into the channel thinking, like, South American players maybe not as skilled, 2 huge plays right there. One from AJ, that beautiful double tap, and the play from Luke, the presence of mind to fake the shot and throw it down for a pass. But those are the plays that kept Luke alive in this series, or for his team. And again, it came down to just a clear that went into the net. That could have went the other way. But like, the one problem for True Neutral is their offense, like, they can play a really good defensive game, but they usually win, a 2-1 or a 1-0 game, and their offense just didn't show up here.
Mm-hmm. So the question, though, is going forward, are these guys going to be able to maintain that momentum? I just want to take a look at the bracket. I'm looking here as we move on. We only have 4 teams left. We started with 8. We're down to 4. We've eliminated 4 now, 2 yesterday, 2 more today. Pera and Neutral, as you just witnessed, being sent home. Era moving forward, and Team Renewed, this is we expect this move through for Team Renewed. This is the team that we've been all keeping an eye on. Vault, PJ, and Math, strong team, and of course 11s and Avidity, their Gibbs in the winners finals.
Yes. So the last 3 games of the day today will be best of 7s. That's the lower final, the upper final, and the grand finals, where you get a 1-game advantage for the team coming from the upper bracket in the grand finals. But right now we have Error versus Team Renewed, and this is a rematch from that 3-0 sweep on day 1, where Renewed put in 3 goals a game and they looked fantastic. So Error's gonna have to try and figure something out, because it didn't look pretty the first time around.
You know what? I think this is a new era, and I don't want to make any bad ones here. I'm sorry about that.
You're stealing my throws to the next.
Well, we should have talked about that in the break. I'm sorry about that, Dave. But anyways, it is a different team. They have had more time to develop their chemistry, and I think Luke is doing a better job of involving his teammates on the plays. The Mago, Gian, and Bruno Visky, they understand where they need to be in the field right now for Luke to involve them. So it is a little bit different. I'm not saying that they're gonna win the series against Renewed, but I don't think it's gonna be a 3-0 like we saw the first time.
Well, let's dive into this series, and let's talk about Team Renewed and Aaron and how this is going to play out, because this is our last best of 5, as Gibbs mentioned before. Everything else afterwards is going to be best of 7s, but you only have a best of 5 here. You got to get this win very early on. We have Aaron now coming out of a match. They're going to flow through, and that momentum may help them, but we do know that, again, Team Renewed came off a pretty strong win, 3-1, and they didn't looked awful yesterday against Avidity, but it was a perfect sweep. They weren't able to finish off. They didn't have those team drives on offense. The question is, are they going to have enough fixes done, Gibbs, going up against Era, who's coming on that momentum?
Yeah, I think for Team Renewed, it's all about the possession game. They have to hold that midfield line incredibly well and don't double commit on the midfield line. They did that last series, and they didn't get hurt from that, but I feel like that could happen versus Era here. But they have to do what they did yesterday versus Era, where they just controlled the field the entire time. And Era, one of those teams that needs space to get things done. Well, Team Renewed is one of those teams that doesn't like to give anyone space and just loves to pressure over and over again. So I think it's kind of a mismatch of styles here, and I think Team Renewed's got this pretty easily.
I got surprised with the voting at the beginning. It was all for Era, and then it got really tight in the end. It's about 50-50 right there. But I still believe that Renewed is the better team. Is, you know, player by player. If you look at the roster, you have 3 guys that we said it before. I'm gonna say it again. They have RLCS experience. They have been in the international level, and they have done well. I mean, they haven't won everything, but they have been getting that experience, and they know what it is to, you know, play at these high stakes moments.
I don't know if isn't this the one yesterday where chat was like 61% in favor
I think
of
so.
Era, this
I think
exact
there's some
same
Era
matchup, and you guys didn't learn your lessons? I mean, hey, I'm all for rooting behind your team, and as Gibbs just said, there's clearly some Era fans out there, but we're about to get into our last best of 5 before they're all hit to best of 7, so join us on Twitter. We always like to hear your thoughts, of course, with the hashtag RL Spring Series. But now get ready, because it is time to enter a renewed era.
Wow. We do have Era Eternity going up against Team Renewed. Achieves, do you think it's an era to root for Eternity here? I can't hear you if you're talking.
I knew that. Let me try this again. I knew that.
Tell me.
So I think I have to take Team Renewed here. I liked what I saw out of Eternity.
Do you have to take Team Renewed for any reason other than the fact that they swept them yesterday?
Yeah, actually. It's not even the fact that they swept them. It's just I think that since we saw Team Renewed get 3-0 swept yesterday in their match, clean shutout, in fact, I feel like, you know, they realized it's the last life. It's nothing against Era or how they got 3-0 swept or any reason. I just think Math, PJ, and Vault are just a better team overall.
Well, you heard it from Achieves. They're just better, he says. Let's see if they can hold up to that mighty praise here as Vault takes a shot on the net early. It's sent away by Luke. Now high in there once more. Luke will look for the clear. Vault pops it high over him, keeping the ball in the orange. Not the best touch on the wall. We have Mago advancing here on the edge. And a shot down the middle. Now Math with the Era demolition on the back wall. Can he find the tap? It's across the net, but not able to actually get it between the posts. And we'll have Eternity holding on for now.
The hardest part for Eternity is going to be how do they find the clears against a completely revitalized Team Renewed. And right now, here's another free ball out in the middle. And finally, Luke just barely able to squeeze that one past the line and get them some field position.
Out to PJ, now back to Math, looking for the infield pass, broken up in the air, and now Luke playing across the wall. Here comes PJ back down. Gian will get it out of his box and now follow it out. Nobody's home on the defense. Bruno's just got to help this one in a little bit, and that's the first goal for Era.
That sounds about right. That's a classic South America. Look at them, in the house. PJ and I think it was Vault, both just in the air trying to get a big dunk or maybe a read off the wall, and either way, easy catch. The demo comes through in the midfield, and nobody back for Team Renewed.
Vault wins the kickoff into this corner, gets the boost, traps it off the wall, back in front of the box. PJ sends the shot through, and it's a simple kickoff play to tie it back up.
Just what you like to see. You give up an open goal back the other way. Vault following closely on the kickoff, and Luke, I mean, he's protecting that near post. He's protecting against that ball rolling across the goal line. He just isn't in position to handle the hard pass and the kick out into the middle. Has to try and back up, but no chance. PJ's right there.
3:20 on the clock, and we've got a tie ball game. Chiefs, you and I didn't get to cast a game where both teams scored yesterday, and here we get one in game number 1. Feels like a treat. The pass goes up. Math looks for the shot, couldn't quite find it. Vault with the follow-up, excellently placed, but Gian's got the block, and Luke's got the clear. We'll see Era hold on defense, and now look for a transition.
Do they have anything, though? Ball got it to Gian, and here's the demo towards PJ, and up early, still able to make the block.
Math now with Vault in the midfield, intercepted by Bruno. Well, got a wheel on it, but here comes PJ now back down. Luke played out. John with the carry. Onto the corner. Math back to Vault. Luke sends it towards the goal, and PJ's got it away. Now back to Math transition here for Team Renewed. PJ advancing up past one. He's going to go off the ceiling. An excellent bounce here. Still dangerous in front of the net. Still not entirely cleared. Vault will send another one on. Gian gets the block, and Math will look to continue it one last time here, but no. Turned away by the defense. PJ back on the backboard. Vault now will look for the shot. Bruno gets it past him, and they'll have the breakaway. Math quickly on the rotation. Back on the defense. He'll have to stop them all here. Gets it past one. Here's the shot from Luke. The redirect from Gian. No, couldn't make contact, and now Vault. He'll fly it back the other way. We're going end zone to end zone. Can he get it too? No, couldn't quite wrap it back around the post and get it in.
Great transitions from both teams and some solid midfield defense from Team Renewed. That bump coming through on Eternity's attempt on the goal is what allowed them to get out unscathed. And now Eternity keeping it tight, but still under immense pressure. It's already, 11 shots for Renewed, 4 for Eternity.
There comes Vault to push this to his corner. We've seen a little bit of an adjustment after that first goal from Team Renewed. Making sure there's always a player at least rotating back quickly enough to take care of any simple slop that they give over to Era for free. Math now advancing. Gives the ball to Vault. Bounces off the corner. PJ's already airborne. What a pre-jump. Bounces it off the ceiling back down. Gets 2 defenders out of it, but they've got it between all the Renewed players. So I'll have to rotate all the way back, play it off the wall. 1 minute remaining, still tied up at 1 apiece, and they nearly get the pinch into the goal. Here's a follow-up, still couldn't quite get it around the defenders, and Vault's gonna have to adjust quickly to find any power on this shot. Actually, manages just nearly gets the own goal out of him. Couldn't quite get the follow-up touch, though. Oh my goodness, exciting stuff here in the final minute.
Catastrophe for both sides. I mean, you think it's an open goal for Renewed. They missed the shot. It almost ends up getting own goaled by Eternity. That just turned into just calamity for both teams there, and Eternity are lucky they got away. Luke with a chance to pass, and Gian can't beat Math.
Now PJ, long ways down the field, 20 seconds left. And already a closer series than we saw yesterday in the quarterfinals. Math on the ceiling will have this one alone, has half a tank of boost, but just pushes it into the box, and Luke will happily just clear it away. There's one miss though. PJ, he sends it to the wall. Can he find the follow-up? Gian gets in the way. And with 1 second remaining, overtime looking very likely. Luke over the top of one. No one's in the goal if he can just get underneath it, but no, it won't happen. Overtime here in game number 1.
And you say no one's in the goal, and that's been a common reoccurrence here in game 1 for Team Renewed. It's pressure, 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 but more often than not, allowing some terrifying counterattacks from Eternity. Really need to make sure that they don't give up a free one here in overtime.
The goal a little bit open. PJ comes in, looks for the pass instead of the shot, and Gian will find a clear. Bruno now airborne onto the backboard. Math will meet it. Carries it out. Back to the wall once more. Into the midfield. The defense is holding on, but the clear's just not quite there. Gian nearly finds the backflip shot. Now Vault gonna get a nice clean power wrap on that corner. Defense turns it away, but now a bit of space. There's the shot for the upper 90. Gian gets it up high. Here's PJ to keep it on the ground this time. The defense is able to push it back to midfield. First minute of overtime with moments of opportunity on both sides, but still playing a demolition. Does it pave the way? There's the pass, the shot blocked.
That ball should have been in on the 1v2 demo play. Unfortunately, Math a little bit too far around the outside of the ball, and it definitely feels like they're trying to take a more conservative approach, but who cares? Math strike to the back left post. No chance for the defense. And game 1 to Team Renewed.
A nice dribble and shot from Math here to end it on game number 1, and the momentum Era had started to build here in their previous series comes to a screeching halt. It's Renewed. You called them the better team before this match started. This looked like a pretty even game, though, Chiefs.
Even game in terms of close throughout the scoreline. Honestly, it probably could have maybe been decided in regulation if Eternity had been able to capitalize on more of those open net opportunities. But overall, I think Team Renewed obviously holding the majority of the pressure. An insane shot differential.
Yeah.
That's what, 14?
19. Yeah, 19 shots from Renewed.
Yeah, 19 to 6. So, I mean, they are definitely squeezing the life out of them and really putting them in a chokehold on defense. And you got to give a lot of credit to Eternity for being able to sit there and make, what is that, 12 saves, only allow 2 goals. And that's an insane amount of pressure to be under all game. And they had a couple of big counterattack opportunities, but when you've just been playing defense for that long, you know, you really kind of only get one touch at it, because odds are you don't have that much boost in the tank to really control the ball, hit that soft first touch to get it to go in the right direction, and then chase it down and finish it. It's really bang it up the pitch. If it's in, great. If it's not, it's going to be a race to the ball, and more often than not, Renewed able to make it back, save the ball, and go right back onto offense. So I'm curious to see if Renewed continue that overtime approach where they backed off a little bit because they know there's only one life, because Eternity definitely had easily 3 or 4 wide open goal chances in that game. They converted 1, but if they're giving you wide open chances like that, they need to go in.
Yeah, no. When you spend that much time in your own box, it's almost kind of a wait. I have to remember how to play offense correctly, and like remember, like you've gotten out of the flow of it for like, you know, only for like 45 seconds to a minute and a half, but still, like on when you're spending so much time, it's like, no, get back, get your boost, get in the corner, find that clear. I gotta find that clear finally. Like we've been hitting the ball, but it keeps on just popping straight up. They keep on getting more opportunities. Where is the clear, the way where you can transition to offense? And when it finally happens, you're like, oh, well, we could. We're out. Okay, how do we do this part again? Oh wait, now they have the ball again. Okay, let's go back to the defensive rotation. You know, so like I do feel like making it a little bit more even of a game as far as who has control, especially in the midfield, could give Era a little bit more of an opportunity here. But honestly, like I was impressed with what they had. They had a number of great the drives that they had on offense looked good. So I thought I liked Era. I'm excited for game 2.
Yeah, I think Team Renewed also has definitely some screws to tighten up, believe it or not. I mean, they put up a ton of pressure, but it felt like the plan wasn't agreed upon by all the players sometimes. Like you would see a guy catch the clear in the midfield, and they'd have one player in the corner, and that player goes for the demo at the same time that the pass heads their way. It's just, it feels like the offense is a little disjointed for Team Renewed. So I think if they all get on the same page, you could see a much higher score line, and they won't get it. You're kidding. How did they make it back to that?
Wow. Man, Gian, he took his time getting to that ball and still didn't quite get it under the crossbar on what was the only real free shot of the 3. As Luke tries to push it back down into the box, set up his teammates. Gian and Bruno right on top of each other. And a demolition from Bruno will help open things up. Looking for a pass across, Math with an interception, a bump on Bruno in the midfield, and Luke will have to take over. This Vault, the pass across. A nice stop, but here's Math now looking for the dribble through the air over 1, looking for the upper 90, and Bruno gets in his way. Now Gian. Cross midfield, there's Math. A long shot from midfield. Luke should handle this one no problem. Dribbles it out of his net. PJ takes it off his hood, and Luke immediately gets it right back, but struggling to get the ball to go anywhere. Ball now moving in. A win from Bruno means we'll see Era on offense, but can they stay there? We've seen the ball go the other way. They left so much space, they didn't even try to take advantage of that opportunity.
Well, Luke trusted that PJ was going to get a touch there at the midfield line, so he shaded left, and then the miss came through, and that just meant that nobody was in position because everybody on Eternity was completely believing that Renewed was going to find a hit there. And just that faith in the execution and have it come up short means that Bruno is stuck back on defense for a bit, has to make a save coming off the top of the goal.
There's Vault, past 1. Luke, long ways down the field. Gian tried, and Bruno out of net will get the long booming clear. PJ reaches it in the midfield, spends all of his boost getting there. Vault now looking for the double tap off the back wall, couldn't find the second touch. Math will put it onto the wall once more, and now he'll look for PJ onto the wall a third time instead of being able to create that pass though. And now a shot from the far wall, 2 defenders up. Does Math have a free shot? He'll try to just go for the dribble. This is what won in game 1, and it works in game 2. 1-0 here for Team Renewed.
How did Math win this ball? I was just about to say you don't want to overstay your welcome on offense, but Gian, unfortunate. He was thinking Math was going to go for that high pop into that top right corner, went for the double jump to block the high shot. Math let him just drill the ball down into him, and he went right through him. Nice read from Math.
2:48 on the clock. First goal here for Renewed. They had to go to overtime to win it in game number 1. But looking like a team with control in game 2. And again, these are lower semifinals. The loser of this is done for the day, is done out of the spring series. Winner gets to move on in the lower bracket.
Oh, man. They're just so aggressive.
On the line. So Math will turn on this. Pick up his own boost and challenge on the wall. Gets it past one. And now kind of behind Luke, who's hoping for the miss. Now Bruno into an open backfield. This is actually just into the goal. I don't know if Vol can make it there in time. He certainly does, though, actually. Managed to get back. The depth perception, making it look like it was farther than it was. And now Gian with the attempts to get this one away. Bruno will clear it out of his net.
It feels like what we were talking about yesterday, if you remember. It's like, all right, you beat the defense. Is it fast enough? Is it in the right place? Well, it was in the right place, but not fast enough. And another open goal opportunity by the wayside for Eternity, and they desperately need it because Game 2 has been a repeat of Game 1. Offense, offense, offense. And Luke, I feel like he's doing actually a solid job in terms of keeping this rotation on defense in order for Eternity. Problem is just across the board, they're struggling to hang on to the ball after they get that first clear.
Vault out of his corner. Pops it past one, but countered by Gian now. More counter touches. Into the midfield, Luke will get it onto the backboard. The Vault is not in a good position here. Can they find any meaningful shot? No. The Vault's got time to turn back around and get up and get the clear. Now Math into this corner with a miss, though. Here comes Bruno. Long ways down the field into the final minute, but still just only a 1-goal game. Plenty of space for Era to tie this up and get us to overtime again. Gian earned himself another savior medal here. As he pushes this one into the blue, looks for the dunk. PJ puts it under him.
Slowly that boost getting stolen away, though, in those Eternity corners, and it's going to get tough real quick to hang on to the ball, but there's the demo. It's high. Double tap into the left. Bruno Whiskey gets it done. Tied at 27.
He gets the tail drift afterwards in celebration. Now we got a ball game. 27 seconds left. Can the kickoff advantage come into play, though? We saw Renewed score a kickoff goal tied up in game number 1. Watching them do it again here. As again, they push through, but Luke has a response this time. Won't be a clean 3-touch goal.
Ooh.
Now PJ up, pass across. Vault reaches for it and goes to the corner. Math demolishing his own territory. Bruno looks for another bump that paves the way. Oh, the PJ comes out of net, and Gian can't quite get his car in front of the ball to keep it on offense. 4 seconds left. Overtime looking likely as the ball bounces in the midfield. One last attempt. They've got to keep it in the air if they want to score it and get the buzzer beater. Here's Math over the top of one. Luke will push it down to his corner, and it'll touch overtime 2 games in a row.
Very smart play from Luke there, not trying to pop it over the head of the midfield, and they get a great kickoff as well. Can they convert it?
Oh, no. Vault turns this right around on him. 2v1 in front of the net. Can he ball him? No. Get one demolition to open up some space, but Luke, quick adjustment and Math shot. A simple one from the side. And now he'll look for something a little bit more cheeky. Bruno in the air has the response. Now Vault, 50 boost in the tank at the moment. Spends it all, keeping the ball glued to the ceiling. Bruno's happy to challenge him as he's got the wall to work with, but the drop from Math. There's one clear. Here comes a shot from PJ. Upper 90 and in. 2-1 again. Overtime again. Same story as game number 1. And now Team Renewed on match point.
Tough chance there for Luke. I mean, that ball straight down at him. He only has 1 touch, and PJ, with the patience, knows that clear's not going to be strong. At that point, all he's got to do is pick the right place. The top left corner will do. And Team Renewed with a 2-0 lead in this series, courtesy of that suffocating offense.
Man, Renewed again putting up 13 shots here. Not quite the 19 we saw in game number 1, but still a massive amount to the only 6 from Era of Eternity. They had to put up, was this 10 saves again? 10 saves to 12 from game number 1. Only 2. Vault got both the saves for Team Renewed, which it didn't feel that lopsided to me. It didn't feel like, if I felt like I saw Eternity on offense a number of times, getting an opportunity. I felt like they even had a siege at one point, but no, like according to the stats here, this was all Renewed. And yeah, my goodness, just the sieges were definitely significantly more lopsided in their favor.
I mean, that last play that you just saw on your screen right there, PJ coming out of the side of the goal right there, was definitely the biggest defensive effort for Team Renewed in that entire series. And you know, you make a good point. It's not like it was 3.5 minutes of straight Team Renewed on offense. Again, I mean, they're doing a good job finding the clears and getting themselves out of some tight spots. It's just that inability to hang onto the ball for long periods of time. Math, Vault, and PJ are doing a great job stopping that first touch, or at least delaying that attack, and they're getting command of the ball back. And it's just because it feels like Gian, Bruno, and Luke have to just fight so hard on defense, not only for possession and to find the space to clear the ball, but also for that boost. And it's a much easier retreat for Team Renewed when they finally get pushed out, that they're definitely ready in short order to go right back on offense.
Well, game 3. We'll see Team Renewed with a 2-game advantage. They're on match point, and Eternity's got to win out from here, or their spring series is over. Bruno through 1, Vault with a loft. Math will look for a crazy goal. Actually, just goes for the drop to Vault off the backboard. Couldn't quite get it between the posts. PJ will bounce it off the ground and in. The earliest goal we've seen in the series, and that's already Team Renewed with everything they need.
Great drop down from Math. Actually, Vault makes the right decision there. Hit that ball above the pitch. You know, as soon as they see the defense, like the defense sees Math go up and kick that ball down, immediately, and everybody's head on the goal line, next touch is a shot. Vault sees everybody in the net, just pops it right high. Don't shoot the ball into 3 defenders, please. Pass the ball to your teammate. Vault, well done.
And it turns into a goal. Bruno trying to get out of his hat. Math takes it away from him, looks for a dunk on a second player, but no. Now PJ into the corner. Vault up for it as well. Still looking to just position it for the shooters in the midfield. Now Bruno looking to dribble out of his half. Actually manages to dodge the demo and hold on to control. Now Luke up, and he'll push it into the blue. He's got Gian right behind him. Leaves it for him, sends the shot. Matt's got the block, and there's no one there to get the follow-up. Vault will actually get this a soft enough touch, and Bruno manages to get there in time, and the save still comes through. Renewed holds on defense.
Couple of great ideas from Eternity there. One, the misdirection, let the guy go under the ball and let the guy coming out of the midfield rip one towards the goal. Huge stop. The second one, Bruno tries to come in and clean up, and Math gets all the way across that goal line in short order to make a big save. Luke almost caught out, will make it back, and the lead will stay at 1, but Eternity, couple of great chances on net, and solid defense for Renewed.
3:12 on the clock. Nice punt from Vault. PJ's there for the shot. Was a bit high and blocked by Gian either way. Now Bruno trying for the dribbles. In the corner here. Drifted hollow around Math. But they keep it in the corner, safe and away from their goal. Now PJ. He's got Math. No, wasn't able to find the pass. Ball just goes straight in the midfield again, or into the corner rather. And now Luke, long clear. PJ will have this one uncontested. Just punts it right back onto the backboard. Follows up his own touch. No one from Arrow was able to find contact. Now here comes Vault looking for a shot. It's good. Oh, it's off of Luke. It went off the post and off the defender and in.
So Vault just dives for this ball. He's beat by a mile by 2 people. Vault just goes. Doesn't even think about it. Keeps the rotation in order. He's like, oh, I'm not going to wait and give up any space. I'm just going to dive and make him beat me. Well, the initial guy who has him beat ends up not touching the ball, and Vault didn't even care that he was beat. He's like, I'm playing the ball 100%, and he turns it into a goal.
And for Team Era, that is tragedy. That is not how you want to have a security goal get scored. If there's anything that could possibly break you in a game that you have to win,
that's it.
They need a goal quickly, or else I don't think that there's going to be any spirit left to win it here in the final waning moments. Gian on the back wall, looks to do it by himself. PJ takes it away from him. Now Bruno, and this one's high as well. Math puts it up, but this is dangerous. Bruno thinks about going for it, bumps Math off it. Gian wants to go for it, but PJ's already got it covered up, and Math just keeps it high. They're just constantly bouncing the ball in the air and forcing Era to use so much boost just to try and gain control. And now 3 players on offense. Vault's going to try and drop this one down. There's 1 defender in the net. Vault goes for the slow play to push it in the box, but they can't make the goal happen. Ball airborne now. Gian pass down to a teammate, passes it right back up, but Gian was already coming out of the air. Now Math, long way again. 1 touch to neutralize all the work that Era was trying to do.
It's so tough because, again, that ingenuity, that spark of creativity on the offense. I mean, it takes guts to go for these long pass upfield, pass down, and try and pass it right back up. I mean, it's ambitious. and it is a huge risk and huge reward. Unfortunately, the execution has come up short a couple times. Vault able to find a tiny gap on the goal line, and a 3-goal lead with a minute left feels out of reach.
Yeah, that one I think will do it. To me, this is the moment the game ended. With 1:06 on the clock, it's not impossible, but my goodness, I would be amazed if Era was able to pull this one back.
You need it right now.
Bumped off of it. They do need to find it in the kickoff. Not exactly going in their favor. They lose too many 50-50s in the situations. The challenge is consistently going in Renewed's favor. Bruno through the air. That's through 2. Luke will try to gain control. And he's got it here. Flick over Math and a reach from Vault. He stretches across the net, gets the save. And one of the more difficult saves they've had to make this game, still made it look easy. 38 seconds left here. Team Renewed have done everything they need to stay alive in this tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, the offense clicking, keeping the pressure on. A little bit over-aggressive, to be fair. But when they've needed to score, they've done it. And Vault with a double tap. And I'm not sure if he actually got the dunk or if it was just a clean miss. But now it's 100% done and dusted. Gian, he's got it shut pretty tight. Unfortunately, he's facing the wrong way. Momentum not on his side. Kind of just kicks it right back into Vault. And that's a 4-0 lead. And goodbye. Eternity, you're done. And Renewed, you get another chance here in the loser final.
This has been all Team Renewed. This is the team. I heard Chromax yesterday saying he's got such a heart for these boys. It's great to see them still alive here, as they'll look for one more goal for the road. Just continue to pad the stats and send a statement to whoever faces them that we're not done here and you got to get through us if you want to win this thing.
And believe it or not, you know, despite how many shots Team Renewed put up in that entire series, I think the big win for me was actually their defense. I think the defense is what allowed them to win these games, because games 1 and 2, both 1-goal games, both going all the way to overtime. There was a couple of banger shots put on target by Eternity, and some massive saves were made by everybody on Team Renewed at one point or another in a lot of different scenarios to keep it at that 1-goal lead and to turn it into a win. And the offense just did what it did best throughout the entirety of the series. And in Game 3, they were able to run away with it a little bit. But to me, the defense takes the win for Renewed in there.
They certainly got that one done, and they will now wait the results of 11 versus Avidity. We're going to the winners finals. We'll take a quick break, get that match set up. When we come back, we'll get to see which team gets a 1-game advantage in the grand finals. Stick around. You're watching the Spring Series.
said, hey, Carissa. Stayed up through the days and night, lay and we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa. Sunlight, freedom in your eyes. Please don't leave now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the South American Rocket League Spring Series. I'm your host, Brody Leafexmore, alongside Gibbs and Chamaco. And production just asked us to put on a serious face about this, but it's kind of hard when they're all singing the theme song behind. I had to call them out on that one. Beautiful. I wish you guys could have heard it. But, this game is, just showed how well Renewed is playing right now. I mean, even talking to some of the other casters behind the scenes in the green room there, everyone's just ecstatic for how Team Renewed is playing right now. But unfortunately for Era, that means they are going home now, Chamaco.
Yeah, it is unfortunate for them. I thought they were playing really good. We saw Era against True Neutral and they were doing amazing. They were playing their minds out, and then it just shows you that there are tiers in this South America region. It's not the same to play between the 4th and 5th seeds and then go against the 3rd one. It's a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, 2 sweeps back to back, and Era, they only scored 5 goals in those 2 series. And it just was, again, the offensive pressure from Team Renewed. They had a lot less double commits. They waited for the juicy rebound. They made quality shots happen. And then even when there was quality saves from Era, then they would just follow it up until there was something juicy. There was a few times where I thought Era, they probably could have played a little bit better defense. A few times when they should have been on the goal line, they crept out of their net. But you have to credit Team Renewed the offensive accuracy on those shots to hit those near posts.
Yep.
Well, that's a question I want to ask then, Chamaco. I don't know if you can answer this then, hopefully, because I'm going to ask you. Is this a matter of a strong offense or a matter of a strong defense? The fact that they're giving up almost no goals across their last few series here.
Whenever you control the ball so much, it becomes a good defense and a good offense. Controlling the ball is a good way to avoid attacks at all time and then allow you to make more offensive plays. And when you control the ball so much, sometimes you spread out the defense from the other team. So they tend up to be not in the right position, so you can attack more often. So that's a good thing about this Renewed team, that they control the ball a lot. You see PJ is going for the ball every single time. Vault and Math, they are extremely good at positioning themselves. And whenever they communicate enough and don't overcommit, then they control the ball very well and get a good offense.
Well, speaking of a PJ, we actually have him on the line from Team Renewed. PJ, welcome to the show and congratulations on the win. How are you feeling today, man? You've got to be excited.
Today, I feel happy because yesterday we were playing a little bad. We were nervous, so we were communicating bad, and a lot of the commits are happening. So today I'm feeling happy because we fixed it, and I think we are pretty better now.
It shows you're doing better. And I had to ask, I was a big fan of the 3 scenes back, it was like maybe 2.5 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. You guys were playing really good and you are back together now. What made you come back and how are you feeling, you 3 together?
I came back because this was my dream team, because I think Math and Vault are just so good at this game. And I have a lot of friendship with them, so I guess it's a good to come back with them and make this thing works again, because I remember from the past, it's good to make that.
And now we have to talk about the 2 teams ahead of you guys right now, at least. Yeah. It's 11s versus Avidity. Who do you think takes this match?
I think it will be a hard match, a rough match. I think it will be 4-3 to 11s.
Okay.
Because I think 11s in tournaments, championships, they are so much better. And they can play well in a nervous situation. So I guess 11s will win.
Well, if 11s wins, that means Avidity is going to drop down to face off against you guys. And yesterday, you guys faced off, but it kind of went in the favor of Avidity. They had a perfect sweep over you guys. What changes have you guys made that's going to allow you to overcome them today?
I think today we are confident, and yesterday we were playing scared of going to the balls, making what we like to do, like how we play. We play it so different, and today we are playing so much better. So I guess now we can win against them. Or if we lose, it will be like 3-2 for them.
Okay. Hey, you know what? Having it closer is a really good goal, at least a set. But I like the confidence that you guys think you can take them down. So I'm looking forward to an exciting match. BJ, I just want to say again, congratulations on making to this spot. This is a great achievement, especially with all the other teams that have been playing well today. So congratulations again, and thanks for talking.
No problem.
Parabéns.
Yeah. And there it is, PJ from Team Renewed. They're looking pretty good right now. Again, everyone behind the scenes is really hyped on them. There's a reason they've made it into this spot, into third place guaranteed. But now, of course, they do have 11s and Avidity ahead of them. So why don't we talk about 11s and Avidity, because this is a powerhouse matchup that we've just been waiting for and expected to happen even since yesterday, right? You know, 11s is the regional champs. These guys came in with a 7-0 Chimako. They were just looking dominant. Avidity has gone against them a few times, but never been able to quite figure out what it was they need to do. What is it now to overcome 11s they have to do?
Like I mentioned before, I think they have to become very surprising in their attacks, and that's on the offensive side. It's easier said than done, because sometimes the way that these guys are setting up the clears, it's looking for each other out, so it's hard to overcome their defense sometimes. But if you keep control of the ball, avoid those big bombers the whole time, the small touches here and there, and pass the ball between each other, then maybe they can break up the defense a little bit and attack more. And I remember, I think it was the first matchup of the Grand Series finals. Avidity came very strong in the demolition game, and they were demoing a lot of the players in 11's Esports, and that gave them a wide open net for a couple of times. So maybe if they're able to play that game again, that will be a huge factor for Avidity.
Gibbs, how do you transition into an offensive play like that? You know, if you're already playing against 11s who's gonna hold you off, they know how to play a little bit more patient and wait for you to give them the ball. Sometimes you're on offense. How do you decide to switch to demoing, get that mindset in there rather than, you know, just trying to go for some more passing plays? You have to commit that extra man, even if they're on their rotation out. You have to commit that extra man to being not on their way back to back you up at midfield. How do you make that transition?
So that comes down to communication, because if someone's going for a demo, then you shouldn't go for the infield pass. Then you should go for the shot. You have to be able to call that I'm going for the demo, because if you try for an infield pass on that, then if that gets intercepted, that's all three players up and it's over. Then it's a free net. So you have to communicate that early. But I really want to see if 11s plays a lot of defense like we saw yesterday, go for those plays where you fake the shot. You go up for the aerial and you're about to shoot it, but then you hit it on your real side and do a pass instead. So when you have that time, which is not going to be a lot, you have to use it so well. This series is going to be tough for Avidity, but the same side for 11s, because again, Game 7 overtime for the grand finals, these guys were that close. So I could see this going the distance again. And again, Avidity looked great on day one, so it should be really fun.
Well, again, PJ thinks this first best of 7 is going to go to Game 7 with a 4-3 in favor of 11s. Let us know if you agree with PJ on Twitter with the hashtag RL Spring Series. But it's now time for as I mentioned, our first best of 7 in the winners finals. It's 11s versus Avidity.
This is going to be a lot of fun. You heard it. PJ thinks that this one's going to Game 7, and I'm excited to watch these teams play. I want to give a shout out to Avidity here at Chiefs and say that this team has yet to drop a game, and they have been scored on 2 times in this tournament. They have allowed 2 goals in 2 series. That's kind of insane. So, like, I like Avidity a lot, but I do got to say I think 11s is going to be quite the strong team. Obviously, they're kind of the favorite in the region. Who do you think the key players in this matchup are going to be?
So for me, Avidity, I think it's going to be Renan. That guy's speed yesterday was blowing me away. That guy is so fast out of the midfield, and he's going to be responsible for breaking up 11's ability to counterattack. I think for 11s, it's going to be Tander. I think he's the big key in keeping the defense rotation intact, and he's going to have to find a way to stop Renan from keeping that offense going.
All right, well, Tander versus Renan achieves his matchup for you to watch at home. Here comes Tander in the midfield looking for the retreating goal. It's not going to happen just yet, as 11s does start on offense here in the beginning of our best of 7. Everything's been best of 5s up until this point, but this is our first best of 7 of the day. You got to win 4 games to advance here, and the winner of this match will improve to the grand finals. They will place at least top 2, and they will have a 1-game advantage in that best of 7. So they will only have to win 3 games there, versus whoever comes from the lower bracket will have to win 4. So we'll see who gets there. Got 11s in the blue, Avidity in the orange. Tander out of his goal, blocking Firefox. Kyle wants to challenge the corner. Over the top of 1. Now Card, an attempt. Tander long way down the field. Firefox will find a stop. Now Haber.
Ooh, here we go.
Yeah, through 2, looking for the dribble, get it past 1. Tander on the side here, up against Firefox. He'll get the demolition, but not before Firefox makes contact. Now, Kyle, long through the air, tries to stretch for the second touch. Card will be there instead. Now Kyle turning around, looking to read Firefox's bounce. Neither player makes contact. He finds a demolition on the goalie, but Firefox was able to regain control, and now we'll see Avidity up on offense. Card, an attempt. Haber now in the corner. Sends it high. Tander off the wall. Back down to Kaio. Now lofted. Card challenge. Loose in the midfield. Here's Renan. Taking it through the air towards the upper 90. Just a bit high. Firefox's follow. Couldn't be blocked. And he scores. That's Avidity on the board first.
This was close. Tander had time to grab the boost, was sizing up Renan's approach. That air dribble to the back post and keeping it high was such an awkward approach for Tander, coming out of that corner, diving up in front of his goal. Just couldn't get all the way up to it, so that tip off the bar ends up opening the door, and he just can't make the recovery save.
3 minutes left in game number 1. Avidity with an early lead. Firefox onto the backboard, looking for the double tap, doesn't make contact. Here comes Renan up against Card. Card reaches for it. All 3 players win. Haber should be flying in for this, but respects Tander. He got back down onto the ground. Knew it was going to be a difficult challenge to win. Now, Kaio, an attempt. Tander on the wall up against Haber. It's back in the midfield. Firefox thinks about it. There's the 180. Now goes for it. Renan in the corner. And 11's half of the field. And 11's struggling just to gain solid ball control right now. The 50s from Avidity have been aggressive on their challenges, and they've been winning most of them, or at least loosening the control that 11's has been trying to get here, even if they aren't emerging with a solid semblance of control either.
Oh, there you go. Nice idea from Tander. Trap that ball in your corner, force the challenge, but unfortunately nobody's home, and a disaster. Tander gets the ball past the midfield line, but like you said, that aggressive midfield challenge. I mean, Haberkamper just took that ball straight off his nose, popped it into the corner. They couldn't handle it back the other way, and who else is there but Firefox to turn it in?
2:06 on the clock. Avidity up by 2 in game number 1. 11's have only dropped 1 game so far this tournament. Card on the edge. The attempts here is Kyle with a shot over the top of 2. Firefox turns it away. Avidity's last series, they swept Team Renewed with a perfectly clean shutout. Coming up on 20 minutes since they've been scored on of game time. Kyle to Card.
Itself is a feat.
Yeah, no, it's already impressive, but they continue to expand that stat. Running in this corner. Hold on to it up in the corner. Tander looks for the shot. Haber gets it away and back out to Renan. Puts it high. A nice touch over the top of Card. And now Firefox looking for the third goal. Kyle blocks it, and Card's got to play some defense. Gets it back to Tander on the back pass. Now the stretch into the corner. Renan airborne. Nice touch. Firefox to chase this one. Card's got just enough boost maybe to double tap this, but no. Haber breaks it up, takes it away to the corner. 1 minute remaining. A break of rule number 1.
Yep.
The dishonor. That'll mean they'll get scored on. It has to.
It was Habercamper. He broke it.
He's up for the defense. 42 seconds left on the clock. Card back into the midfield. Tander with the demolition, now looking for the challenge. It gets loose onto Kyle's hood, and he's got Card on the far side. Takes the shot towards the goal, and Haber gets it away. Running now back on the edge. Doesn't make contact. Card falls off the wall to try and catch this. He's got Tander to try and pass it to. And it's not going to happen. The pinch comes out of the corner.
This Card now struggling with no boost, and I really don't think there's much teeth to this push here from 11s. It's that demo might give him something.
Card looking for the double tap. Couldn't quite get it in an excellent deflection. Firefox will have this in the corner. A bump on Card, a carry over Tander. Tander gets just enough of it, but can Card get up in time? It's onto the wall, looking dangerous, but too many players in the way. Kyle tips it up. This one looking like it's going to be the end of the game. And there it is. 4 games in a row. Avidity have yet to be scored on.
Wonderful stuff here from Avidity in game 1. It was actually fairly close. But yeah, I think it was that ability to take the challenges away out of the midfield. 11's really not able to keep that ball going. And Avidity, a couple of solid approaches on goal. Obviously, they managed to score 2 of them. But they caught 11's in a couple of awkward positions. But overall, I think the defense from 11's still looking pretty strong. Just some adjustments to be made on how they go about trying to challenge. When they're breaking out past that midfield line. Like that first goal, it was that Renan air dribble that was up above the crossbar. The second one, they just took the ball off of Tander's hood and they got tied up in the corner and couldn't make the stop. So 11's just caught in a couple of weird spots. Some nice play from Renan, and unfortunately, 11's indeed not able to really get the offense started.
Not at all. There only 4 shots they were able to put up here, and none of them felt incredibly threatening. There weren't many moments where I felt like Avidity was really being pressured that heavily in nets. So midfield control definitely helped a lot as well. Saw plenty of opportunities of let's dribble this out, and just straight up being tackled by Avidity. I want to point out that a lot of the times when they were challenging, they weren't trying to gain control. They were just taking it away from 11's and just being like, we'll take what we can get. We'll look for this game. It's an improviser's game. Let's take away the ideas you've got and then see what we can make of it. And so far, their improvisation is working well.
And if there's something that's just wonderful about how every team in South America, it feels like approaches offense, it's the misdirection. You feel so many times there's 2 teammates that get real close to each other, and it makes that defense take that split second to rethink how they're going to approach it. And it's that slight mix-up and hesitation that opens the door a lot of the time. And they're just so creative on how they approach those scenarios, and it's mind-blowing to me how they all stay on the same page in those situations.
Game 2, Avidity with the 1-game advantage. Again, I want to point out it's been 4 games since they have been scored on. Last time was up against Locusts in the quarterfinals, the beginning of yesterday. Haber through the air. Tander turns it away. Firefox back down. Card trying to play this one, but Kaio in tow. He falls back, leaves space for Tander in the corner. Now running on that wall. Just keeping it over here on the left side of the field. Card tries to take a shot. Haber's got him red from a mile away. Gets a nice boom all the way down. Can he find a second touch? No. But he breaks up Tander in the corner. Running with an attempt. Blocked by Card. Now Tander with a flick. The dominance over the top of the Fennec. And now Haber has to turn it away to his own corner and play some defense.
Yeah, those are those clears that Tander is responsible for. Get them the initial field position. But beyond that, Kaio and Card need to be in position to get those follow-up touches and really get 11's to build up that phenomenal pressure we got to see yesterday.
Oh, the pass play from 11's. It's good enough to get it down the field, but is it good enough to find a goal? Kyle gets it to Card, a nice little pop. Firefox able to reach that upper 90. The ball was a bit wide. He just kind of guides it off to the corner. Kyle looking for another pass down onto the hood of Tander. Tander with a miss on the second touch. Firefox will take to the air to carry it over Card. And now looking for another carryover. Kaio nearly got it all the way. Oh, and the touch from Aber is wide. Could have been our first goal of game 2, but no, we'll stay scoreless here as we've crossed 3 minutes.
Abercamper really trying to just sneak that one into that lower right-hand side. The placement is the right idea there. When you've got no angles, power doesn't matter. Just beat the defense. And right now, I think 11's actually doing a much better job here. Habercamper forced to kick one away from the goal line, and Card sizing up the challenge, but really starting to get to see 11's flex the offense a little bit here.
Definitely gained more control. Haber on the back wall makes a miss, and Firefox has to move in. Poor Renan, as he respawned in, got bumped to high heaven as well. The defense still a little bit of muck. There's a good touch. This one too powerful from Kaio, and it bounces off the ground and then back above the crossbar. Haber, long ways down. Tander up to Card. Looking for Kaio now. Here's the pass. Can he find it? Oh, and Firefox makes the backflip save. Tander can't find the second touch, and Avidity still hold their net clean.
Gonna look elsewhere. I thought for sure that might have been it. Card with a weak clear, and look at Kaio just breaking up that pressure from Habercamper, getting in his face and stopping it from being an easy shot on target. Great defense from 11's there.
Played high. Habercamper. It's an attempt. Card. Past one. Habercamper back out to Renan. Kyle was in a shot. Firefox has the save. 11's had the great majority of pressure in this game, but still no goals to show for it, and Renan nearly finds that double tap now. Aber going to the air. He's got Firefox underneath to try and deal with the cleanup here. Gets it behind Card, and now up for it. Does he find the shot? Oh, so close, but the crossbar just high. Now Renan, he'll look for the back pass here to Haber. Just keep the ball away from 11 as we approach the final minute. We're now looking for the breakaway. Kyle's got a soft one down the midfield, and Renan will get it back out to the edge. Haber takes control. Now we're looking for the passes. Gets the flick on one. Card gets it away, but Renan's already over there for the read. Now back into Firefox. Shot just wide on the post. Tander looks for the cross. And the clear. Haber back up. My goodness, so much effort from Avidity, but still no goal.
And how about Habercamper making the read on that clear, recognizing the clear lane was going to be out towards that side of the pitch instead of rotating back to net and allowing 11's out for free. They've managed to basically hang on to possession and force 11's to fight for it. And they do earn it here, but unfortunately nobody in position. Back into the neutral game with Firefox trying to get something into the middle.
Tander back down. 20 seconds left in regulation. Kyle looking. Tander gets bumped. And the long touches to the corner. Need some help if it's going to turn into a goal. There's one touch from Firefox. Kaio back down to the corner. Haber with a miss. Renan lurking the midfield, the last line of defense. Just wanted to stave off the buzzer beater and keep the perfect streak of Rocket League going. Kyle back down, and overtime will happen in game 2. 11's is able to put this one through.
7 shots this game for 11's. 8 for Avidity. Much closer battle.
Kyle in the corner, looking to set it up. A nice bounce over the top of one. Firefox down. He's got Tanner in the back corner to deal with, and he clears it back to midfield. He's out of boost, but pushes it back to the box. Renan now back away down the field. The counter clears, strong from both sides. Habercamper over the top of one, demolished in the air, but he made the contact. Now Firefox up underneath Kyle. The shot is good and in. No, Tanner makes the save. Firefox is out of boost. He's going to try and get there in time. No, they can't make it happen. We keep playing. 11 survive. Card looks to flick over to Kyle. Oh, and he can't quite get the shot on target. Renan now in the side. Tander slows it down. Here's the touch from Firefox. Renan into the air. Blocked by Card at the corner.
Oh,
now Card all the way down. Is it in? It's through. What is this, 25 minutes and 53 seconds of perfect Rocket League from Avidity finally come to an end.
Habercamper, he had no options, he had no boost, was hoping that maybe he could get up and take it away from Card. Tander makes a hero save to keep overtime alive, and Card is able to capitalize off a demo, I believe, in the backfield. And finally, Avidity forced to concede a goal, and unfortunately, this one cost him a game.
Yo, can we talk about that save from Tander? Like 20 seconds before the ball's halfway in, and he manages to backflip it out. We saw 2 brilliant backflip saves in this series. These guys, this was a great game.
A lot of great saves indeed. And here's that save. Oh, punched off the post. And you're thinking Firefox, maybe he can get there because Renan's going for the demo, but the guy comes back across and cuts down that shooting angle. And it's just all offense there. And Firefox respawns too late. And that was all she wrote.
And if he had boost, if Firefox had just a little bit of boost there, I think he maybe reaches that and still is able to scoop it in. But no, it gave time for Card or Kaio. I think it was Kaio that came back and got in his way. And 11's able to stave off disaster there, going down 2-0. But no, we're now tied up 1-1 as we go into game 3. Again, a best of 4, you got to win 4, or best of 4, lol. A best of 7, you got to win 4 games here to take the victory.
Good stuff. I am looking forward to it. A lot of great short-range passing from Avidity. 11's starting to get more aggressive. Card and Kaio getting in better positions in the midfield, meeting Avidity at those challenges and coming up with some possessions. That was a fantastic game 2 to watch, and I have no idea what's going to happen for game 3, and I just want to see it.
All right. Kaio. Cross 1. Firefox on his backboard, trying to look at a clear. Tanner nearly makes contact. Now Card looking to read Renan. Through 1. Oh my goodness, just made a fool of him. 11's is up first.
Yeah, nothing to be said here. Renan, little poke, needs some help. Habercamper just mistimes the boomer clear, and his teammate caught tied up on the near post. No chance with the shot from Card.
What a read. Card continues where they finally found. It took them over 11 minutes to score here in this series, and then immediately after they score in overtime, they put one into the first 30 seconds of the next game.
The curse is broken. Now they can score whatever.
They've unlocked. You've activated their trap card. You're screwed now. Avidity's going to try though. Fight against this new opponent. Kaio long ways down the field. Tander there to block. Haber trying to set it up for Firefox. Kaio, long one to the end of the field. Renan, backboard positioning from Avidity. It's been very strong this series. I think in general in the South American region, the backboard defense maybe more important than in other regions, given how many times the ball is placed onto the woodwork and onto that back side, as we see again, Card taking a shot, but getting it just a little bit high.
Well, you got to give him a lot of credit as well. They do a great job sniffing out passing lanes, and Card and Tander make sure they don't bump into each other. And there's that great backboard defense. Firefox, great challenge jumping off early and getting it in his face.
Tander down. He's able to push it through 2 players, but blocked by the third, and now Card onto the backboard once more. Renan gets up in time. A demolition on the Firefox and goal could open up some space for a shooting lane. Renan's going to try and hold on to this, play some small ball, and force the offense to move in and take the ball away from him. That definitely helps neutralize that demolition. Give that player time to respawn. Now 11's will try once more, looking for the late flip on the ball. Now Card off the wall, blocked by Haber. Nearly got a second block as well, but Tanner pushes it back through to the corner. Now Kaio, lofting it high. He's going to stretch across the goal. It's going to be difficult to use as a pass. Now Firefox, a double flick to get it past 2. He's killed a lot of the speed on the ball. Render puts it right back down to Firefox's hood, but the shot is just high. And now Haber back in again. Tander to try on the wall. Renan to get through. No, Tander dunks him, and now Firefox just barely over the top of the Dominus. The ball neutral on the spawn point. And now Card all the way down. No! It's off the crossbar. Kaio's shot just wide back to Renan, and Habercamper will find the clear and the transition.
Oh, Card got one touch too many. Had him dead, but ended up trying to add a little pace, went too far, and now Firefox is able to go under the last man and find an equalizer.
My goodness, Haber setting up Firefox, and Firefox, look at this, plays it under Card. Soft touches, and you know, honestly, with how often these teams are trying to place it upper 90 and getting it just wide, I feel like the soft, slow plays on the ground, you're gonna get a few easy goals that way.
Ooh, not a good clear here from Kaio. There's that speed from Renan.
Haber onto the backboard. Oh, it's dropping. Card gets it away. Renan and Haber tried to rotate out. A little bit of confusion here as they move back. Not quite sure who was going to challenge there and stall it out in the defense, but They keep that ball glued to the backboard, wrap it all the way around their goal. Kyle's going to try and get it away, but Firefox, nice read, all the way back to midfield. Now he'll look for teammates in the midfield. Doesn't make contact, though. Tander will get a free clear. Now Kyle with a loft. Brennan adds some height to it.
Oh, he's got it. Oh, there's that misdirection. Like, it froze Tander on the goal line. And unfortunately, they don't get anything because they got demoed, but Avidity right there just trying to freeze the defense a little bit. Would have had possession.
Haber onto the wall, looks for the double tap. Here's the follow-up from Firefox, and Avidity take the lead here.
And now, this one just seems like this ball has eyes, because I don't know how this one gets through all the defense right here. I mean, 1, 2, 3, that's the tiny gap to work its way through, but well done, Firefox. You found us the tiniest gap I could imagine right there.
They commit on what was looking like a double tap, but honestly, the failed double taps are sometimes the best passes. A bump in the air nearly paves the way. Kaio's on the goal line and gets it off. Defense holds on for 11s, but they're still trailing by 1. 1:07 left to go. Pass out to Card, broken up. Renan puts it right back to Haber. Can Haber find this goal as he gets to the air for it? No. 1 minute remaining. Avidity, the series all tied up at 1 apiece. They're looking to take the lead here in game 3. Lofted up. Tander. Back to the edge. Kaio. Looking for it. Card. Back out to Tander. Looked for some bumps. Firefox challenged early and avoided the bump and got the block. Now Renan back down the field looking for the boost. Slows it down. Plays it up over 1. Lofted in front of the goal. Kaio's there. Sends it away. Haber with 30 seconds remaining. It's only a 1-goal lead. They've got to play clean. Do not give 11s room to come back into this game. But there's Tander back over to Card. They look for the play all the way down the field. Haber's got it away from the goal. Now Tander back onto the backboard once more. 2 players lurking in front of the net. Can he find either of them? No, because Renan shuts him down. Now Firefox just looking for a clear. Card back over in the final 10 seconds. Haber with a nice long one down the field.
All right.
Kyle's going to have some space here. Does he find Card? Card reaches for it, drops it back down, and Renan somehow reads this, blocks it up, gets a demolition. Somehow, for some reason, Avidity takes this back to the air. Here comes Card looking for the shot. Haber's got a block. Kyle's going to try and catch this. Back onto the wall. Tander up once more. Over towards Card. He gets it into the air and through. They tie it up on the buzzer beater, and we go to overtime.
Oh, look, how do you find him? Look at Tander. He's like, I ain't going towards the goal. I got Card over there. Oh, the vision, the communication. That is a well-deserved 0-second goal. 11s, you can have overtime.
They earned it. Avidity sort of gifted it to them on the one demolition. They chose to put the ball into the air as opposed to just trying to slam it down and take the win right then and there. But now they've got to find a way to win this, or they're going to be kicking themselves.
And they didn't have much choice.
What a way to stick with a play, even in a situation where it really looked like the game was going to be over. Card and the gang stick to it, find the equalizer against all odds, and here we are in overtime. Firefox into this corner. Tander back away. Kaio challenging, but Haberkamper's got him beat. Card back down. Renan.
Oh,
through 2.
Oh,
trying to get the play.
Thick. He was under pressure. That defense was coming for the demo. Tander cut down 2 defenders. I was like, oh, this is it. Avidity wins, and Kaio with a monster block right there.
Card off his own backboard. Struggling to find a strong clear. Kaio will get it. Now Renan. Up against Tander, there's a block on 1. Card will have this ball for free. What does he choose to do with it? He's got 1 player upfield, baits Firefox into the air, but he gets back grounded in time, and Card can be a bit low on boost as he looks for this setup. Underneath 1, over across the goal. This one's dangerous. Here comes Tander looking for the shot, bangs it straight in middle, and he gets blocked. Renan with a savior medal to keep them alive.
Card able to work no boost into a scoring opportunity. That's wonderful.
Here comes Tander again. Renan with a nice interception. Card gets up and blocks it on the retreat. A nice side flip to keep him alive.
Oh, dangerous.
Oh, Abercamper sends it. Kaio gets the block. Renan up. Can he find Firefox? Card on the backboard. The ever-important backboard makes his play again. But this one so close. Kaio gets it away. Firefox up once more. Struggling to find power on the shot. And the bounces off the ground will be good for 11s. Renan, one last attempt here. Tander gets 1 block. There's Card over the top of another. Is Kaio in anywhere? He's trying out of the box off the back wall. So many saves back and forth.
Bang.
Card will just bang it straight down the middle. Haberkamper gets it away. And we keep playing. 2 minutes and 18 seconds into overtime. An open backfield. Can they get it through? No, they slam the door.
11's really put through the paces on defense there, having to deal with a lot of delicate situations coming off the backboard. And they work their way out. And Avidity trying to retain that pressure. Renan wants command. Fake. And KyoTG1 frozen in his box. We'll see what happens here. For now, everyone's going to keep playing. I think everyone's going to stop. So we will have a pause here as we get everybody reset. And unfortunate. But that is okay. We would much rather everyone be present and available. It just seems to be a disconnect. So while we wait for the pause to come through, we will just talk about how fun this overtime has been to watch.
This has been I still just can't believe we're in overtime, Achieves. I still can't believe we're here. Avidity had control of the ball. They had gotten a demo on the player. It was 2 of them with the ball by themselves, and they're like, let's roll this up the wall. Like, where are you going? You have the lead. But instead, we go into overtime, and it was about 2 minutes and 50 seconds or so when the disconnect happened. So they've been almost 3 minutes in here of actual gameplay. And yeah, it's absolutely crazy that this game has been so close. And again, this isn't even the game match point. Again, it's a best of 7. This is just to go up a game in the series. You got to win 1 more after this to gain match point if you win this one. Best of 7's quite the marathon. These guys, they're gonna need to like conserve their energy, and maybe honestly this little disconnect break right here is good for both sides, just for not having to like keep your brain super glued into it.
And it's real nice here. We are trying to figure out what we'll be doing. We are enjoying a nice drive around the pitch. I think everyone's figuring out if it's possible to pause or everything. The players have definitely decided to stop, but either way, you make some great points. It is amazing we're even in overtime. There were some some sick touches and pass opportunities from both teams. Tander, Card, and KyoTG1 really trying to get the offense going in regulation. And Avidity, a couple of great saves on their half. Huge saves in overtime for 11s as well. Kyo making the biggest block to me. And I mean, everybody on the pitch here in Game 3 has just been lights out. A lot of great passing opportunities. The short-range passing is so good from South America. And the fact that they have that killer instinct developed between all the players in the region, it really does give you that sense of you don't know what's about to happen next. Is it just going to be a touch towards the backboard into a double tap, or is it going to be a quick right back to left or a fake flip reset? And there's just so many options because they do so many different things when they get the ball.
Yeah, for sure. As these guys have been, man, it's been such a close series. And it's so interesting to me how like we see so many players going for double taps, but never hitting them. Like, it's like they're always up for it. They're always like, I believe in myself to hit this. And the one teammate will always move forward with them. Like, but just in case you don't, I'm here to try and clean this one up so we can take a look at some of the goals that happened in this game. It was a wild one. I still can't believe Card had that read.
Yeah. I mean, in this go-ahead goal from Renan, I mean, Kyo's just trying to play delay ball in the midfield, and Tander doesn't rotate up towards the backboard. This one beats the defense, and I still don't know how that one got through. Card may be a little bit over aggressive and trusting his teammate to come up with a touch there, but either way, Firefox able to find a tiny gap and find a go-ahead. But that wasn't even it. There were a ton of great chances from everybody in that series, and we are getting the lobby restarted. We're going to be playing a 1-goal wins basically, so we're basically going to restart OT. While we get,
which is pretty cool.
Connected.
Honestly, it's kind of easy, I feel like, to restart a game once you're in overtime to understand where to go with that. You know, like as far as like how do we officiate this? The ball was kind of in the middle of the field, and also props to the players for like recognizing the disconnect, kind of like it pausing the game themselves. And understanding like to maintain a competitively integral environment, because it could be so easy for them to just at that moment just be zoned and just go score the goal, and then it creates this awkward, well, what do we do? The player disconnected right before it went in. But no, they paused. They were like, we want to maintain this environment. We want to earn this win. We don't want it to be just some player's internet went out or something like that. And that's how we got through. So yeah, I'm excited to watch how this one goes. And what a community, what a great part of the Rocket League world South America is.
nothing beats competitive integrity, and sportsmanship is a large part of that. So you're absolutely right. Good on everybody to sort of realize, okay, Kaio's not moving. Let's have a good dribble around for a bit and make sure we get everything sorted before we continue. So well done to everybody on the pitch while we get everybody reconnected. And Card, I think, is having a good series. Tander, I still think, is that key player for 11s. I mean, he feels like that sort of facilitator role in the rotation. He's like, all right, I'm going to be here, and you guys make sure you're in the right places after that. And that's why I picked Tander to be sort of that key player, because he makes sure the defense doesn't get tied up or double commits into their own corner, and they don't have somebody in position. And that's why I picked Tander. But Card is doing a great job shooting the ball, especially now in games 2 and 3, where they've started pushing more onto that offense, and Card is able to get more involved.
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised we don't have more dominances on 11s there. I don't know, like there's just Tander's ability to flick with that vehicle. It's one of the few kind of areas where you can kind of like visually see and kind of like see a discernible difference between cars is the dribble capabilities and the ability to just like really pop it high. It's wonderful every time Tander does it. He's so good at it. I'm surprised they aren't opting for having that tool in more players' tool bag on their team here. I mean, the Fenix have been great, but still I've loved watching Tander play that dominance.
Yeah, the value, that's why a large part of the community for a while there, from season 3 to maybe like 5, they were playing that Batmobile in that third role, because it's so good at getting those strong touches on the ball. It's got some real big flick potential with that long lever to really launch that thing. And there's some definitely some value to be found in having an easier time striking the ball with force on defense, because, you know, even if you don't place the ball great, I mean, maybe speed always gets the job done. So Dominus and Batmobile definitely have an easier time hitting the ball harder. To be honest, I can't tell exactly why that is. It just is, because it's like if you try an air dribble with an Octane, right? It feels like in the air, the Octane connects a little bit softer, right? And it's easier to start an air dribble because you're not pushing the ball as hard. But with a Dominus and a Batmobile, you just square that thing up with the corner every time, and poof, there goes the ball. And that's perfect for defense.
All the way through. Yeah, no, it's so interesting the way that the car meta has evolved as well, especially with the popularity of the Fennec recently. But yeah, in this overtime, the key to victory for me, like what's gonna be the difference maker here? Because both teams are really going through. Both teams are finding clean defense. I mean, again, we're talking about Avidity in this tournament played over 25 minutes of perfect Rocket League. Like, I don't know of almost any team at this level of Rocket League I can say have played that many games without being scored on. These are guys that know how to play clean. And like, well, 11s might be the favorite here. I'm with PJ that this is going to game 7. And I don't know that I'm with him that 11s is taking it. Like, I think Avidity genuinely has an opportunity in this series.
Oh, definitely. I think 11's Avidity is easily, feels like in this tournament so far, the 1 and 2. Who the 1 and 2 is up for debate. You could really make an argument either way. And I'm definitely excited to see it go all the way to 7, because I just want to see more of what they have to offer, because the offense has been clicking, the defense is making big stops, and who knows what else is going to happen. I mean, there's going to be sick passing plays, huge double taps, big demos, 2-on-1s, dribbles. They've shown it all throughout the tournament so far, and I just know there's more where it came from.
Yeah, for sure. Who's going to score the goal? Who's winning this overtime?
This overtime? Well, if I get to cheat and use my magic notebook, Card has scored all 3 goals, and Firefox has scored all 4 goals for Avidity. So Card scored 3, Firefox has scored for Avidity. So I will pick one of those 2 players.
Okay. Well, I'm down for it. We'll be able to get into that game ever so momentarily, chat. And in the meantime, I want. So who did chat pick again? I don't remember what the chat pick was here.
I don't remember either. That's actually a great question. I would imagine it was close.
They picked 11s. I mean, told by production. They picked 11s there. So chat.
Nothing wrong picking the favorite, I guess. Right? I mean, it's fair to pick the tournament favorite. That's a reasonable assumption.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, no, the chat, they're waiting on me to get in the lobby. I can't seem to know. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to get in this lobby because it's just not working for me. But
well, I will tell you, I was having this issue earlier. Make sure you are not pressing the wrong key because I was trying to join the lobby for like 4 minutes and there was supposed to be one letter and I was pressing a different letter. So I don't know if you know how keyboards work.
I do.
But you need to press the right keys.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's not happening. Maybe I can just join your game.
Here. Oh wait. Hang on. I will invite you to a party. Here we go. We can fix this.
I do this.
With Rocket League and
chat, we're
party
fixing it all
joining is an improviser's game. We're problem solvers.
Up. Wait, is it gonna happen? I'm accepting. Okay.
There we go. And now we join private match.
Drug me.
And there we go.
Chat, you can blame me. Chat, you can blame me for the delays. It's all my fault. That one was genuinely on me.
Here we go. Now we're all in.
All right,
Perfect.
we're in. There we go. I'm spectating. I'm ready. We're ready for this overtime. The best.
All right, let's do it.
1 goal. Golden goal, chat. Let's go. Who you think's going to score? Give me ones in chat if you think it's running. Give me smorks in chat if you think it's anybody else. I'm ready to see how this one goes. Again, you score this goal. Look at that clock. It's counting up, chat. This game doesn't end until someone scores 1 goal. And then that'll be game 3.
We were playing overtime for about, I don't know, maybe 2.5, maybe 3 minutes before we reset. And so let's count up some more time.
It's Card with the attempt. Now through 2, back down and in. Tander, long ways. Firefox over the top of 1. Card off the edge. Running now onto that backboard. Doesn't seem like much has changed as far as pace goes. Here comes Haberkamper through 2. Can he find it off the corner? Post. Not going to happen. Kyle gets the block. Now back in front of the box.
Here we go.
Card out to Tander. Doesn't quite make contact. Into the corner. Card will chase it himself. Off the backboard. Looks for some bumps on some goalies, but nothing's there. Quick adjustments to get this ball right back out in front. All of his team kind of moved over to that side with him, so no one was there to try and take that shot. But now running up. Bounces it off the ceiling. Dropping dangerous. Gets the pass out to Firefox and in. Avidity will finally take it after 3-something minutes of overtime.
Renan, you monster, off the ceiling, back down into his car, and ooh, the hardest part about that pass from Renan is the power that you get on it as it's bouncing back down. It is so incredibly easy to just blast that thing back towards the midfield line. But no, got a very gentle laydown, made it an easy one for Firefox. They end up taking it into overtime.
Man, 11's only 2 shots and 0 shots, 2 saves? What's up with these guys? No. Of course, the stats kind of a little bit wonkier because we had to play in 2 different lobbies for that game. But I will say, for Avidity, it's got to feel good to be able to just kind of like shake off that one moment here at the end of regulations you're seeing again. This moment shouldn't have happened. They should have been able to kill this ball, but Card finds this shot. 11 sticks with it through the game and gets us into overtime. But Avidity still end up winning the game, so it won't matter. They won't be thinking about that one later on tonight. And Avidity now up 2-1 in the series. Got to win 2 more if they want to go to those grand finals.
A tight one as well. And it was indeed Firefox. He continues to score every goal for his team. And they had a chance there, 11s, towards the end of that overtime. They got that quick pass across, but again, it was that speed of Renan. He's going to be responsible for breaking up the approach on a lot of things from 11s. Came diving across out of the midfield, popped it into the out to the side, and got that counterattack started that turned it into a goal. So Renan continuing with that speed being his most valuable asset and his aggression, and being able to make a quality read in a short amount of time is paying dividends here.
Well, let's get into game number 4. Best of 7. Well, the save off the post. Exciting stuff right here at the very beginning. Now Firefox onto the edge. Some bumps on the Haberkamper. Tander trying to pass to Card. This ball maintaining a lot of speed on the ground. Now Firefox chasing this one. Fakes out Card. Kyle's able to move in and clean it up. running off the ground. A pinch there, just high. Is the follow-up there? You hear it coming over his shoulder.
Ooh. No
Kyle
one.
just slows this one down.
Did you see how Firefox rotated out right there, though? He actually dove straight across the ball with no real intent to strike it because he knows that ball is... He's beat to that ball, so his pure intent is to just make the defense stop and slow down the counterattack.
A bump on Kyle could almost open up some space here. Card and Tander double commit on the side there. Firefox tries to get it past both of them, and now Tander will clear it out. Card with a miss. Tander will have to pick this one up again. Haber beats him to it. Now Kyle out of the corner. Haber beats both of them and puts it in. Avidity's up first.
Haber Camper finally getting somebody else to put a goal on the score column. Just wins the race. Cost him all the boost, but it doesn't matter. Quick read off that bounce in the side wall, too. Tough break for 11s. You thought for sure that they would maybe even get a piece of that, but Habercamper just too fast. That's all him.
Card to the edge. Tander. Back away. A card back onto the ground, and Renan will push it over the top of the backline defenders. 2-0 now for Avidity.
Yep, Renan gets the ball straight up, and Card just not a strong touch. He's looking for Kaio. They want that drop-down pass into the long clear. Unfortunately, it doesn't have enough power on it, and Renan just spots the weak touch, hops right on it, straight in.
3:29. And 11s. Yet to score since the restart. Card and Kyle looking to tag team this one into a corner. Habercamper kind of caught in an awkward spot. He'll leave it for his teammate. A nice shot from Kyle. Habercamper's got this one now.
He's got him.
And Renan looking for Firefox on an open net. The cross will come through, and they'll fill it back in on the defense. Habercamper's shot good, but Tander gets up and in the way. Now Firefox to push it back down and off of that backboard. Tander's got to chase it, but doesn't have enough boost really to do much with it. The ball will fall on his hood, and he'll pop it over Haber. Now dribbling it around Firefox. Renan back into this corner. Card off the wall. Now out to Renan. No good.
Renan's going to be disappointed with himself. He definitely had enough boost for that ball, just had a bad launch.
Right here at halftime, Avidity up by 2, and a win here would give them match point. The passes from Avidity working out well as they put this onto the backboard. Can Kyle get there in time? 2 players committed. Is there anybody there for the shot? Here's Haber for it. Shoots it dead center off of Card and actually made the shot better. And now they've dropped back down. Firefox tries to push it through, but no, the defense holds on. 11's playing clean in their net for now, but they've got to find a way to get onto offense. They're still trailing by 2.
That might do it. Card. Ooh, nice little flip reset. He's got Kaio top right, and what a save from Habercamper. Tander trying to keep the offense going. Second chance, and off the bar and out. Oh, it hurts.
That was such a good shot, except that it didn't go in, and now Kyle looking for another one. Tander just waits it out, just absolutely takes his time, and the bats fly. Finally, 11's is on the board.
You are correct. Patience is a virtue in this instance. Renan gets over-aggressive, ends up bumping Habercamper off the ball, and it just sits on the goal line. And Tander, as you said, waiting his turn. Easy goal.
1:45. 11's trailing by 1. Starting to show signs of life. Tander will push it to his corner. Renan now to challenge. Tander wins the challenge, but ball just kind of pops high. Kyle off his backboard. A miss, and Haber nearly puts in a 3rd goal. Card with another miss here in the midfield. Tander will have some space, leaves it for Kyle, looks for Card on the edge, gets 2 defenders to bite on it, and now it's all up to Renan here on the ground. Firefox on the retreat will get it back onto the backboard. Card, they're off the wall. There's Renan, long ways. Tander out of the corner. He'll set up Card. Card pushes it back down. Tander on the 1-2-1 now looking to push through. Avidity slowing this ball down in the corner.
A little hiccups there, and Card had it. Just couldn't get it in between the posts, and another missed shot. Ooh, that one hurts for 11's.
Also for Haber on there, he had a clear down the field. If it had just been on target, it was a 3rd goal, as 11's had sent all 3 players. Is there one? Running to the corner. Card off to the edge. Haber completely wins that 50 now. Up against Tander. Back down, Cardle lofted across his own net. Renan tries to chase this one and pushes it back in. Oh my goodness, he's finally sneaks one under the crossbar. 3-1 for Avidity. It looks like they're running away with this game.
So Renan actually had a pretty patient approach here because he knew Kaio had him beat that whole time. He was just waiting to see if Kaio was going to jump at it or not. And as he got closer, he just realized, oh, okay, you haven't gone for it at this point yet? Then I'm just going to jump and try and score it.
Haber now through the air. 12 seconds left, they're already up by 2. We're just going to need some crazy last-minute heroics if we have 11s want to get us to overtime again. But that long clear should do it. Actually, it's going to go all the way in. What a shot, the trebuchet from the corner.
Absolutely. Launch that one. I mean, not quite 300 meters and definitely under 90 kilogram projectile, but either way. Renan with the superior siege engine. And a nice 3-goal lead with 2 seconds left.
You found a way to make that way more nerdy than it already was.
Yeah, I got there.
But Avidity there take game 4. And now on match point, 1 away from improving to the grand finals.
Man. And it was tight again. 11s. I mean, look at do you remember Tander almost own goaling at the start of this game?
Yes.
And getting the pinch save off of his post? It's like those were the type of defensive stands that Avidity were making constantly on a lot of these shots. And boy, were they fortunate, like that one that's kicked out. And here is just more pressure. And finally, I believe this is the one that got through because Renan bumped Haberkamper off the ball, or maybe it was Firefox. Either way, I mean, that was the only goal that 11s were able to score in a game where they had a ton of quality goal scoring chances. And that has got to be the most irritating thing if you're 11s, because Avidity made some great defensive stands and the shooting accuracy was just not going for them. And it was margins of error that were just so small.
Yeah, for sure. But man, the 13 shots Avidity was able to put up, just the offense from this team is really started to strengthen as the series has gone on. And I feel like, what is this again? 1 goal. So we've seen 11s now score 4 goals against this team. So that's 6 goals total they've had scored on them across this entire event. 11's definitely putting up the best effort of any team so far, but still the only game 11's has managed to win was in game 2, a 1-goal overtime finish, the closest the game can be. Other than that, it really has been Avidity. Like the game 2 or the game 3 that went to overtime, again, Avidity basically chose to go to overtime when they could have chosen to win it in regulation. So I feel like right now this is Avidity's series to lose.
And even that game where Avidity went into overtime, I remember what happened because they got the demo and the ball was rolling up the sidewall. And the guy who got the demo took the ball, I think, just out of the smoke cloud. So it's not like he was even trying to keep the ball up. He was just like, aha, you don't get it. And, oh, now we have to kill it. And then they tried to knock it down and they turned it into a beautiful goal. So, I mean, Avidity tried to keep that perfect record alive, but unfortunately, 11's proved too powerful. So even the game that 11's won, I mean, it was a scrap just to get that 1 goal through, and it's been that way this entire series. 11's just trying everything in the book to break down that Avidity defense, and 11's has looked good doing it. They've got the chances, they've got the pressure, they've given themselves opportunities. They're just not winning.
Yeah, it's the truth. I think that, like, to me, maybe the difference here is just straight up the challenge game when it comes down to you versus me, who wins. We've seen some moments of they're dribbling the ball, Haber comes straight up against them, and the ball goes, like, through their car almost, like, with how well he's winning that ball. Just, like, we're seeing Avidity many times go for second touch on purpose. They're just driving up and kind of jumping in the air and just letting you hit the ball into them so they get that little extra wiggle room to push the ball over the top of you. But, like, there's nobody on this field that I am not excited when they have control of the ball. I'm like, oh, Tander's got the ball, oh, Card's got the ball, oh, Kyle's got the ball. I'm excited to see what he does with it here. Every one of the players on this pitch is excellent. It's just Avidity has been the better team so far.
Yeah, and there's been plenty opportunities to showcase you know, your ability to beat defenders, but even then, the gap is so small. There's not a lot of wiggle room when it comes to actually gaining control of the ball and making those dribbles. Tander's been able to do it a couple times. A lot of the dribbles you're seeing are at max speed, just because that is how tightly the defenses are playing each other in that midfield. There's not a lot of a space to really get anything started, and it's just who makes the better approach, who has the better challenge angle with the better timing. And you're right, more often than not, it's been Avidity.
Well, we'll be getting game 5 started up momentarily. And again, for Avidity, this is the one. This is, if they win this game, they are all the way through to the grand finals. And 11s will have to drop down, play up against Team Renewed. We haven't seen 11s play Team Renewed in this event. We have seen Avidity play Team Renewed. That was a 3-0. That was that perfect series, perfect shutout we saw yesterday. So Renewed is sitting here waiting the results of that. I think we heard from PJ earlier that he says he was cool with playing Avidity because, again, he was predicting 11s to take the victory here. But it looks like they might have to face off against the dangerous roster of Tander, Card, and Kaio.
Yeah, definitely a tough match ensuing for whoever has to go down to the lower finals, because Team Renewed looked a little hit or miss yesterday, but I think today, again, we were talking about it in the series they just played, you know, they feel revitalized. The offense is clicking, and they're definitely looking on par with what 11s is capable of. But that being said, we've seen what 11s is capable of here, and it's been tough to break down Avidity. Not that they haven't had enough chances or anything. It's just, do Team Renewed, should they take down 11s or Avidity, whoever ends up going down there, do they continue to have it in them to keep having that strong offensive showing and win those games? And who knows? But either way, it's good to see Renewed battle back after a fairly mediocre day one and come all the way through that lower bracket and looking good while doing it.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's been an exciting tournament. I mean, it's the games are so, there's just enough. This is a funny thing. Like, you know, you talk about like American football, right? Which I know we're in the South American region right now, and football means something else here. But like in America, there's multiple tiers of football, and I enjoy watching, I think, the collegiate level of sports more than the professional level of sports, because there's just enough room for error. And not to say that like South America is like a tier down or something. Like they are a premier region in Rocket League, but there's just enough amount of mistakes on defense to make things really exciting, to make the teams really just go for it, you know? And it's so much fun to watch these teams play a style of Rocket League that's a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more drive first, hold down the gas pedal, floor it, ask questions later, you know? Like it's been an absolutely wonderful series to watch.
Full send indeed. And let's get into game 5. Avidity with a chance to 4-1 11s and take a little break before the grand finals.
Well, we might have 3 more games if 11s is able to light this one up. But you know, Avidity's trying to put it away in 5. Average shot just high off the crossbar. And early fireworks already. Avidity trying to push this one. Renan gets a block and gives Firefox time to get back in goal to find the clear. And now Haber, long ways down, up Card versus Kaio. Or Card versus Firefox, rather. Card will get there. Now Renan. Back to the edge. Kyle around the corner. Just counter touches both ways. Card up. Beats one. Haber tries to stall this one out. Card now he's beaten 2. Can he find the pass down to Kaio? And it's blocked by Firefox. Tander with the attempts. Back up. Try to put it underneath 1. Not going to happen. Kaio now on the corner. Renan. Keep this one trapped in the corner. Card shot, that looks good, and in 11s will get the first goal of game 5.
They catch Firefox off, grabbing for boost. He got it stolen away in the corner, and Renan, unfortunately, that ball doesn't roll up the sidewall. It kicks right back into the middle and makes it a race to go for that challenge. And unfortunately, Avidity lost. Firefox not able to have time to rotate back in goal, and an open shot for Card.
First minute. See 11s take the lead. Avidity have played from behind before already in the series. They've only dropped 1 game. Card back down. Firefox, the attempt over to Renan. Now a long ways. Kaio will try to stretch this one out of his half. Using the woodwork, using the wall to get it around. Haber slows things back down. Over the top of one, here's Firefox, the long touch. There's one defender back, card gets up in time. Brennan to Firefox. Haber looks for it up. Kai over one. Can he find the double tap? Dropped for it, but it's not going to happen. And Renan finds just enough of a touch to get it through all of the players now. With 3 minutes left to go. Card will find control in his back third. Be able to push this one back to midfield. Tanner looks for a shot, but blocked at the point of contact.
And that was a dangerous sequence on defense for Avidity. It might not have looked like it, but there was a lot of pressure to make those perfect reads on those wall clears, and well done to them because 11s were putting the pressure on them.
Haber tries to drop this down, look for a dunk on Kaio. There's nothing there. Tanner now up. Running with a save, and Firefox will find the clear and the transition, but just falls back on the ball, just concedes it over to Card. He understood that the ball had outdistanced him. Just leaves it and chooses to fight a different battle. There's Firefox through two, in front of the box. The block from Card. Haber's not there to follow up on Renan's touch either. And now he's going to look to get it off that backboard, but Tander's got it away. Kyle's trying to move in. Oh, but here's Firefox, upper 90, far side. Kyle gets the blocking. Card gets the clear. The defense from 11's keeping them in the lead.
And now it's everybody from 11s who's made 6 saves throughout this series. Card, Kaio, Tander, anyone can dive across and make a beautiful save on a ball. Renan able to dig it out. This is kind of open, but it's just such an awkward approach for Firefox. They don't have anything.
There's Renan through one, kind of bumped off of it, moves in just to try and break up the touch from 11's. Rush through one, Renan versus Card. He gets the nice long clear back into the Avidity half and follows it up himself. Firefox with a miss, open net. Can Renan get up in time to block it? He sure can. Haber now will chase. Kyle back to Tander, the far stretch and shot. 2-0 now for 11's.
Just went right back to him. Renan able to break it up. Habercamper and Firefox, though, they both kind of need boost, and everybody just ends up driving away from where the play is happening. You saw, I believe it was Renan rotate back into his own corner, hoping that that boost was there to defend the net. The other player defending forward to perhaps take away that soft touch. Renan was recovering in the midfield, and either way, just nobody finally able to go up for a challenge. They go all the way back across.
Firefox with an opportunity on a weak defense after a demolition and kind of a loose player on the backboard. Loses control himself. And Avidity, they have been completely shut down so far here in Game 5. Firefox looking for another demo on Tanner, but it's not going to happen. Haber's trap against him goes neutral at best. Now Kyle to the far wall. Here comes 11's once more. Card with the attempt. Firefox lobbed into high. We're in the final minute. We're going to need some action right now from Avidity if they want to have a chance at this game. Pushes into the corner. Tanner's got it back around. A little heavy crowding on the side here. Traffic for Avidity. They are struggling to find a semblance of positioning that can give them multiple opportunities on net. Firefox off his wall. 20 seconds left. And it's looking more and more. 11's, I think, is going to take this game pretty handily right now, as they just have so much control, and the midfield is completely dominated by the blue.
Absolutely. Phenomenal game here from 11's. Got that early lead. Woo! That's in?
That's the best infield pass, fastest shot we've seen all day. 128 kilometers per hour. Firefox drops onto Renan's hood. And there is technically a chance, Chief.
Technically a chance indeed. Another tiny window to fit the ball through. Renan delivers a strike, and let's see what the kickoff holds. Good things.
There's a chance. No, off to the side. Oh my gosh, he nearly kept it up. But the GGs come out. 11's take game number 5. It's only the second game they've won, but now 2 away. So we go to game 6. Avidity's gonna have to try again.
Tough break for Avidity. You're thinking, great, we're done. Let's go get something to eat before the grand finals. But no, you got to play another 5 minutes. Didn't relinquish that early pressure that 11's were able to generate that goal inside of the first minute or so. And beyond that, it was just make sure we don't give anything up. It took all the way to 6 seconds before Avidity were finally able to squeeze blood from the stone.
We saw so many shots in previous games here, only 7 and 6 relatively for 11's and Avidity. So in a significantly closer game, but this time 11's coming out on top despite Avidity putting up 5 saves. Those 2 that slipped through will be the ones that get them the win here. Avidity with the attempts at the last minute heroics, but it was just a little bit too little too late, and now they're going to have to play it again here in game 6. Our first best of 7, getting close to going the whole distance here, Chiefs.
We're close. They said it was going to go 7. I would not be surprised, but at the same time, it's a tall order. 11s have had to work non-stop to really crack that Avidity defense. I mean, hang on, let me count the goal differential. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 goals for 11s. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for Avidity. Not able to score more than 2 goals in a game.
They've definitely been the more productive team. Got to find a way to stretch that out across all the games, though. They only got the 1 in that last game. They could have borrowed 2 goals from game 4 and won game 5. Here's some pressure, though, and they'll get it early. Nice demolition to pave the way.
Yeah, and Renan actually got bumped in the midfield there, and he's just trying to steal away boost and realizes, oh, good. I have a free demo opportunity, and his teammates are able to convert a big touch off the corner into an open goal because Renan's just trying to be aggressive.
It's Card. Pushes it through 1. Tander in the corner now, looking to tie this game back up. 11s, again, having to win out from here if they want that trip to the grand finals. A loss in this game would mean they drop to face off against Team Renewed in the lower finals, and a loss there would knock them out of the tournament. This one lofted high, wrapping back down. Here comes Card, looking to get it out to a teammate. Tanner's trying, but a hard angle to hit. Here comes Kyle, but Renan will beat him to the ball. Tanner back down. Now Haber with Firefox on the side. Does he go for the pass? Card's kind of got both blocked here. Let's go for the bulldozer play. Haber, a player who seems happy just to try and push the ball straight into you.
Well,
those teammates are there to clean it up.
And the idea from Haberkamper there is letting that ball roll. You can see an edge out to the right side of the ball because he's hoping that the defense is going to bite on the passing lane and they're going to leave that near post shot open to him. And that's the idea.
Oh! Haberkamper hits a banger from the midfield. That's 2-0 now for Avidity.
Rolls right back out into the corner. Tander knows. I mean, he's stuck in the goal. He's got to make a save. Unfortunately, he rotates too far into the goal with too much speed. And Haberkamper able to drill it right behind him.
Over the edge. Renan trying to extend the lead for Avidity here. Nice flick onto the wall. A quick adjustment from Card, though, will clean this one down the field. Card across. Renan up for it, but a miss. Here comes Tander now with control up against 2. There's that one dominant flick again. Now Haber looking to connect with Firefox. Firefox bails on the play, and Kaio will just look to keep this one in the awkwardest of spots. Kaio looking for a flick. Firefox neutral challenge on the side here as we approach halftime. Haber off the wall.
Oh, man.
And over 1.
I swear Card jumped first for that ball and Renan still beat him.
But he's been very fast in the air. Renan now trying to tap this one. Card bounces it off his hood and all the way back down. Haber is able to get this one off to the edge and into no man's land. Now Renan to chase this one to the side.
And Avidity need to be careful. They're starting to rotate real close to each other, and I'm not sure if they'll have the spread on defense if that continues to happen to keep 11s out of the goal.
Plenty of time for 11s to come back into this. Renan's touch will be dropped. Firefox with the adjustment on the backboard once more. Looks for the second touch to make it awkward for Card, but there was no immediate pressure here. Haber tries to put another shot on target. This is lofted. Dropping down, Renan will try to carry it. What a play from Renan, just literally guides the ball over the defender and in.
And here's why this is so dangerous, because the guy on the goal line sees this catch and thinks maybe the first option is to pass that out into the middle. That's why he doesn't immediately challenge Renan, because if he dives at that ball instantly and Renan just dishes it out into the mid, there's no chance for him to make the save. Renan with a clean catch, though, just immediately double jumps it towards the goal. And that doesn't matter because Card gets it right back.
143. 3-1 now.
That came out of
As
nowhere.
Card. That's a crazy goal. Way to put it in there. And I mean, that's the one you need. You're down 3-0 here. You've got to score quickly. You cannot afford a 3-goal margin.
And you do
going
have
into
plenty
a
of
do-or-die
time.
situation.
A minute 40 is a ton of time in the world of Rocket League to get 2 goals. And you're absolutely right. That 3-goal lead feels like a death sentence almost. And the fact that you get the goal right back off the kickoff is great for 11.
Oh no, but you can't afford it. One here. Card finds the stop as the ball's halfway in. Firefox puts it up high, and now Kaio over to the edge. Back on. Now Card looking to push this one back out. Gets it past one. He's out of boost though. He's gonna have to look for a clean read, and it's not gonna happen. Now Tander off the ground over the top of Renan. This one could be good, but Haber gets it away. And Renan trying to clear it out of his corner. Struggling to be productive at all right now. Firefox bounces under Tander. The pass to Kaio. He's up for it. Renan's there. Doesn't make contact.
Ooh.
Haber bails him out.
And
50 seconds left. And oh, the counter attack here on the other end. Gets one demo. Thinks about looking for another. Leaves it for Haber. Card will get the save, but they've got to find the goals. 40 seconds left. Still down by 2. Kyle up for it. Gets it onto the backboard. Is Card there for the shot? He tries, but Firefox blocks. Tander, dead center. Haber campers up for the save. And Renan and company hold on. 30 seconds left. Still up by 2.
Oh, what a drop. Oh, and Firefox, way to shut down that passing lane. 11's is just moments of difference away. They're so close to finding the demos on the goalie. This time they hit Kaio. Tander into the middle. Card to the back post, and it's in!
There's a chance. 14 seconds left, down by 1. A solid kickoff and aggression afterwards could put us into overtime once more. Card to the edge. What a shot here as 11's just try to give themselves a flicker of life. How does the kickoff go? Haber through 2. Tander over 1. This pulls some people out of position. Firefox is up, but he gets the clear into an empty corner, and this is going to be so difficult. Card.
They've done it before.
There's through 1. He's got a double commit, though. Kaio and Card on top of each other. They're going to control so much less of the pitch, and this time Haber's able to put it straight down. Avidity win the winners finals. They're in the top 2 of the tournament, and they will play in the grand finals.
In stunning fashion as well. Knock off the tournament favorites. 11's dropping 1 game to this point. Avidity dropping 0 games. And they each trade. So Avidity picks up their first game loss. 11's unfortunately picks up their first series loss. And they're going to have to go on and play the winner of Team Renewed and Era Eternity.
Yeah, we will have 11's versus Team Renewed before we get to those grand finals. But
oh, that's right. That one already happened, didn't it?
yeah, no, we had just one more match, and we will get to see 11's versus Renewed for the first time. I'm excited to get into it, but we got to take a quick break, let the players get all set up and get to where they're going, get you guys set up for those lower finals. We'll be right back on the Spring Series.
They'll know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible. All with a smile on our face. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. Body freaks, body freaks. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Spring Series. You're watching the division that is South America, and we are getting very, very close to the end, but not before these next two matches. But we have to talk about what just happened here with Gibbs and Chromax. Gibbs, this is big. This is huge. It finally happened. Avidity took down 11s, a team that they could not take down before. This is a huge accomplishment for them, and they did it in spectacular style.
Yeah, not only for them, but huge confidence boost for myself. Like Chromax picking Avidity to lose 2 series in a row. Day 1, now day 2. I'm picking Avidity. These are my boys now. They were hungry to win this, and Renan, his former teammates, Season 7 World Championship. He gets booted from the squad after that. He comes out with a huge performance to take these boys down.
Okay. I was the one saying that Renan had to play well, okay, in order to beat them, and he did. He was very surprising in his attacks. You know, that play where he passed the ball to the backboard and then passed it down to I don't remember who was the attacker, but it was all Renan. He was confusing the defense in and out, so he was making just beautiful plays for the team.
Huge win. The team of 11s was on an 11-game winning streak as well, and now that is snapped. So Avidity, they played them 3 times during that streak. They couldn't prevail, but finally they did it. It was incredibly close, though. Like that game 3 overtime where Avidity kept the ball up for seemingly no reason, and then that 0-second goal goes in. So I thought right then the series might just turn on its head, but they won that overtime. And then 11s fought back right at the end, but like Avidity just barely held on, and we can't maybe call them kings yet because they got to do it one more time.
It's true. And I mean, like, we're excited about the win, but I guarantee the players themselves are. So why don't we bring in one of them to talk about that exciting victory? Habercamper, man, this was a great victory for you guys. Congratulations. I just got to ask, though, you know, throughout the series, it looked like 11s was almost going to bring it back. Did you have flashbacks? And were you ever worried? And how did you stay in control of that series to make sure you could take it?
What's up, stream? What's up, guys? We were kind of worried when the server died after game 5. No, game 4. That we could lose momentum, and then we lost game 5. So we're like a bit worried, but we straight through our game plan, and then our coach arrived because he was sleeping. He gave us confidence to win the game.
Yeah, whenever your coach wakes up, you know, you gotta perform. So.
Oh, he's watching now, guys. We got to do that.
That was really good to watch you guys play. I was very impressed, especially with you. Like your positioning was great. You were. It was really hard to find you in the wrong place. Like you knew what they were gonna do before they did it. So this brings me to the question: have you been studying them? How obsessed have you been with winning against 11s?
They seem like the gatekeepers of Sen, if you can say that. So, but I guess we're not like too obsessed with their game, but more with our game. Like just like our strategy was to play our game, not theirs. So I guess it worked out.
So now you guys go into the grand finals with that 1-game advantage. Do you think either of these teams have a chance to take you guys down, or are you guys the new kings of South America?
I don't think we are kings just yet. It will take a few more tournaments to crown us, but it's always good to begin winning in a series. But it's always hard to play a team that just won and like has all the momentum. And yeah.
That's true. I mean, like I like the groundedness. I mean, like just because you won now doesn't mean it's all over and you can go to sleep now like the coach was. You have to stay awake for the rest of the day. There's still more matches for you. And speaking of that, obviously there's potentially a rematch coming, but I'm curious if maybe you think it will be Team Renewed coming through. 11s and Team Renewed playing in that lower bracket. Who's going to be victorious and who are you facing in that grand finals?
I think 11s will win. They like to play teams who like a little ball chasers. They like to play against this type of teams. So I think they'll win, and then we'll see how it goes.
All right, I was gonna say, final question: are you confident if when you have to play 11s again that you're gonna do this again?
Yeah, I think so. They all have like the thoughts in the back of their heads that they just lost to us. So yeah, I think we got a pretty good shot if a rematch does happen.
That's true. The mental game is in your favor right now. Plus, you guys also have a 1 game in that series up because you guys came from the winner's side. So I just got to say again, congratulations first off for the personal victory of taking down 11, something you've tried to do before. And hopefully you guys can do it again in that grand finals if you face against them. Thanks for talking, man.
Yes, Abercamper. See, these are my boys. Avidity, baby. They're gonna take this whole thing, and I love how Leaf's camera breaks for the interview, but he decides to just extend his questions because everyone wants to see Gibbs and Chamaco. That's why they just want to see us on the screen.
I just wanted to put you guys in the most uncomfortable position possible because
I was loving it.
That's my position always, having to listen to your analysis. So, let's talk about the next series anyways, because we have 2 left. These are still best of 7s moving forward. 11s versus Team Renewed. One of these teams, and according to Habercamper, it's going to be 11s, will be facing off against Avidity in that grand finals. Team Renewed is looking like, honestly, the teams we have up here are definitively the top 3. I don't think anyone else can replace these 3 teams. I think Team Renewed is definitively in that top 3. The question I have then, Chamaco, for you is there a spot in second place maybe for them if they can take it on 11?
I will be very surprised if they take down 11s. You know how much I like these guys, but it's just a different playstyle altogether. And 11s have been polishing their playstyle and have been punishing people that, like Howard Camper said, that are a little bit of a ball chaser. So you gotta be very creative with your offensive playstyle, just like Avidity was. I don't see that on Renewed just yet. However, if they do win this one, will I make them number 2 just right away? I don't know. I mean, anyone can have a bad series, a bad game, or a pretty good one. I mean, these players can pop off and start making crazy stuff. So I wouldn't feel confident calling them number 2. I will just feel better just saying these are the 3 top teams of South America, and that's it. I'm not gonna crown them like 1, 2, and 3.
Now, here's the big problem for South America. They have a very weird regional championship where they have the top 2 playing the Page playoff and the bottom 4 have to go through the lower bracket. Well, in season 7 and season 8, the team that was up there that lost, they lost immediately right after. And then we see the 3 Sins. They changed it around a little bit this season where there was more teams up in the upper bracket. Same thing happened to the 3 Sins where they lost early and then they lost in the lower bracket. The only team to ever win right after losing was Team Avidity. So that's a big problem for 11s where they haven't even seen a loss all season. How do you bounce back from that when historically in South America, teams don't bounce back well? So it's going to be really interesting to see how they play. Now, Team Renewed obviously is coming in a little bit cold. They haven't played in a while, so maybe that helps them there.
Well, it's curious because, again, chat thinks this is a close series. Everyone thinks that 11's on the desk from the players that 11 should take the series, but whenever it comes to Team Renewed, chat just seems to be extremely confused. So I guess we find out now if they can finally, set that confusion aside, because we're going to get a definitive winner in this best of 7. Make sure to let us know your thoughts on Twitter. We really like to read what you guys think about this series, but hashtag RL Spring Series. It's time to get into our lower bracket final, like best of 7 with 11s and Team Renewed.
One more spot into the finals is what's left on the table for 11s and Team Renewed. One of these teams will face off against Avidity for the championship here, and Crelly and Turtle here to talk all about it. 11s, you heard from what the desk was talking about, coming down from the upper bracket, just losing to Avidity. We all just saw that. And an interesting stat coming out from Gibbs talking about teams from other regional championships, teams that have lost, now come down and they don't do very well. They kind of bottom out and they go home. I don't know if that's going to be the case today. This is a different atmosphere. This is a different type of tournament. But it might spell disaster for 11s. I think personally that was a very hard fought series against Avidity. I think they come in stronger because of it against Team Renewed.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely an underdog situation for Team Renewed against 11s, who, like we just heard from Habercamper, they're the gatekeepers of South America. So seeing them lose and catching them on maybe a tilted spree, but it doesn't look like it with Kaio starting us out strong.
No, and you can see all the space that Kaio gets right off the kickoff. Everyone splits off towards the boost, and Team Renewed just couldn't get back in time. There was a lot of space for Kaio to choose from, and lucky for him, it goes in. And in the end, off of the weak shot, and a 1-0 start for 11s. And we were just talking about, okay, teams bodying out as soon as they lose their first series in the upper bracket. Well, this is a great way to start things off. If you're 11s, after losing that game, you start off with the first goal and a kickoff goal. You get your confidence and momentum going. Huge start for them.
Yeah, and for 11s, I'm really paying attention to how they challenge the ball and the amount of hesitation we see from them. Because, like they talked about on the desk, Team Renewed, a little bit ball chasey. They pretty much commit to every shot they can, even if they're clear not winners to that challenge or maybe that shot they're going to get outpaced. They're still going to go up and commit to that ball anyway. So if you're 11s, you really can't slow down the ball too much because you're just going to get matched with a challenge where you didn't expect it. So you got to move without hesitation as 11s, and Kaio did just that at the beginning.
And for Team Renewed, I have full confidence that this team can take down 11s, and they've shown how strong they can be throughout this tournament. And I feel like, their biggest loss was against Avidity. And right now in game 1, it's been very tough for them to get things going.
you can see 11's exploiting that backboard defense. And Card, he's going around trying to get a bump on Vault. Great positioning, great aggression from Card to make the defense jump, get him panicked, and try and force another one on as a nice, simple pass off the backboard. Simple plays, but great execution.
I could suspect that Team Renewed might be coming in a bit cold after a hard-fought series from 11's. They go straight into this one, and it might be a bit of a slow start for Team Renewed so far. Kaio, such a smart play just to bring that down and bring it back towards his team. Keep possession. You don't have to force the play if it's not there, especially when you're facing away from the goal. Here's Vault shot towards net. PJ was there to interfere in front of the defense. Now Card has Kaio in the midfield, happy to throw it downfield and onto the attack for 11's here. Card has some space in the midfield, takes it and throws it back towards Vault. Tander waiting for Matt's hit. And PJ playing a little physical game, getting one on Tander, and that might open up some space, but Card, a big clear to break out.
I mean, they're being aggressive, Corelli. It's just, at what point do they break out and they're just not doing anything with it?
And a shot comes down, saved by Vault, and another shot from Kaio. It does, in the end, get blocked away by Team Renewed, but right now, 11's definitely putting on more of the pressure. Here's Math, an opportunity. He couldn't get by Tander. PJ's got options down below in Vault. Can he take it across? It's not far enough. Math will keep it alive for Team Renewed. Can he do it all himself? He can't turn it all the way back again. Vault comes through. Big save from Card. And an opportunity there for Team Renewed. And the defense holds strong for 11.
A solid 50 right in front of the net, forcing the challenge, waiting for a shot. Now they keep possession. Look at the bit of passing that we're starting to see kind of get flourished out through the offense on Team Renewed. I like to see what they really have in store here with their passing game, because we haven't seen too much. It's just been a lot of shooting for them. But as they build more synergy, as the tournament just keeps continuing, I feel like we might see even better plays from them, hopefully.
Kaio can't break out from his corner. Vault shuts him down. Tander with the big miss, and it's Matt to come through and get their first goal of game one.
The backboard has always been so useful to every single team. And look at the placement from Vault. He placed it right in that corner of the stadium where it's going to roll across high. The defender didn't have any read on that. It slides right across from him, way too high, and a free shot opened up for Team Renewed.
So Team Renewed gets on the board here, but maybe not without a fight. Tander has a second touch, and it was just tipped away. Here's Kaio trying to keep the play alive, but everyone from Team Renewed is reading him coming across the net, and they are able to break out. So a bit of life here for Team Renewed if they can find another one, find the equalizer here, but it won't be easily earned. 11's offense has been moving, and that one comes off the inside of the corner. Now Card pops over one, has to get by PJ, gets the dunk. Here's Kaio's turn. He's going to put a shot on target. It's cleared away by Matt, and Tander trying to salvage this play is eventually broken up. 50 seconds remain in game one. Kaio, another big clear, but it's straight to Matt. Matt has a bit of time and space. He's going to go for the solo play here. Can't get over the ball enough. Follow up from Vault is weak, but it goes over to PJ. The shot too high. Opportunity is here. Second touch from Matt isn't on target. Knocking on the door is Team Renewed. And it has stayed shut so far. Here's a quick shot. Comes out for Card and goes in. A 2-goal lead for 11.
Lovely bit of passing here. You can see Card pops it right out into the midfield. Kaio, he hits it right back into Card, who takes the initiative to move forward, continue his run straight, and give an option of passing so he has an even better shot. The shooting lane lined up perfectly for him. And that's how it really gets done. And 11's is a team in South America. That's why they're the gatekeepers, because they can do passing plays like that we don't typically see out of any other teams. It's just on another level.
Absolutely. That's exactly what I was about to say about 11's, is it just feels like everyone's on the same page when they move down the field. And so far, it has paid off here in game one. Time ticking down. There's not enough time for Team Renewed to get another goal here, or to get two for that matter. And 11's, a very clinical game one here, as everything seemed to work out for them. And while Team Renewed did get some pressure throughout this game, you really can't say that 11's didn't have the better hand here.
Yeah, without a doubt. And you got to give praise a lot to the defense of 11s. I thought that they were getting right in front of those challenges, right in front of those shots as soon as possible. And that's what I was worried about a bit, that maybe 11s would take their time and kind of try and slow the pace down, because Renewed, they really do chase around the field a lot, which is great because sometimes they'll get an opportunity or, increase their chances of getting a lucky opening. But for the most part, it kind of puts you out of position, and 11s have been able to capitalize on that correctly. And like we talked about, it's the passing plays that set them apart. Their synergy, they've been together so long. They all have LAN experience now. These guys know how to get this stuff done.
And we've heard it from pro players before in the past on big-time games. This is certainly a big-time game for both these teams. But in a best-of-7, especially for Team Renewed, who had been sitting and waiting, that first game is really taken to just kind of feel out what level is 11's really playing at right now. Renewed trying to get warm back up. And I have a hunch that Team Renewed is going to come out here in game 2 and kind of pick up where they left off with even more speed and more attack downfield, as they start off a bit slow here against 11s.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Vault. I like the way he plays, honestly. I think that the way he is able to be aggressive whenever he's that first man that they throw forward, I think that it opens up pretty good chances, at least for Team Renewed overall. And if you can kind of push back a little bit the other two players and set up Math a lot, that's the shooter for this team. You've got Vault and PJ hitting great passes. Even PJ earlier had a fantastic pass, in the series we casted, where he passed it right out to Math, I believe it was. Plays like that need to be sparked again for Team Renewed, and you got to counter the synergy that you're seeing right in front of you.
So we'll go on to game 2, and to your point, can we see that synergy come alive for Team Renewed? We know they have a massive weapon in Math. He showed it yesterday. Can he show it again for Team Renewed here against 11s? Kyle's bad clear, and it comes out to PJ, but not enough power on the shot. Had possibly an opening there on the near post. It's Kyle looking to take it up the wall, and now off the ceiling, and can't catch back up to it. Now Matt. Second touch off the backboard, easily read by Card. Vault. Again, looking for that back wall. Kaio will give it off to Tander. So 11s looking for their first attack, and PJ gets caught out too far forward towards the corner, and Tander is going to get credit.
How did this force itself in? You can see Tander. He positioned himself actually to the left of the ball. That was such a smart decision. Like milliseconds before approaching the ball, he slides to the left so he can have the challenge angle that goes towards the net. Whenever he challenges it on the left side there, it's going to go out into the middle or even maybe towards the net, and it just did that in that instance. Great bit of decision-making and a lovely challenge from him.
So a 1-0 lead opens up for 11s. You feel like that was a bit of a weak goal to give up for Team Renewed. Can they earn one back? Here's Card. Brings the ball down, takes his space. Judging what he has in front of him, and does get the bump. Card by himself. King Card gets a second goal for 11s.
I thought we were going to see the Kaio show, but now it's Card reclaiming his throne. And look at that mid-air bump from the little air dribble. The initial flick and double jump wasn't enough. I didn't think he had it in him, but he managed to find that defender and take him out.
Beautifully done by Card there to not only take his space, but then remove that defender of Vault out of the way with the bump, or at least get in the way of his approach. It's what earns him a goal here and a 2-goal lead for 11s.
Yeah.
Now for Team Renewed, what do you have in your bag? What can you pull out? You have plenty of time here in game 2, but you certainly want to put up a fight here. Card plays it off his own back wall. Vault read it. Now Matt trying to fight for it in the corner. Tander has options down towards Kaio. He will go, and that shot's going to come off the backboard. Card can't get to it. PJ slows it down and clears it out into his corner, back towards the midfield.
I love that little bit of passing where it's explosive right into the midfield. Nobody really expected it. Using the top of your card to get that solid hit out. Something that even G2 do well is managing to find those infield passes where it's so quick and fast. No matter how predictable it is, as long as you get that pace, nobody is getting in the way.
Here's PJ looking for options as it was tough to break out. 11s once again have opportunity. Tander plays it off to Card. A bit of a dangerous pass. Vault thought he had it. Now PJ, big, long clear here for some space. Vault got the demo. Is it open for Matt? Card spawns and clears it away.
That spawn was actually the worst thing you could have hoped for. Card managed to spawn right on the side it got cleared to. If it was the opposite direction, there's no way he could have gotten to that ball. It would have been a free net for Renewed, but they luckily escaped with it.
And the only thing that's luck-based in Rocket League is that spawn, and it pays off there. Maybe a second touch here for PJ. Vault's going to follow it up, but not on target, and cleared away by 11s. And now back quickly towards the Team Renewed side. It's broken up. Here's Matt, full boost. His turn. Back and forth. These teams have gone quickly to each side of the field. It has just been so quick, whipping the ball around the field. Here's PJ, doesn't get the touch. Vault tries to put this one over Card, almost caught him out. Now PJ, Team Renew would love to get one here soon. Coming up on a minute left, Vault goes and calls off Matt, but they both end up not going for the ball. This one's gonna pinch in for PJ off of the defender, and there's life for Team Renewed.
And this is a clone of that shot earlier that we saw where it pinched off the player on the wall. It's the same instance. You're coming to the other side of the ball, hoping that you can get the pinch towards the net. That exactly happens perfect. Like, literally, you couldn't try and get a better 50 than that, because you really want to force it towards the midfield. And they're hoping for at least a midfield pass, but in that instance, it just goes towards the net. Two lucky plays on both sides. Now they're even.
Opportunity here for Team Renewed. They sent two just a second ago off the backboard, and neither of them connected. Time ticking down, though. You've got to send some players forward and make a play. This could be it, Matt. It's going to go high. Second touch. Card gets it just to his corner. Team Renewed have certainly sped up here. The pass over to Vault is a little bit too far forward. Card, big miss from him. Matt's going to put it away. Tie game with 26 seconds left.
Card's been stuck on the defensive side. He's been the only person in net, it feels like, for the past maybe 3-4 shots. He needs to break down. He slips up on the backboard where you need to get a hit. And it's just time and time again, they press. The Renewed has been on the offensive attack this entire minute. This final minute of gameplay, they're putting everything they have forward. And Card finally slips up.
What a roller coaster game two for both these teams. Big miss there from Card. Let's Team Renewed back in at 10 seconds left, and 11's knocking on the door here. This one's gonna pinch back towards the blue side backboard. Here's PJ, maybe one more. It's gonna come down. Vault's there. Shot on target, goes in. 0-second goal for Vault.
Where was the defense? We were waiting for a touch here. PJ slides it across. Kaio missed. Another defensive mistake. It's Card and then Kaio. Back-to-back misses. A huge throw in this game. And it seems like Renewed have just stolen a win.
Thievery, stolen, taken away.
What is that?
Team Renewed comes out in the final seconds, and you could see it start to happen, especially after their second goal. The equalizer was scored off that kickoff. Team Renewed had all the pressure. They had all the boost. You could tell 11s were not feeling confident at that point, and huge payoff to stay in this game and squeak out a win. And I said it before and even now, what a roller coaster of a game two for both these teams.
And this is exactly what I was talking about when I say Renewed get a little bit chasey, but in a good way. Because sometimes it can be the best possible situation where you rush everything. And in those instances, you're hoping that somebody's gonna miss the ball. And for Renewed, as long as you have a player there anticipating a miss, you're gonna score that 100% of the time. You might be out of position, but when they do miss and finally make that mistake, you're there to punish. And those last two goals were a perfect execution of that play style where you throw everybody at the ball and you're desperate for a goal, but it works out anyway.
What a game two. And for 11s, that is one of the most painful ways to lose a game,
that cuts
especially
deep.
after you had some great scoring opportunities that you did put away, but the big miss from Card that let them get their goal, and then of course the 0-second goal. I mean, there's only a few more painful ways to lose a game, and for 11s, you have to reset now. I mean, this is obviously not the way you wanted the series to go through the first 2 games, but it's a 1-1 series. You know, there's not, you haven't lost much ground here. Now it's just tied back up. And for 11s, how do you bounce back? I mean, the mentality, especially in such a big game in a big series, how do you get back into this?
I think the most part, you have to make sure that you're not frustrated at all, obviously, but you have to find a way to not tilt yourself, because if you can just remind yourself that those were simple mistakes. You know, right now I'm looking at 11s and I'm not seeing, you know, any huge major flaws other than the fact that it's literally just mechanical reads off the backboard. They need to figure out a way to get their mechanics on point, which is a simple fix. You know, there's nothing hidden. There's no secret trick to make yourselves play better. You literally just have to hit the ball off the backboard. That's it. That's all you have to fix. So I think 11s, if they can just not get tilted off those little mistakes, I think they're set.
Yeah, I mean, it is the little things, right? I mean, like you've been saying, it's not like there was some massive gameplay, you know, flaw or anything like that. It was just mechanical misses, and then of course, the 0-second goal. It happens. Unfortunately, it happens. A lot of teams have felt this, and you have to bounce back. You have a long series.
I felt it many times, Corelli. That is the the worst thing that you could possibly have happen to you in a game. And it's funny because when you're on the defensive side as a player and you see that they have a potential to get a 0-second goal, sometimes you just freeze up because you see it unfolding right in front of you, and you're like, no, please. And you see the ball just stay in the air. And that comes down to the possession and knowing that the other team is just hungrier than you are to get that last second goal, to get that win in that series. And it started out with 11s. I thought they were hungry as could be. They looked on point. Their back passes were there, but it kind of all fell apart as they started to get more nervous when that game played out.
Yeah, and that is something that is to consider going forward, you know, for both these teams. I know one of them have even spoken on it before, is just being nervous in these types of situations. You know, this is a huge opportunity for any team in South America to show the world what they got here in this spring series. And you certainly don't want to be disappointed to you, your team, or to your own region. And for a lot of these guys, if not all of them, this is a massive opportunity. So in the end, it's a 1-1 series going into game 3. I think you're right, Turtle. For 11s, it's about getting back into it, and that's how you do it. Another quick goal off the kickoff, and it's all Card here.
And this has got to be a breath of fresh air for Card. Doing it all himself, regaining some respect after that big miss last game. He doesn't even need his teammates to help him get that one in. Wraps around the ball off the wall. We see that play so many times, but executing it can be so difficult when it comes to getting yourself around the ball. Mechanics are back on point for Card.
Starting off on the right foot is 11s. Now Team Renewed having their try at the 11s net. See if they can find an equalizer here quickly. And right now I like what Team Renewed is bringing to the table. They really do a good job of intercepting and cutting off the midfield and then quickly moving downfield. And if they're going to boom it downfield, they do find the space behind the defenders. And that's what you want. If you're going to boom the ball down the field, it needs to be high into space. And that's what we've seen. And right now it's chaos in the Team Renewed's net. And it's Tander to put it away. 2-goal lead for 11s.
Tander, a giant force into the back of the net. A huge dunk. And look at that setup from Kaio. Whenever he got that pre-flip into the ball, opened up space, nobody on the side of Renewed even expected that touch out from Kyle. They thought its flip was canceled, it was gone, but he actually saved it for the perfect moment, created some space, and then Tander, great aggression to force that one in off a giant dunk.
Kyle with a touch, saved away by Math, and now for Team Renewed in the first minute, down by 2 goals. Flip reset here for PJ. Couldn't get the dunk as 2 defenders go up for 11s. Here's Vault. Tough ball to read coming out. Math couldn't get around it. It did get by Kaio. Here's Tander, needs some help. Good touch from Kaio. Now Card, his turn to go up. Into the Renewed corner, does get his flip back. He couldn't make contact on the ball. Now Kaio couldn't follow up. And back into the midfield. Here's Vault. Card's got to play defense now off the back wall and make the read. PJ was up, but couldn't get there fast enough. It was Kaio to cut it out. 11's quickly back onto offense, and you can see, I mean, if you can see the midfield as we transition from each side. PJ is going for so many bumps, and a shot off the crossbar there from Card, a follow-up from Tander. 11's so close there, but just off the mark so far.
Yeah, and it feels like the solo plays, at least on the side of Renewed, are so much better. Look at this play from Math, off the touch from Vault to PJ, back to Math. That is some great teamwork. And then the bumps from Vault, beautiful execution.
Vault running through like a tank, getting both players and bumping them out of the way. Everyone getting involved from Team Renewed there, and that's what they needed. Getting the touch, the give and go downfield, and then Vault opening up the space for the shot. But a lot of pressure being felt on this Team Renewed side right now. 11's doing a great job of just making it disorganized, a little messy inside the box. And it's really thrown this Team Renewed defense for a loop.
And I've noticed that a lot of times whenever 11s are given some space in the air, instead of just simply throwing it up and going for a simple clear, even we just saw there, a flip reset to try and stall and create some extra space for your teammates. It's plays like that from 11s that I think set them apart. It's a great counterattack, saved out by Card. Tanner's there for the save. Back-to-back defensive plays and a stop from 11.
And now Tanner has some opportunities. He pops it up, gets a bump. It was up to Matt to make that save, and he does. 2 minutes left to play. Plenty of time for Team Renewed to get back into it. Here's Vault into the midfield, looking for some help. Math. Weak shot is cleared away. Good cutout from Card and a pass over to Kyle. Good passing here play from 11's, and PJ will stop the double tap off the backboard. Here's Kyle, does get the touch down off the crossbar. Tander's there, but the clear away from PJ will stop it up, and that's probably the second or third, at least twice now, I've seen a tough shot go off the crossbar. That would have been unsavable if it was just on target.
And it's happening on both sides. These teams inching closer and closer. Finding the back of the net. Here's PJ for Renewed. He slams it down into the net.
And that's what I'm talking about. Those are the shots that you want, and PJ shows 11 how to do it. You put it right under the crossbar, hit with pace, top shelf to tie it up. Beautifully done by PJ.
Look at that space he had in the air. He was so quick up to that aerial. Nobody even in contention to try and make a stop or a block. PJ, a great prediction on where that ball was bouncing.
So we're back, all tied up. This ball bounces into the 11 side as Vault trying to keep it there for Team Renewed. Here's Math. Card doing a great job of stopping every effort. That's 3 challenges in a row for him, and he buys Tander enough time to get behind it and throw it downfield. Less than a minute to go. We're staring down another heartbreaking goal for either of these teams. Card into his own corner. Here's Math. Dangerous ball here. PJ's up, and no one makes the connection. Vault plays it off the back wall. A second touch. It goes in front of Math. He couldn't read that. He wasn't expecting that ball to pinball inside the box. And a clear comes out from Kyle, looking for that backboard. Now it's 11's turn. What do they have in store for their offense? As it's broken up by Vault. That shot's going to go off the backboard. PJ almost was able to follow it up. Here's Math with the shot. Hard shot back post. Tander makes the save. 15 seconds left. PJ and Team Renewed, do they have the last laugh once again? PJ going to drop it down for Vault. The shot's high, looking for one more. It's Card who will turn it away for 11's, but still the pressure on for Team Renewed. Can PJ come around to it? No, it's overtime in Game 3.
Team Renewed forcing everyone on 11s. There's multiple occasions where you saw all 3 players sitting in net. They're forced to get these insane saves where they use up all their boost. The starvation, the aggression, and all of this possession on the other field has to break down 11s.
There's been 14 shots from Team Renewed, and 11s have 10 saves. You can see that pressure from Team Renewed, and they've been that close multiple times, and credit to the defense of 11s to standing tall so far. 11 sitting at 7 shots at the moment. PJ happy to throw this one downfield. Vault gets a demo on Kaio, so space opens up. Card's got to make the play. He does. And clears it downfield back to Vault. talking about the nervousness, the anxiousness of these games, and now going into overtime, especially in a game 3 situation, you know you take the lead. You don't fall behind if you win this game. A lot of pressure on these players on a stage like this. 2 demos come out. Vault definitely getting more and more physical. He's looking for options. He goes across. No one was there. Math was too far back.
It's got to be in their heads at this point. I mean, if you're 11s, you know that you threw that last game and it got stolen from you. So you know that Renewed have everything it takes to make this comeback. Even after 11 started this game out stronger, they let it slip away from them.
Card into the midfield, stopped by Vault. Here's PJ. Team Renewed shaping up for something. Here comes out to Math, and the shot blocked by Kyle. Another lob shot by Vault. Cleared away by Card, and another great offensive try for Team Renewed, but the defense standing tall. Here's another one as Math couldn't make contact.
Love the pass there from Vault out to Math. Getting even more creative. The synergy, like we talked about, it's building. I've seen the progression throughout this whole series. More passes have come out from everyone on Team Renewed. We're not seeing solo plays. We're not seeing that individual ball chasing style where it's one person up trying to make something himself. They're utilizing each other, finding their own teammates' space, and hopefully trying to sink one in.
Almost 2.5 minutes of overtime here, and a very tense overtime in this 1-1 series. Tander had options back. Couldn't play it off the wall. Here's Math. Used his flip to almost catch it off the wall once again. Now Tander looking to play this one through the midfield. Stopped up by PJ. Team Renewed doing a good job in the midfield to not let 11s out. They got to be more creative than that. Just to throw it down the sideline is just not enough to break the Team Renewed.
Oh, the back
flip,
though.
This one comes down. Card doesn't get the touch. Not enough boost to get back up to it. 3 minutes of overtime and some dangerous balls coming down from the top of the Team Renewed side. Ball is played straight back to Card. And now Tander, first touch, looking for a shot. Everyone was in net for Team Renewed. They'll stop him up. Now Kyle into the air dribble. He take it himself, finds the backboard, but PJ cuts it out.
Nice fake.
Card lets Tander come through. Team Renewed getting locked in a little bit. You can see it a little bit boost starved. No one can get up to the challenge, and some double commits come out. If 11s can capitalize here, a little disorganization on the Team Renewed side, but no shot comes out. Shot from Card, and it goes through. It sneaks it under the 2 defenders and past the last man on the goal line. And a Game 3 victory for 11s.
The script has been flipped right now. It's not Renewed making this comeback. It's 11s. They were stuck in their own half that entire overtime. They just flipped the switch and managed to force that ball out of their own defense and forced it up. That was a great turnaround in their play style. Somehow they managed to keep going back and forth. And what I loved about that play there in the final second was that that ball had literally gone to Renewed's corners back and forth multiple times. It was just getting thrown across. And you could see 11s, everybody on their team was taking boosts, taking corner boost pads, everything they could do to starve out that team. And then solo plays like this from Card to start it out. Like we talked about, they started out strong, kind of lost a little bit of their momentum, but once they got back on the offense and back with some possession, they knew how to capitalize.
Well, it's been very apparent through 3 games, and especially in the last couple, this is going to be no easy task. All bets are off. Whatever you said about these teams in day 1, it is a completely different beast for both teams, and for the better. They're both playing so well right now, and it's really about who has the higher percentage of conversion right now, because there are so many opportunities for both sides. I can go back through even just regular time and count up all the Renewed opportunities that they had on offense, and for 11s, they were able to come out on top here. But this is, for a best of 7, this is going to be a tense and close series.
Without a doubt. And I get a little bit shaky for the side of Renewed, because I think for 11s, it's very noticeable whenever they're getting starved out with boost, right? But we're not seeing nearly as many double commits or nearly as many panicked plays on defense as we are from Renewed. Whenever 11s finally manages to break out and start starving out Renewed, they start panicking right away. That last goal that we just saw in overtime, there was a double commit before, a huge miss from PJ, I think it was in the backfield, And things just were looking very scary on the side of Renewed, because once they start losing that boost pad, that boost control, they don't know what to do. They start panicking, the communication goes dry. But meanwhile, on the side of 11s, that's, I think, just the experience, a little bit more talking and speaking for itself. So if they can keep, starving out Renewed, I think that it's 11s who have the advantage.
And I think that point about Team Renewed getting boost starved on their end, you could see it in that last final 30 seconds of that overtime. If you were to rewind and start back from the last 30 seconds, you could really see that defense start to deteriorate. You could see a lot of missed challenges, a lot of double commits coming out. And it's because of being uncomfortable with not enough boost. And 11s, give credit to them, doing a great job of putting on the pressure and really making that defense work to break out of their own end. And that's what eventually cracked them. But that's what I was trying to say is Team Renewed could do that right back to 11s. And they were doing that through regular time and even halfway through overtime. So it's such a back and forth series so far. I remember day one, we were talking about how great 11s is and how they're probably the favorite to win this. And while we knew that Team Renewed is obviously a great team, there was no doubt in our minds, they have really stepped up to the plate here against 11s. And this series, I mean, at the rate we're going, we're going to see all 7 games.
I think towards the beginning of this entire tournament, you would have seen 11s and seen Team Renewed and think, obviously there's an underdog with Renewed, but I really don't even have any confidence. But now, as we've seen them, like you said, Carilli, starve out 11s, take these shots, open up so much space with the midfield passing, and then have Math do a lot of the heavy lifting. These guys are looking scary, and they definitely have what it takes to break into that top tier spot of South America.
Well, things already starting off well for Team Renewed as they didn't give up a goal in the first 5-6 seconds, as that's been the case for 2 out of the 3 games so far in the series. And that's exactly how you want to start. You don't want to give the other team so much confidence and momentum immediately off the kickoff. It certainly doesn't feel very good. His vault and doesn't get the touch, but enough to throw off the defense just to make them think about it. So we'll see who comes out on top here as a 2-1 series opens up in favor of 11s, and a shot goes in for Vault, just catching the defense out, and great placement to give his team the lead.
That's what I'm talking about, mopping the floor with these shots. Vault in the corner, gets that right side of the ball to match it, and that was a difficult angle because he's kind of coming from the opposite side of the pitch there, which makes it even harder to time it with that bounce. So Vault, a great job of putting that on target, finds the corner, and he's a player who I think really is an underdog on this Renewed roster.
He might not get as much credit as he deserves, as he's been spectacular so far, just involved on offense, and even his solo plays, they're creative enough to really make the defense think about where he's going with the ball, and he gets a lot of respect because of it. Here's Tander trying to find Card. A little bit too far forward now. Card, not a lot of boost to work with. So clear comes out from Vault, and PJ to cut it out. Now Team Renewed, can they put one away? Math was there, and the shot went wide. Vault trying to keep the play alive. Has to give way for Card. Into the corner of Team Renewed's side. PJ looking for Math, and Math does get the touch just enough to put it towards midfield. Vault presses up. Now Tander to Kaio and PJ to clear it away. You can see Team Renewed, everyone getting bunched up on the goal line there, expecting that shot. That shot goes wide from Kaio. Card opts to pass it back to Kaio, and then goes for the bump. 200 IQ play from Card.
I thought you were saying 2 IQ, Carilli. Did you say 2 IQ or 200?
200.
Oh, I heard a 2 IQ play because there was a bump play involved. I didn't know what you were trying to say out, what type of stereotypes with the bumps, but that was brilliant from Card. Gets the pass out too, and the bump. That's how it's done, and you get back into the game.
It was so smart from Card. You dish it off to your teammate in the corner who can rip a shot on target, and you just keep that momentum through the ball and straight into the defense like you're bowling.
Not all bump plays are 2 IQ plays, and here's Card finding another slot into the net. Look at this pass from Tanner, the air dribble. He recognized the space and the bump on Math. That's how it's done.
Huge bump again, and The bumps are what's opening up the space so far. And 11's back in the lead here.
A new tactic.
So just past halftime. Team Renewed down by 1. Not having the same control that they've had in previous games. 11's have looked a bit cleaner so far. Here's PJ playing this one up to himself to go from 11's, but they do get control and keep control down to Card. Maybe a second touch. He just barely misses there, but open net for Tander if he can put it away. Not enough power as Vault gets back. He saw the opening, the seas parted in front of him, and he just couldn't put it on target fast enough.
Things
Here's
still
Matt.
Risky though. I mean, back
Boost
and
to work
forth.
with. Flip reset for Math. Over the last defender, equalizes for Team Renewed.
Math literally doing algebra right now to calculate this flip reset. Look at that play into the corner. I didn't think he was gonna go for it. I thought he had the power coming across the ball to bang it into the net, but he changes his mind and hits the reset.
So Matt able to find the equalizer there with an impressive flip reset. It's just enough to level us out here with 1:30 left. And that's the type of stuff you expect from Math. We talked about it before this series started. He's such a weapon for this team. And while he has been contributing through the last few games, that's the biggest solo play that we've seen from him. And we wouldn't have it any other way so far. This series has followed a very strict rule, and that's stay close no matter what. As 2 go, and a 2-2 game with 1 minute left. It might come down to 1 goal once again.
I'm still getting scared though. I'm seeing Team Renewed more and more double commits as we've watched the series unfold. Getting a bit scared. You can't always rely on Matt to hit those crazy shots, especially when you've got the bump plays from 11's that they've now integrated into their style, starting to get more aggressive. You can't afford any more double commits right now with this tied up match.
Here's Vault. 30 seconds left. Tries to play it through himself. Does sneak a shot by, but it was wide. Vault still with the play, and he puts another one on target. Just on the challenge itself. So doing a good job of locking in 11 so far, and 15 seconds left. Card just throws it back into the box of Team Renewed, but opportunity now for Kyle. He tries to play it back to Card. It comes back to Kyle into the corner. And a long clear from Math. 11, see if they opt to keep it up. They will put it up into the corner and try and kill it here, but Vault, he's going to try and keep it alive, and he can't get over it. Overtime, a 2-2 game in Game 4.
Now let's see if 11's keep up that bump play. That strategy to force somebody into the offensive side. Get a solid demo that really throws off the defense. Here's a great opening now for Kyle, but PJ's back in time.
Hit just a bit too hard, but it's a good start for 11's just to break out onto the Team Renewed side. Here's Card. Once again, head hunting. Once again, and he gets one, but Matt stays on his goal line and dodges the bump. Now, onto the dribble and up and over. Kyle makes this diving save to get it out, and the pass still going for Team Renewed. Opportunity still here for them if they can get back control. Vault's not going without a fight as he gets 2 dunked, and eventually it does break down. Here's Matt, shot on target. Card's got to make the save. Now PJ, stopped up by Card. Great continuation from a lot of these players just off the initial challenge to then follow up and get another challenge or another win to keep the play going. Here's PJ. This is a dangerous ball coming down. Ball is there, but it's blocked by Card.
What a difficult read from Card. Off the corner of the backboard. He had to pre-jump so early in advance to match up to that shot, especially when you're sitting in net. You don't have any angle on seeing who's in front of you, waiting for the challenge. Perfect timing, and the defense holds strong for 11's as they manage to bounce back after overexerting themselves on that demo play previously.
There's Kyle trying to pass it back, but instead just goes straight to Math. Long, booming, clear, and PJ does get a piece of it. Math is there to put it away, all the way down the field, and Team Renewed tie up the series.
The hero for Team Renewed, it's Matt, but PJ with the read, he anticipated the miss again. It's something we see time again. Renewed, They always go for this ball, anticipate misses when they need to, and that way they catch the other team off guard. A great pass out from PJ. Math is there to clutch it out. That's crazy, Crowley. I can't believe they ran away with that. What is that?
What? And I mean, this is an extremely entertaining series, to say the least. And for Team Renewed to come out and put that one on with 1:30 into overtime, very nicely done here from Team Renewed. And for 11s now, again, it's just, I mean, how do you capitalize on the opportunities that are given to you? They have. It's not like they haven't. But again, Team Renewed able to eke out another win because they're able to put together the play quickly downfield and put a shot on target that earns them a goal. And that's the difference. I think 11s has played a fine game, but you've got to convert on a lot of these really dangerous chances that they're getting.
I think one of my favorite things about South America Rocket League in general is the risk that's involved with all these plays. I think most of these teams, if not all of them so far in South America, don't have any hesitation when it comes to going for a risk. And that's something you might find in other regions, North America, Europe especially, where they're a little bit more timid on going for that really aggressive, really risky play. But here in South America, these guys love to get their hands dirty when they're on the offensive side, to push forward, to go for bumps. And that's what makes it so awesome to watch, because we're seeing Team 11s push up forward, go for the risky demo play, and then it's up to Renewed to figure out how to bounce back and burst out of their own half to find that counterattack. So it's literally a battle back and forth between these teams.
So we go on to another game here in Game 5. It has been so close in each of these games. And we talked about it before, but I'm going to bring it up again. Players and teams being nervous going into this. This has got to be one of the most nerve-wracking series they've been in. It's been so close, so back and forth, so many close chances, big pop-off plays. What more can you ask for from your teammates in such a high-pressure situation? Here's Math off the backboard for Team Renewed as they start off on offense. They do get a demo that opened up some space. Vault and PJ doing a good job of keeping this play alive as it does sneak by PJ there. Vault, second touch, second effort. Math is there. It's going to drop down, and PJ had to go back. He was out of boost, so couldn't play that close third man. Vault has done such a great job of getting 1 to 2, 3 touches on plays to keep the play alive, not only for himself, but maybe be able to dish it off to his teammates or just make it awkward for his opponent. And how about you score one, Vault? 1-0.
Look at the pass from Matt. That flip right there to get that behind the defense. That is one of the best passes we might see all throughout the spring series. Matt, an incredible pass. He timed the flip, managed to get around and that angle on the ball. And then now the response. Card, what is going on, bro? This is such a great series.
So close, back and forth, and a kickoff goal has been a cornerstone, I'd say, for 11's Esports so far in this series. They've been doing it at the beginning of games, and they get another one there. And I think it really does come down to Team Renewed's kickoff here. They leave no one in net, and they've been burned a few times. 11's able to follow up on their kickoff and make them pay. So all that hard work erased for Team Renewed, and maybe lost the lead as Kaio comes through, and 11's takes it from him.
An unfortunate break for Kaio. He kind of mistimed his flip here to get that shot on net, but then he used that last bit of boost, you can see, to get that final touch. Make sure you direct it like right into net, which is exactly what you're looking for, to look for a recovery.
Here's Matt looking it on to Vault. Vault's going to take his time with it. He actually plays it over. PJ Card's there. Can he get the touch? But Vault puts it in himself, and Kaio gets credit for it. And what a play from Card just to stick with it here. As unfortunately, Vault own goals that one, and now a 2-goal lead opens up for 11's. See if Tander and 11's can keep things going as Vault and PJ combined. Plays it across. 11's trying to find their way out here. It has been Team Renewed. We've talked about it a couple times now. They've done a great job of slowing up that midfield and making 11s really earn it. But you can see everyone from Team Renewed racing back as Kaio breaks free. Here's Card into his own corner, just buying time, buying space as everyone played through from Team Renewed. Card and PJ on the save. Now Kaio trying to follow this one off the backboard. Vault attempts away, but everyone getting sucked into the play on the right side. Dangerous shot from Tander. Now Kaio pops this one up. Tander gets a second touch, looking for more, and now it's Math looking for Vault. A second touch off the backboard. One more from Math is there. He's going to drop it down, and Tander makes the save, but the great passing coming out from Team Renewed. Tander, great fake. Past Vault, buying space, buying time. PJ's forced to make the challenge even with no boost. Here's Vault. Into his own corner now. Kaio looking for space above the box. PJ takes it away now. Vault backflips on it, but still has time to recover. Takes a bit of space till dishing it off towards Math, but it was too far forward. PJ gets beat. Tander into the Team Renewed corner. Now Card. PJ up for this one. Nobody else is up. He's going to drop it down off the crossbar. PJ keeps Team Renewed in it here with 1 minute and 16 seconds left. Huge play from PJ, uncontested as well. And Tander just couldn't go up. What a play from him. And 11 so slow to react. Down by 1. Can Team Renewed get back in it? Here's Vault. Another shot off the crossbar. Opportunities here for Team Renewed. 2's up with Math and Vault. Vault gets the second touch. PJ comes through. Tie game for Team Renewed. A well-earned goal with all 3 players coming through. What a stressful game for both these teams. And tied up once again with 1 minute left. My goodness, you couldn't ask for a better story here for both these teams. Unbelievable. Here's PJ dropping down. Can Team Renewed steal this one away? PJ pops it up to Matt. Tander tries to play this one out for 11s. Are we looking at another overtime here? Matt, he might say no. Card trying to find a way out. And he does. Now Tander gets dunked by Vault. Here's PJ. 11s, do they have their shot to get back into this? Here's Card. Card looking to play this one across. Time ticking down here. Math trying to play out for Team Renewed. Here's Tander, is blocked away by PJ. This could be it for Team Renewed. Card's got to get the touch, and he does to slow down the attack. Vault might still have it. The pass out, but the demo on Math. He was going to be there for the shot and couldn't do so in overtime in Game 4. What a series between these two teams.
Well, the Turtles still trying to come back up to the shore, Corelli. So in the meantime, I'm here to help you out, man, in this overtime. And it was a wild end there for both 11s and Renewed. And I mean, Renewed, it was shaky at the end of that game, or the end of that regulation. But they're starting to put together some good touches here. Vault especially. Vault and PJ trying to come across the center. Math's shot taken away, but it's been crazy here in the last 30 seconds. Already taken away. PJ cutting off an angle. I really like what I'm seeing right now from Renewed.
And we've seen plenty of overtimes between these two teams just in this series. And they've been tense, just like this entire game has been, as Matt makes a crucial save there, at least block from the shot. And
again, just trying to... Yeah, I was just going to say, trying to get the clear out. The 11s, they're having a lot of trouble right now. And Vault is specifically, he's out there stealing boost. That's his third boost already in this overtime. And like, look at this Card. He's trying to carry this ball out, but it's no good. They're locked in their own end. They need a massive clear. Tander might give them here as they get back on offense.
That was an opportunity, but PJ, good clear from him. And you wonder who's going to break first in this game. It's been back and forth between these two teams on who's breaking. And PJ, big bump, and Card makes the save on the post. Another off the crossbar from Kaio, and they're going to get the clear downfield. Unbelievable from 11s.
Oh, showing pinball mastery, but it's not over. Somehow Renewed gets the ball back. Here's the shot from Matt. Matt off the crossbar and in. Renewed take the game from 11s.
What a game between these two teams, and Matt coming up so clutch. Everyone from 11s was there, but they couldn't get the touch on it this time. And Team Renewed take the lead in the series. My goodness. Or get back into the series. Wow.
This It literally went from vaults, the ball bouncing off the back of his car in midfield, and then he drives the whole way to it to own goal, to being able to last until overtime, and then literally keep 11's boxed in the blue half the entire time. But I feel like we played 2 whole games, Corelli, with this one game.
My good, I mean,
there it is. There's like the own goal.
I've aged in this series.
You might
quite
have.
A bit.
You had to cast for a little while there by yourself.
And I appreciate you, Jorby, coming in. Turtle, of course, disconnected during the game. I didn't want to take away from what we were watching here. But my goodness, Team Renewed back in it here. And I mean, it's not even like I can sit here and say, oh, 11's played poorly because they lost. No, they didn't. They played just fine. There was some crucial mistakes, obviously, but like I was saying, somebody's got to crack. Somebody has to win the game at some point. There has to be a mistake at some point. And for 11s, they've been the team to break quite a few times in this series, where Team Renewed is just able to sneak one in. And credit to Math, great shot. But I mean, wow. I mean, what an exciting series. I mean, I'm a little lost for words, mostly because I said a lot of them in that game, but it's just, what a series between these two teams. It's one of the most entertaining series I've seen in a long time.
Corelli, subbing in for Turtle. Turtle and I are disconnect bros now, so we have that to add to our co-resume. But, Turtle will come back and finish out the series with you. But I'm glad I could hop in and at least experience that overtime with you, Corelli. I'm excited to watch the rest of the series. Only thing I will say is that 11's got to be careful on defense. They give too much space to Renewed once they get control of the ball, especially in the corners and the back wall. It's looking a little suspect on some of these reads that they have to make these challenges if they have hope here against Team Renewed.
Appreciate it, Jarby, for you coming in. And I don't know, I might have to talk to production. I might need a sub to sub me out after one of these games, as we'll get Turtle back in here shortly. And Team Renewed and 11s is shaping up, this series shaping up to be one for the ages, at least in South America, and especially for this spring series. I mean, we still have OCE, we still have Europe, we still have North America, and I'm willing to bet that this series and the way it's going to end will be one of the better ones throughout all of the regions that we're going to see. And we're not even done with it yet, and I'm confident in saying that.
No, not at all. I mean, that's one thing with South America in general that, I've been impressed with is, Corelli, you and I were talking about it before, or, during some of the breaks, is, the creativity of some of these teams, and especially these two, always looking for each other, always looking to move down. There's always someone in midfield. Even if they've faced tons of pressure on defense, someone is in midfield trying to move the ball down the pitch, and then whether it be through a flip reset or trying a creative pass out of the corner, they're always looking for that aggressive game, and it makes the game so exciting to watch. Like this region has been so fun to watch this weekend, and these last 2 matches that we've had have been excellent. Honestly, Renewed, I was surprised at the beginning that they were getting kind of smacked a little bit by 11s, but they've come back in a big way this time, and I really love what I'm seeing from them. I'm kind of hoping this goes 7 the whole way, especially since I won't have to cast the rest of it, Corelli.
Yeah, and it truly is shaping up to be that way. And we've talked about it. Turtle and I mentioned it a couple times here. Team Renewed has really stepped up to the plate, and we say that not because we thought that they were massive underdogs here. It's just that they have really looked looked good. They looked crisp throughout this series, and they looked like they were getting better and better as they go. Turtle was talking about how he's just seen this team kind of grow just series to series, game to game even, where they're just learning, they're figuring each other out once again. And I think that they've looked really good here against 11s. And on the other side, I mean, I said at the end of that game too, 11s doesn't look bad. I mean, neither of these teams look that bad. It's just who's going to crack. It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, like I said, I think for 11s, it just comes down to positioning on defense and giving too much respect to Team Renewed. Where I was expecting Tanner to maybe make a challenge from his own back wall, he instead pulls off, or it's just straight whiffs because they're not in position and they're diving at the ball. So I think that's where they're getting killed by. That's at least where they got killed last game, and I'd really like to see them shake that up, because when they do, they look so good. And like you said, for the most part, still didn't look that bad.
No. And with this break, as we get everyone back into the server here, this is, I think, a good time for these teams to kind of take a deep breath and really in through the mouth, out through the nose, and really just take a moment to understand where they are in this series, to understand what has happened in the last couple games, and to kind of just relax. We've talked about nervousness, we talked about being anxious in these games on such a big stage, and I think this is a great opportunity for both teams and all players, and maybe myself included, to take a deep breath and reset yourself going into these final few games, because this one ain't over yet. There's still a couple more chapters here, and somebody's got to write them.
4-minute overtime. Yeah.
Yeah. So this has been an incredible series so far, and I believe the players are ready to go. They are joining the server, so we will hop into our next game here. And like I said, with this break that we've had, I'm curious to know, who will keep the hot hand going into this, especially after seeing what Renewed came out with in game one. They were a little bit cold from sitting and waiting. See what they bring us here after this break. So we will come out and get in to the next game here. Here's Tander. Team Renewed trying to find something in the midfield. Here's Kaio. A weak shot on target is cleared away. And a good demo from PJ. He's been physical throughout the series and every shape, and especially through midfield as well. And he gets another demo.
And we're
Welcome back, Turtle.
Hello. We have joined back into the server. My internet has recovered. And I watched you, Corelli. I wanted to throw you through the ringer, because this series is just too good to be true as we get into this one.
And it certainly is. And as we get into it here, Team Renewed trying to find their way out and into the midfield, and Tander, he wants to go for a solo play here. Can he dunk it past PJ? He at least stops it, and a follow-up there from Carr, but the shot's wide, and PJ there to clear it away. Big booming clear coming out from Team Renewed, and a couple of bumps as Math does get a piece of it in the end. Here's Carr. Had options to his left, but couldn't get around it. Looking for more space. Kyle looking for the backboard. PJ's there. The backboard defense has gotten better from Team Renewed here in this game. It felt like 11s really had their number for a while, especially in the early on, the first couple games. 11s really wanted to play off that backboard and back wall, and Team Renewed has definitely shut it down more and more.
And it's definitely been a lot about those challenges in the corners and on the walls. A lot of them forced out into the middle, even forced to the net. Corelli, I've been noticing from both teams, it's been a very adaptive series. I think both teams have evolved so much since we've started this entire series. As they progress, the play styles have changed. The way they're going for demos has changed. And now we're seeing less of that and more defensive strategies, where both these teams are kind of pushing back a bit, focusing more on those defensive 50-50s, and then how they transition with counterattacks.
And Team Renewed feeling a lot of pressure right now. 11's doing a good job of just controlling the pace of the game right now and keeping possession through the midfield and into their final third. It's been tough for Team Renewed to have anything more than a booming clear at the moment, as PJ's shot does come off the post and wide. Here's Vault. A couple good looks here for Team Renewed if they can get a hold of it. This one comes out to PJ. Matt looking for bumps. The shot's wide from PJ. Vault waiting. to see where this one pops out. Volt shot's gonna be wide. Now Math. This ball cleared away by Card. A tough pass comes out from PJ, a little bit too far for Vault to catch back up to it. And now 11's turn if they can catch back up to it. It wasn't Card, it was Math who gets the touch. And a follow-up from PJ. A big save, though, from Kaio. Out of nowhere, PJ had the opportunity and stopped up.
And what a defensive stop. Another shot, too. It's all Kaio. It's all Kaio, Corelli. Did you see those saves back to back from Kaio on the defense? He gets the fake on the flip reset and then the pass out to Card. Kaio, the MVP of this game.
And you're right. He fakes the flip reset, but as soon as he lands, he'll flip back into the ball, and that's how he beats the defender. What a play from Kaio to give his team the lead here. A minute and 30 seconds left. If you've seen anything from this series, you know that it's going to stay close here. And that you are most certainly going to see a couple chances for Team Renewed, and this could be it. Vault's there, looking for follow-up as Math rotated all the way back. PJ was backwards in the midfield, so nobody can catch back up to it. Here's Vault again, but the pass was too weak. Tander had an open net if he got enough power on it. Now Team Renewed, PJ for a second touch.
He's got
down, it's too high. Follow-up from Math, stopped by Card. The defense from 11 standing tall, and a couple of missed shots from Team Renewed spoil the chance.
So threatening on offense is PJ. He can do it all, the versatility. We just saw him almost get that double touch. The passes from this man have always been so clutch for his teams. And what a setup from Vault into the middle. Vault with a great pass out to Matt. These guys are so balanced as a team.
And such a quick fast break downfield, and that touch from Vault to come up on the ball towards the back wall to come out. And Matt there to put it away, all tied up with 43 seconds left. What else does this series have in store? Matt. Nice little flip reset there, but it's really to nothing as Vault comes through. One goal may separate these teams once again. PJ fighting for it. In the 11's corner, here's Math. Plenty of boost to work with if you can catch back up to it. Not the best touch, but 11's does come out with it, and PJ to take it to his own corner. 10 seconds left.
Kick volley too, Corelli.
Could be the last chance here for Team Renewed if they can get a hold of it. Here's Vault going for it all. The shot high, falling from PJ. Shots on target. Save from Card. This one's too high for Math, and it's going to drop down for overtime.
This time it wasn't Kaio, it was Card. In the backfield, gets that final save, and you gotta applaud the defense from 11's. There's been so many moments, even there, Kaio almost owned goal.
Not like this. PJ's gonna score it off the save into the post, and it sets up PJ. Team Renewed takes down 11 Esports.
And that is just panicked play at the fullest. You saw Kaio, the nerves got to him. He thought he had to go for the shot. He was feeling the pressure of Team Renewed, and he just panicked under the pressure. You gotta give it to Team Renewed. They're relentless with their pressure, their passes, and most importantly, crazy individual plays from Matt.
Wow. What a well-earned win here from Team Renewed. This was a tough series. So close between these two teams. I mean, I don't know what to say. It has one of the most thrilling series I've seen, especially in South America. My goodness. What a way to lead up to the grand finals. Team Renewed will be taking on Avidity, and 11's unfortunately going to be sent home here in a riveting game, a riveting series here. I mean, I am completely lost for words, Earl. I'm not gonna lie.
Corelli, you were here watching the most of it, so I trust your opinion on this matter. But in all actuality, I mean, they just took down, like Haberkamper said, the gatekeepers of South America, 11's. These guys all have so much experience, and to see them still cave in under the pressure, they fall short to their nerves, their emotions. That just shows you how strong Team Renewed were, even with their lack of experience on their side. And it just came down to, I think, Math, Vault being aggressive on the offense, and then PJ, crazy passing performance from him.
You said it, Turtle. You said it, and I think we're ready to put this one to bed. Team Renew will take down 11s in a 4-2 series and move on to the grand finals. One more series left to go. Avidity taking on Team Renew in the grand finals. You should stay here and watch the next series. We'll see you after the break.
bleach like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold.
Welcome back to the South American Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, Brody Leaf Exmore, alongside Chamaco and Gibbs. And Team Renewed just turned it up to 11 as they take the series 4-2 in a surprising upset, taking Team 11's out of the tournament and moving on into that grand finals against Avidity. Oh, is Gibbs shaking his head at me again?
I mean, it's just always, man. It's
I thought you'd be proud of that one.
You know, you have better dad jokes than me, and that's a problem.
He's just jealous. That's what it is now.
But we're gonna get into the highlights later, because this series was incredible. Like, it was so good that it made Turtle DC from this. That's how good of a series this was. It was just,
handle it.
Like two heavyweights going back and forth on the offensive side. The last 3 games, 3 overtimes, and 11's did not play well in those overtimes. Big mistakes, especially that final game where Kaio just kind of throws it off his own post for really no reason. Seemed like they panicked a bit. Team Renewed had the composure, and there's something about the lower bracket for South America when you come from the upper bracket right away. Teams are now 1-4 when in those situations.
I want to talk about those overtimes because there were 2 overtimes that finished exactly the same way. You know, it was PJ going on the left wall, hitting the ball, doing the pass, and then Math putting it on net twice. It was the same play twice, and the guys from 11's didn't know how to react to it. And 11's is supposed to be the team that has the experience, that is stay calm when teams attack, and they know how to get out of those troublesome moments. But it didn't happen. You know, it didn't happen. They panicked a little bit on defense. There were some shots that I'm not gonna say they were easy to defend, but they were supposed to at least hit the ball, get it out of the way, and they whiff it bad. And you know, the guys from Team Renewed, I have to applaud them because they took those opportunities and they made 11's pay.
Yeah, PJ, great passes throughout that series to really open the door up for more scoring. Then some big plays by Math in Game 4 with the flip reset. Then like an incredible pass in Game 5 to get them the lead early. Big plays and big moments, and that's something you expect from 11's, but we didn't see it here.
Well, before we move to our final match, I just want to ask you then, Chamaco, for Team 11's, I mean, this isn't the result they expected, especially after going 7-0 in league play. They're the regional champs. They were the best of the best from South America, and they're finishing in 3rd place behind Team Renewed and Avidity. Avidity, sure, was storming through the whole 2 days, but I feel like they're going to have to walk away from this and try to learn something for them. What are the goals until the next time they play that they need to be working on?
Watch the replays and try to work with the coach or something, because they had some opportunities to finish those games and they didn't. I think weird for them, they start strong in many matches and then they were slowing down until they lost those matches. So they have to work on their rhythm, on staying at the top of their game the whole time and not let the other team take advantage of their mistakes. If you make a mistake, you know, everyone makes mistakes, but you have to put yourself up and remain at the high level all the time. And you know, there's teams that are very good at adapting during the game, during the same match. If they do change an approach, then you have to adapt with them as well. So don't think that because your first 2 goals were very effective, you can't keep playing the same way. You have to adapt with your opponents.
Well, it is now time, without any further ado, to talk about our grand finals of the South American Spring Series. It all comes down to these 2 teams. Someone will walk away after this best of 7, a champion of the South American region after this 2-day event. And it's coming down to Avidity versus Team Renewed. Renewed has just plowed through that lower bracket, surprising everyone, saying, hey, we belong in that top 3 guaranteed, and now we're going to fight for even that 2nd place and maybe even that 1st place. But Avidity, through the upper bracket, has that extra game win ahead of them. They come out already in 1-0 in the series instead of a double eliminate or bracket reset. So they're already with an upper hand. And to me, Gibbs, they also looked the strongest and most consistent over these past 2 days.
Yes, we go back to day 1. We ended on this exact same matchup, Avidity versus Renewed. And what happened? It was a perfect sweep for Avidity. 0 goals against for 3 games. So Team Renewed, they do look better today. We heard them talk about that earlier, that they definitely feel good today, which is a great sign. But Avidity, they've looked good both days, and they just continue to get stronger and stronger. So it's going to be really tough. These first 2 games are so important for Team Renewed. You don't want to go down 2-0 or 3-0 because so incredibly hard to bounce back from that.
And Chromax, I'm wondering if, we thought 11s was going to end up taking this one, but Team Renewed persevered. Do you think those same mistakes are going to come out from Avidity? And we know Renewed can capitalize on those mistakes. Does Renewed have an opportunity here if those mistakes come out?
I think Howard Camper has been playing out of his mind on defense. I don't think they're going to make those mistakes. I'm really looking at the way that he has been playing throughout the tournament, and he's been very consistent. So that's something that should be a peace of mind for Team Avidity, that they're not going to make those same mistakes that 11 did, and they're not going to let Team Renewed have that strong offense. It's not going to happen the same way. I don't think it's going to happen. I'm expecting some series, very low scoring series right now, because the defense should be top notch from Avidity, and they're not going to let Math have this way, the way he had it on the previous series.
Yeah, I think, it comes down to what you said earlier. As long as all 3 of Avidity are connecting, and we know that right now Renan is playing extremely well. You said he was the key player, the guy that we need to watch out for. And as long as he keeps it up, my question is, do you think he's going to keep it up going into the series? And if, he slows down at all, is Firefox and Abercamper going to be able to keep it up against a full swinging Team Renewed?
Yeah, I think this is the time to shine. And Renan, he has had his moments back where nerves had backfired against him, but it's out of his mind right now. He has worked through it, and we haven't talked about Howard Camper or Firefox too much, but they are doing their job to keep the ball out of the way, to avoid those silly mistakes. So they are keeping the high level that they all need. They all know they need to keep to win this tournament. So they won against 11s. Everyone was rooting against them. They had this huge, massive, I don't know what to say. It's self-imposed expectations. And now that they're through, they just need to perform the same way and beat the guys that they already beat in this tournament.
So this is how good this team is of Avidity, that we got Chromax backing them finally. After not backing them for 2 series in a row, they finally sold Chromax. And if you're selling Chromax, then you're doing something right here. And Avidity, they look great. They have a 1-game advantage. It just comes down to, does Team Renewed have too much momentum? So that game 2, game 3, I think, so incredibly important, because if Renewed wants to get back into it, keep riding that high. Now, hopefully they didn't expel too much energy from that last series where it seemed like they expelled everything. So it's going to really come down to these first 2 games.
Well, Avidity has convinced Chromax now, but they haven't convinced Chat. I'm beginning to think that this region just really likes the underdog story. Is that a true statement, or is Chat just being a little weird to us lately?
I love it as well. I love it as well. I mean, I would love to see Team Renewed with the whole thing. It's an incredible story. These guys were teammates before. They disbanded, they come back, and they win it all. It will be an awesome story. But at the same time, I'm trying to remain as as analytical as I can, and the facts are that Avidity is playing really, really well lately.
Well, we're going to see if Team Renewed can plow through and keep that underdog story going, or if Avidity will hold strong. But with no further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for your grand finals.
When they took them out at the very start of this spring series, James, I don't think that Avidity expected to face Team Renewed yet again, and the whole way into the grand final. And the question for Avidity is, well, what's going to be different with Renewed this time? I'm excited for this one.
Well, I think what's different, Jorby, is the fact that Renewed has gone on a winning spree and a scoring spree down in the lower bracket. Even the last match, some huge moments. We're talking about an emotional tidal wave in favor of this team. Team Renewed, they can do this. They're only 1 game behind with the way this works. There's no bracket reset. It's just a 1-game advantage, Jorby. So this one is going to be exciting.
It is effectively the second game, and Renan, a double tap to start off for Avidity. Bang!
PJ was trying to pass this ball across the map, trying to get it cleared. Renan read him like a book. Not only did he cut the pass out, but he set himself up for a double tap off that attempted clear from PJ, and now he's got another chance to do something here, but PJ shuts him down. Oh, what a play from Renan.
Nothing else you should have expected after the way the last 2 series in this tournament have gone, but here come Renewed fighting right back, but PJ couldn't make the touch. That's not poor clear, and it's somehow taken away by Renan, but very scrambly here on defense for Avidity. They somehow get away scot-free.
Renan was beat by PJ. PJ had him mind gamed out, just needed to make contact on that ball, but PJ also mind gamed himself. And he also gets Firefox on the goal line. PJ, an all-out attack on net.
Oh, gets this touch off the ceiling, quickly recovers, comes straight back down, and was expecting Firefox. Just dove a little too early at that ball. He had the correct spot. He knew where it was coming.
It's tough for Firefox because he sees PJ coming off the ceiling. He knows he got his jump back, but the ball was masking where PJ was. So Firefox was expecting there to be a shot coming in, and he jumped, didn't even see it. Now another goal coming in from Math, and Team Renewed are rolling.
Right back where they left off after that semifinal. Math, easy placement, really off the kickoff. They just had advantage the whole way through. It's just a minute in. They're like, all right, Renan gets a sick double tap. Here we go. But no.
Jarby, this is already a completely different series. In the first time these two teams met in the upper bracket, it was a perfect sweep. Renewed couldn't put a single goal by. You can tell that this is a renewed team.
They have certainly looked it all day. Clearly, the players said they're feeling good today. It certainly shows. But now, some work to do for Avidity. Caught on their own then there. Math wanted to make something happen, but Haberkamper will have that clear out. And this will be Firefox taking point here for Avidity. We'll see if they can get some pressure in the blue half. But a nice little slow carry there from PJ back over to Math. Really prevent anything from happening for Avidity on the blue half. Here's Renan making a nice move. He doesn't have a lot of boost. Maintain that speed with a wave dash. Now out to Haberkamper off the back wall, but Vault able to grab it. Renan sending it back across. PJ has the next save, using everything he has to get back to his touch, and he does so, getting Team Renewed out. Well, so far, it's stabilized after that first minute of gameplay, James, and some good carries on defense here from Team Renewed. Something that really served them pretty well when they were playing against 11s. This is a high ball, though, for Vault, and he'll get caught out too far forward as Renan puts this in the back of the net.
And the good old caster curse, Darby, you were just talking about their defense, and you see Vault all the way out. Someone needed to be back post. There was no one there. And because of that poor positioning, that left that far post open, and it was attacked immediately, and now we've got a tie game.
Well, PJ, he was up on the cheat on the kickoff, and it actually ended up just being Avidity ball. But right now, very back and forth. Despite Renewed really having a lot of the pressure in the first half, Avidity are able to tie the game up. Renan has some space, and he'll flick a little early. Math, still a battle between him and Renan. And now PJ coming up a little too close, and the shot wide. Vault picks up the save on the rebound.
And Vault bailed them out there, Jorby. That was a double commit from PJ and Math. They were both far out, and they're still trying to recover from that double commit, forcing them both out of position as we see Avidity starting to constrict on this half.
Ooh, another good challenge in midfield by Renan, buying some time to get set up in midfield here. Chromax was saying it during pregame, how Renan is kind of the player to look at on Avidity. And for me, I remember watching Renan in seasons past, and it felt like he was coming up. He was an up-and-coming player. He just hadn't completely figured it out, but he's really cemented himself on this roster, and seeing his improvement over the last really 6 months has been impressive to see. But we're seeing PJ getting on offense here for Team Renewed as Avidity try to clear this ball out.
I think South America as a whole it's kind of been their story, slowly getting the respect that they deserve as a region. We saw Oceania, the first region to make it into the Rocket League Esports ecosystem other than North America and Europe, but now South America's out here and they're competing with the best, and they're making these incredible plays. That block on the goal line, PJ bailing out Renewed.
Oh, so easy to panic on the goal line there, James. But PJ, he approached that as methodically as he could, didn't panic on the launch, had the perfect touch to have it rebound off the crossbar. And there's another good touch here from Math, but it's immediately boomed back. Some key saves for Team Renewed. But Avidity, it feels like they're starting to knock at the door here. Firefox will take that boost away from PJ. And Haberkamper will roll around the corner yet again, try to get back to it. PJ takes it away. Still, Firefox hunting for control as Avidity are playing ring around the Rosie in the corner. Finally, boomed downfield by Vault. PJ can't cut it off in midfield. Big miss, and Renan, his tap will... Well, Haberkamper will have to wait. He might have a shot. He takes it, and Haberkamper scores, and Avidity steal the game!
The power shot to the top corner, the double commit from Bolton Math. It left them out of position, and they could not handle the heat.
Wow. I did not. I thought we were going to overtime. I was like, all right, it's done. And then you see both players bunch up on the back wall, and Haberkamper he had the angle. He came from midfield to shoot that.
Jorby, that was the perfect shot. I mean, he hit that with the corner of his car, max power, dead center, with perfect aim. And so you saw Matt, he was scrambling back. The double commit, we saw multiple double commits from Renewed. They didn't get bit every time. Vault bailed them out one time, but they couldn't get bailed out this time. That shot was just too perfect. And these double commits from Renewed, they're gonna have to figure out how to fix that communication, how to get that solved going into this next game, because they're already starting one game down from the fact that Avidity made it to the grand final through that upper bracket. They have that one game advantage, and now they are 2 games ahead. So Renewed, they're gonna go back to the drawing board and figure out how to get those nerves under control and make sure they don't make these same mistakes again.
Yeah, all of a sudden, the series just got that much longer, James. You're absolutely right. That game advantage really helps Avidity here. And I was praising Renewed's defense at the beginning of that game, and then it feels like they all of a sudden took 11's defensive issues that they had against Renewed and took it with them into the second half of game 2. So, man, they absolutely have to figure out those double commits. But for Avidity, I mean, they really prevented a lot of opportunities for Renewed. Renewed were able to move the ball down the field, but a lot of chances after those 2 initial goals from Renewed, they didn't have a lot of them, is what I'm trying to say. Avidity did such a great job in midfield taking away opportunities.
Yeah, they certainly did, and PJ was critical in a lot of the goals that they did score. We saw the play off the ceiling. He even almost had that other goal previously where he mind gamed the defender out on the goal line. He has been, critical to the success of this squad, and they've had such a good lower bracket run. You wonder if it can continue, if they've got any gas left, because it is a long, grueling experience going through that lower bracket. Now, all the pressure's on. The grand final, it's here. It's now. You cannot make any mistakes, and we already saw some mistakes come out early on. They're going to be playing from behind, and we'll wonder if they can make it back and figure things out, Jordy.
Yeah, I'm looking at
and you'll
PJ,
have to send me another invite because my invite did not work.
All right, well, I will send you one more, but that's all you get. You only get one more.
Thank you, George. You're so understanding. Yeah. Okay, there we go.
Don't ever say I'm not a generous guy, James. All right, perfect. But I'm looking at PJ, I think, for Team Renewed. There was a couple of plays where, he was required to either make the touch or, on defense, he had a couple of nice saves and he had some nice carries. But then when it came to offense and midfield, it was just missed touches that would have really put pressure on Avidity. Near the end of that game when they were really starting to put on pressure. There's one where PJ, he was up high on the sidewall and he had the touch, and then the ball skidded on top of his car, and next thing you know, Team Renewed have to go back and play defense all of a sudden. So if they can prevent those situations, then we might see them panic a little bit less on defense with those double commits. Certainly will be a long road though, having to, you only really have effectively one more life, because a 3-0 is, we don't see a best of 7 reverse sweep very often. I think it's only happened 3 or 4 times total. So
It's a rarity.
It's gonna be difficult.
It's a rarity in Rocket League. It certainly is. And for Renewed, this is already going to be a blow to the confidence. You have such a good lower bracket run. You're having these crazy wins, even against 11s, where you're scoring and reversing or getting the lead in the final second, scoring 0-second goals to win games. Things have been going well for Renewed. Things have been going their way. So we'll see how they respond, not only to the mistake that they made, but just we'll see their composure. Can they keep it together now that they're in the grand final? Things didn't go their way in a crucial game, a critical game. We'll have to watch it, keep our eyes on them. And also, Math and Vault, those two in particular, we saw them double committing a few times. So we'll really, Jorby, we have to just see if Renewed can keep their composure as we get this game up and going. And we thank you guys for sticking through the short delay. We just had to get the server back up and running and the players in it. So thank you guys for waiting.
Yeah, appreciate your guys' patience as Game 3 about to get underway. Team Renewed are going to fight back from 2 games down in this last best of 7. The grand final. Renewed went down to the lower bracket after their first match, and they made it the whole way here. They got swept by this very team. They didn't score a single goal, but here we are. So starts out, Firefox trying to get a clear. PJ pitches this high, and Math will actually take the ball away here from Habercamper. Coming back in, Vault. He's got one on the wing from Math, but takes the shot. Firefox had the save, trying to cut off the angle and buy some time for his team as Math. He did buy a little bit of time, and it was enough, but PJ will need Vault to come in to get the clear. So a little haphazard to start off Game 3, but PJ gets the clear to the orange half. Another touch up high. So far, it's kind of that push and pull of midfield. Neither team really finding real headroom just yet. It was at this point in the last game where 3 goals total had already been scored. So things have definitely settled. But Avidity's slowly starting to swing the pendulum their way. They've gotten a couple of boost steals. There's another one from Habercamper.
But I love that clear attempt from Vault. He went for that pinch on the wall to force it downfield. It beat Firefox out, and then now it has allowed Renewed to go on the attack. Wonderful breakout from Vault.
Even like the idea on the demo there from PJ. He'll pick this ball up off the ceiling. Does he have another one? He didn't get the touch, but Habercamper was in the right place, and he'll pick up
Slightly misread that. PJ was going for that ceiling double tap play, which is a little less common than the double taps off the backboard. Just needed to keep holding down boost. He let it go for a split second and just misread it. That could have been a scoring opportunity for Renewed. And they're keeping it close, so I'm loving the composure that I'm seeing from them. After losing in that devastating way, they're bringing it right back here in Game 2, which is technically, I guess, Game 3, since the 1 goal advantage.
We'll call it Game 3 to minimize the confusion.
Yes, I think that's good.
Vault. I still like this game plan from Team Renewed. Still hunting on the line for these demos. Vault went for one, and Vault is gone. So it looks like we'll figure out what exactly is going on, get the players back in and set. But Game 3 will get back underway shortly. No one scored yet, so once we get everyone back in, we'll be good.
Can you please stop this, whatever you're doing?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
This wasn't your fault. We'll have to do a whole analysis, Jordan.
James, I'm not the one who likes to join games thinking that I can play. But
I get a lot of flack for that, Jorby, but I have not made that mistake in a very long time. And I think if you look back at the records, it might even be Achieves that is holding the title for last joiner. But
I think that title is worthy to go back and check just to make sure. Because I don't have much on you, James. I gotta hold on to what I got.
That's fine. I'll take it. I'll take it for now, Jorby. But as we get this match back up and going and these players in, just from what we saw this in the beginning of this last game, is that Team Renewed, you can tell that the mental composure is there. These guys are winners. They're competitors, and they were bringing it right back to Avidity. Some good defensive breakout moments. We saw neither team really get a super quality scoring chance. The only real scoring chance that I think I saw was that double tap opportunity off the ceiling that PJ just barely missed out on. But overall, an entertaining match.
Yeah. I mean, the whole match started off with that shot you saw right there, the run-in double tap. and thought maybe that would just be a taste of what we were going to see in this whole series. PJ had that touch off the double touch off the ceiling, and it's been exciting. Nonetheless, we had the 0-second steal at the very end from Haberkamper. It is certainly these last 3 matches in particular, both semis and the grand finals so far, have been fun to watch, just because even I don't know what's going to happen when the ball is in the air and Haberkamper has to basically clear an entire field to get to the ball, and he'll still score.
And the question is too, Jorby, if we will be restarting at the point in which the player was not able to connect, or if we will restart the whole game. So that's what we're waiting to get word on right now.
But one thing I did like from Avidity, one thing that they were doing well to stop Renewed in Game 3 was Haberkamper in particular was getting a lot of boost steals, not just in the attacking corners, but also in midfield. There was a push near the end before we had to stop happen, where Vault was pushing up the field. He had some space. Haberkamper was rotating back, and he took away the mid boost from Vault, completely stopped him in his tracks. He had no boost. He needed that midfield boost. So, and it was more than a couple of times I saw that. So Avidity doing a good job managing the boost on the field and making Renewed work for everything that they have in terms of resources.
And also, Jarvie just got confirmation that we will be restarting from the 5-minute mark, also known as the start of the game. We're going to be replaying this one. So we'll get this up and going. Renewed versus Avidity. Avidity, obviously, just getting everyone back on the same page. It's essentially, we're starting right after the game in which Haberkamper scored that incredible 0-second goal. So Avidity up in the series 2-0. Renewed is going to be replaying this game from the start.
And as soon as I get in the lobby, because I'm now holding up the game.
So now it is your
joining
fault.
now. We're even.
That's comical.
We're even, James.
That's
even.
comical. So
you know what? I'm in the game now.
It's my bad for joining teams. It's your bad for not joining the lobby.
Fair enough. But we are game number 3. Gonna get underway. It's Avidity with a 2-game lead. Can Team Renewed fight back? We'll find out right now. So for Team Renewed, how they handle this first stint on the blue half. Well, some good ball control there by Vault, and he gets a good second touch, but nobody from Team Renewed are ready for it. PJ trying to work midfield, but Haberkamper ends up taking the ball away, so no play here for Team Renewed. They're back on defense.
And I am going to keep my eye on Firefox from Avidity. When they were playing 11s, he was clutch in those first games. For a while, he was the only player for Avidity to have even scored. He has been relatively quiet this last game, kind of letting Renan and Haberkamper do their work, but Firefox has it in him, so keep your eye on him.
Oh, that's a good shot, but Firefox got a piece of it and banged it off the crossbar. Well, you call his name, and he shows up at least on defense there. But Firefox now back in midfield. It'll be taken away. Actually, a chance here for Math up high off the back wall. This double tap won't get really anywhere. PJ forced to retreat back to midfield as well. No one really in position on Team Renewed to handle that ball out of the corner. They didn't get that touch out, but they're only slowing Avidity down. They're not really putting that pressure that we're looking for on the back wall. Here's a chance for PJ, but Renan had to turn back around and a good save. Renewed trying to get some more shots on net.
And Vault has been so fast in the midfield. He's on the wall, challenging multiple players and just beating them to the ball so many times, helping get Renewed on the attack. He's done it multiple times. They're going to need him to continue doing it because we've seen how good Avidity can be when they lock you down in your own half.
Well, Vault still being a nuisance in the attacking half, but the next challenge was lost. It forced Math and Vault to get back quickly. Now fighting Haberkamper. He wins the ball clean. Renan has to make a save. He got to get another touch, and he'll keep it close as PJ's waiting. He'll grab the ball away, but it's actually just a pass to Firefox towards the net. Doesn't have it. It will be slapped down to the ground by Vault. Renewed hanging on. Back on the blue half. Some decent defense so far for Renewed, but they need some more offense here. Might be a chance for Math up high, but the ball a little too far away from him. Avidity doing a good job again, managing the game well in the first half. Oh, Vault. Ooh, went for the delayed flick. on the box. He actually wins cleanly, but Firefox back to Habercamper. The net's open and it's just wide. Habercamper couldn't find the target on the redirect. Firefox will flip it back over. PJ will carry it out.
And he will want that one back. That was the picture-perfect pass on the counterattack. Habercamper, he had to take the shot quickly, and now another shot coming in as PJ saves it. But Habercamper off the mark after hitting that 0-second goal. So I guess, he can have a free pass to miss one there. Already helping his team get one victory.
Yeah, we always allow one. Everyone gets one, James. And who really needs one right now is Team Renewed. That's a good pass from Math to PJ. PJ on the catch, flicks up to the back wall. Math, his shot blocked, but the ball's still high in the air on the box. That's your fault, Math. I call you Matthew, that's what you get. But Firefox will get the clear. Avidity was in danger. Math, another big win on the challenge. He's got another touch, but Habercamper picks up the save.
Great challenges. Great challenges from both Habercamper there and Renan before. That was a great backboard read. Renan not only had to read the bounce off the backboard, but he also had to predict the angle of the shot that was going to be coming in. And he shut that play down. That was a dangerous moment for Avidity. Renewed, they've got teeth on their attack. And even though this game's 0-0, we've had some exciting moments on the goal line.
I mean, Firefox himself has 4 saves. Renan has 3. Habercamper even has 1. PJ, this is just a patented move by PJ now. He's just like the dolphin dive. The ball's up high. He's like, yeah, I'm going for it. And he doesn't touch it. Eventually, they'll figure it out.
Jarby, Avidity's so low on boost. Finally, Firefox gets full, but they are under pressure and still not out of it as Renewed continues to batter the net.
Time running out here in regulation. Midfield locked down by PJ. Uses everything he has just to try to get a touch. Math up quick, but he lost the ball to Firefox. Now a race back to the ball for him, but he's out of boost. And this will be Vault's ball. He's over Habercamper. He cannot get by Renan. Renan, he might have a chance here off the back wall. He gets that touch. Firefox is there. The shot is in, but taking away is Vault, saving the day for Renewed. Time running out. Avidity on offense. Habercamper. What does he have to try to close this time? Nothing just yet. Vault takes it away. He actually ends up clearing the ball unintentionally, and they're probably going to want to kill this as PJ, he sets it up in front of the box, but no one was ready. 0-0 overtime, James.
And we've had heroic saves on both ends now. Vault stepping up for Renewed just moments before this overtime, and just one goal will decide this one.
PJ tried to get something started there for Renewed, but they're forced back again. And Habercamper forcing a challenge, but again, downfield the pass. Great challenge again by Firefox. Avidity are not letting these passing lanes open in their own half. It has been such a difficult job for Renewed, and they're just trying to carry this ball out. But Habercamper is making their life miserable. Firefox, another challenge. PJ wins this, but the rest of Renewed have to wait. So here comes Renan. Against their own back wall, Renewed try to hunt for a way out of the jungle. Math still can't find the way out. The Vine's starting to strangle this defense. They got no boost. Math, he's out of the stadium. Renan, I mean, they're not just can't win a single challenge. Can they get this here? Finally, a little bit of breathing room for Vault. Pass to the middle. Math shot, and it's good! Renewed on the board for the game. It's 2-1 in the series.
And that was a huge defensive passing play to even break out of their half, and then Vault centers it right to Math. Gorgeous on all accounts. Vault brilliant in the midfield. And what a finish from Renewed.
Well, after all of that from Avidity, where they were just winning challenge after challenge, again, it just comes down to one transition, James. One play, one win in midfield from Vault. And that was all Renewed needed. That pass over to Math was perfect. The shot just as. And after a scoreless back and forth tug of war, I mean, that's a nice textbook butte to put on.
Yeah, Vault has been fantastic for Renewed, and that shot far post from Math was exactly what they needed. Some close calls. This one incredibly exciting, even though it was only a 1-goal game, and Renewed are now on the board, Jorby. And Avidity, you know, this has to be a little worrying. Only 2 shots that they had registered in this game. Renewed kept them on their goal line. And just looking at the number of saves, Avidity forced to make 9 saves. And this opposed to just 2 that Renewed was forced to make. One of them, though, was that very threatening shot that Vault knocked out. However, Avidity are now on the back foot.
Yeah, Avidity really struggle, and like the overtime was really the only point where it felt like they actually got any sort of semblance of control over the game. I think they went into that overtime with only the 1 shot. So Renewed, if they can continue to pressure like they have been able to in regulation, then you know, we might have a tied series here, but it was so crucial for them to win that game. We say it over and over again in best of 7 sets. 3-0 is nigh impossible to come back from. It's essentially the death knell for any team trying to win in Rocket League. So huge win for Renewed. We'll see if they can keep it up as Firefox will win this challenge in the corner. Vault without boost will have to rely on PJ. Back to Math for the clear. Ooh, big miss. Firefox wasn't expecting it. He just makes the defender miss, has to make him jump to avoid the demo, and Habercamper will get the first goal.
And this one, Vault missed contact with the ball. Firefox goes for the bump on Math, forces him to jump early. All those things combined equate to a perfect shooting opportunity for Habercamper, and he blasts that one in. That miss from Vault really put Renewed in a tough spot, and now they're going to be fighting from behind.
And they can't let this get to them. They have to stay stoic in their mindsets. Can't let these whiffs, because they could be contagious after a while. We've seen it happen this weekend. Oh, off the ceiling. It looked like Habercamper ended up falling right back onto the ball. PJ getting harassed by Habercamper. Math will give way for Vault. And Vault will have to leave the play again. Avidity. It's just kind of a carry, a toss, and then a prey for Avidity right now. They get control on their own end, and then they flick it past midfield, but then they don't really have any plan after that so far in the last minute. Habercamper, Firefox has the next read on this. He'll have Vault beat. Next up, Renan on the catch. A good idea. Renan out of the play now, but the ball's still high in front of the box. There's plenty of space as Habercamper closes the gap. Clear away.
Good demo.
The demo opens the doors for Vault. He'll put it in, and Renewed are back on the board.
And PJ was the one with the demo opening up that back line. Vault sticks with it. PJ also had the angle. I mean, if I'm Vault, I'm giving that to PJ. He worked hard for that one. But Vault securing that goal, and we're tied up.
Those are his points, James. But good for Renewed. And Avidity, where offense has been at a premium, feels like the road's just getting that much longer. We'll see if they can put some more shots on net. But again, they have to come up with some sort of philosophy here past the midfield line. Find a way to find each other in space. Renan wanted Firefox on the play, but Firefox having to collect a bunch of pads on his way out. High shot denied by Habercamper. He's just barely getting back to some of these touches. Renewed slowly starting to put the pressure now on offense. BJ, he had a potential shot, but Habercamper will get the initial touch. Renan next up. Avidity. This is a good look. First for Habercamper, a nice touch to the corner. Oh, in front, Firefox almost caught him out on a whiff.
And Habercamper did well to make multiple defenders miss, Jorby, and now shot's going to force Vault to dribble that aside, but Habercamper taking 2 defenders out of the equation. Avidity's going to need more of that, and that shot slammed underneath the crossbar. Renan with the snipe.
Just wind up and fire. Bam, that's a cannon shot, 108 kilometers per hour. Right into the top as well. You couldn't ask for better placement. You couldn't.
And that was from deep. That was close to half point, or the half line. So a big shot from a distance.
Ooh. A good cutoff from Vault to buy some time for Renewed. Actually, time. Screw that. They're on offense. Here, around the corner. Math just missing that touchdown against Firefox. To the midfield game. Up here for Renewed. It's been Renewed's game. Math on the catch. I feel like I'm saying Habercamper's name a lot when it comes to challenges. He has been flying all over the pitch. And it looks decent here for Avidity, despite Renewed really feeling like they've owned possession. That's a good tee down from Math, but Vault, that's a high ball. And now a transition downfield for Firefox. Was looking for Habercamper and ends up falling back over to Math. Still like what I'm seeing from Avidity. They're not trying to take too many risks with the ball, especially on defense. They've been poised. Habercamper, the challenge happened again in the corner. They've only got one boost. Vault getting bullied out of the play. PJ forced to try to make another challenge. And due to an awkward rotation, Avidity is booming the ball back downfield again. Renan gonna steal the boost out, allow Firefox to come in. Habercamper, nothing. But Renewed, they need to get out of the blue half. Slowly control is swung to Avidity's way, as the ball has been in their possession for a little while now.
But Matt finally getting some space. That allowed Vault to get full boost so we can get this challenge at the midfield. Another big challenge win. We'll see if Renewed can take this advantage to start breaking out. They were low on boost, stuck in their own half for quite some time. And Avidity keeping the pressure on.
Ooh, they do get a transition past the midfield. But again, another high ball for them to deal with. Vault keeps this close. He gets a second touch. He's over one, but the backboard is cleared. I believe it was actually a double commit. Doesn't matter. Renan gets the squeeze against the back wall, hanging in front of the box. Shot's gonna come. If they don't get it, it bounces for free off the back wall. It gets taken out of the play. Habercamper can't find it. The shot's on and blocked by Firefox. Oh, and Avidity, they get the win by the skin of their teeth.
PJ had a bump there in the end, which opened up that shooting opportunity. Renewed looking to make more 0-second fireworks ignite, but they couldn't do it. Avidity's defense holding strong, but what an ending.
Ooh, that shot came in and I was a believer. And once PJ gets that bump, it's so, like, to have the poise just to, no, I have to wait for this next shot. You're just sitting in net knowing that shots can go anywhere, and you were sitting in probably the best place you could have to make that next save. Luckily, the shot for him was right towards him to make that final save, but man, Renewed, I felt like they had some early opportunities that they just could not capitalize on. They had control of the game. They had control of midfield. They just couldn't get those consistent opportunities against Avidity.
They certainly couldn't, because Avidity's defense was just too good. And Avidity now one game away from claiming victory over the South American region in this spring series final. And it looks like we did have a disconnect from Vault, but he's joining back. We'll see if he can get into the game. And he did. So we have what could be the final game of the series. Renewed looking to get back into this one, but it's going to be a long journey.
Ooh. And they're kind of lucky there that they didn't get scored on just now on the kickoff. If I believe it was Renan, if he finds that touch, that's a goal. And Avidity, if they're closing, I mean, Habercamper again, the challenges he's made in this series, he's made a lot of heads-up challenges, doesn't let Renewed have much space at all. And both Renan and Firefox have benefited because of it. So if Renewed can start winning some of these challenges, watch Habercamper. If he starts losing some of those, maybe Renewed makes some headway. Renewed again. Here's Vault. He's got the shot, but he couldn't find the touch. Back up is coming, and Math puts it in. First goal belongs to Renewed.
Math has been scoring big goals all weekend long, and you saw Vault and Renan both getting so close to that ball, but not really making contact. Math cleaning that one up.
Huge for Math as he was screening the side.
That's what happens when you both go for the block.
The old wifty, James. Firefox, the catch in midfield to try to carry. Ooh, and PJ, good read coming around for Math. And Team Renewed, they haven't gotten too aggressive on offense, even though they've had the potential to, as we've seen them a couple of times in this tournament really turn the Jets on when they have control, finding some deep inlet passes for some good goals. We saw an inlet pass on a transition, not necessarily due to aggression, but here's Vault again, double tap, but it's just wide. Abercamper has the clear.
That was a good attempt on that double tap. They're hungry to extend this lead. And we know that Renewed has what it takes, especially after their brave lower bracket run to even make it to this point. The only team they've fallen to in this tournament has been Avidity themselves, and they're looking for revenge.
And already looking much better than they did the last time against Avidity, where they got shut out, swept. It was a perfect series for Avidity, but it hasn't been too perfect for them in this set. Renewed has definitely brought it to them. Abercamper takes a wide angle, and Math's challenge will roll across the box. PJ looking to get that ball out to the side, but it'll be Avidity's chance. Firefox, a bouncer off the ceiling. Still Abercamper hunting. Another ball taken away by Math. Firefox, he's got the angle close. Abercamper's in the middle, but PJ takes the angle out. A nice cutoff on the pass, and he wins. And Renan has to get back quickly. He makes the touch, and he gets the second touch, buying a little bit of needed time for Abercamper here.
And it can't be understated how important those touches are. Renan getting that extra touch, you a lot of times could be preventing a goal from taking place because you have a player who's cheating in, not expecting you to make that touch. They're ready for the hit. And Matt almost getting another one. But by getting that extra touch, Jorby, you put that player who's cheating up out of position. You give your team space to break out. So well executed. And Avidity, they're going to need more plays like that, not only on defense, but on offense, because time's running out. Under the 2-minute mark, still down by 1. Avidity looking to tie it up.
They certainly need some sort of breakout of the orange half. Abercamper with the little boost he has, long clear to Renan, but cut off by Vault. The passes unavailable for Avidity. Time slowly ticking down with less than 1:30 remaining. Vault wins another challenge. PJ's there with no boost though. All he had to do was get in front. And he did. Firefox, it's just more time off the clock. Math off the ceiling and a massive clear for Renan. Let's see if Avidity can have a quick turnaround. Well, PJ makes life difficult. And he gets the demo. Vault, he has net if he can get there. Forces Abercamper up, who makes another great defensive touch off the back wall, trying to keep his team in the game. Firefox, long clear against the backboard, but it's denied. It doesn't even get to the backboard before Vault's there. Vault, another wave dash to get forward. He at least makes contact. And that's dangerous. The shot, it's high. PJ was there anyway. He'll take it away somehow, some way. Renewed are still in the lead, and Vault misses the bounce. Time though. The worst enemy of Avidity. PJ, another one off the backboard. It comes off. Vault scores. They have insurance.
It was only a matter of time. The backboard under attack. Firefox couldn't get to that one, and Vault will put this one through finally as Renewed, that siege of the orange goal, resulting in that second goal.
Wow. I really thought Avidity were putting it in. I thought that was going in, but somehow PJ gets back to that touch, even if that bounces off the crossbar. Avidity could have had that goal, but what a huge turnaround. And
it was Firefox that had missed that shot. There was a missed touch from a Renewed player that went out into the center. Firefox had the net to shoot on, wasn't able to do it, and now Math will pad the stats. A third goal with just 6 seconds on the clock. Renewed gonna take this one.
It will not end in 4 today. Renewed, absolutely Renewed. A brand new team has risen here on Sunday. Their Saturday counterparts, it was being forged in the fires for this grand final. And on the big stage, it can't feel much better for Renewed. They stay alive heading into the 6th game of this set.
Whew. And, Avidity, they were shut out this game, and a lot of it was due to PJ. PJ was so frustrating for them to deal with. We saw multiple times where PJ would go for that demo on the back line. We've seen that multiple times in this series so far, and it is working. PJ getting 2 assists, Math 2 goals, and Vault getting an assist and a goal to his name. Everyone from Renewed playing a part in this one.
I mean, Vault had a couple of huge challenges and huge touches in low boost situations even that gave Renewed a couple of chances down the pitch that Avidity just weren't ready for, where, Vault's kind of coming from a low percentage approach almost in midfield, and he wins the touch, and all of a sudden Avidity are like, oh God, we got to get back. And Renewed are putting it in the back of the net. For Avidity, it was Habercamper who was winning all those challenges, and then this time it was PJ and Vault as well on the compliment there. I'm impressed by the comeback so far.
Great speed. I think that's what we're seeing from Renewed is great speed in the midfield, going for these challenges, especially when Avidity's looking for the passing lanes. We've seen not only Vault, but PJ intercept these passes that they're trying to make. Avidity can't really get much going on the attack. Even in the game that they won, the first game that we saw in this series, which was technically game 2, it was close. Renewed very easily could have won that game if it were not for that 0-second goal. So Avidity, despite having the lead, has a Renewed team hot on their heels.
And first touch from Renan. He scored a double tap to start the series off, but he'll be denied this time. Habercamper keeps this close, but Avidity are finding struggles gaining ground in the blue half. Firefox will be the next to try. He gets this tap over the back wall. Habercamper couldn't find the read, and Math and PJ attempted clear, denied. A bit of a slow start here as Avidity try to grab control in midfield. So the boost steal from Firefox on his way out kind of killed Vault's approach to the ball, and Avidity kind of slow to get back to the ball here.
See a little bit of a mix-up on the wall with Renan. There were two players there very close to the ball. Neither one of them was really able to make a constructive hit. A wasted possession there for Avidity.
And Vault in good position here for Renewed, but again, Habercamper PJ will actually just hop over Habercamper here. But he's out of boost and won't be able to do much to it, so it's been a lot of that. A lot of attempted pushes, but not an open net. Oh! Renan just missed, and now it's hanging in front of the box. So Renewed still have to get this clear. Vault hops over one, and Renan is angry.
Renan did so much work on that play. He not only beat that defender to the ball on the wall, but then got that follow-up dunk, and the ball was bouncing off the ceiling. In those situations where the ball is bouncing straight down and over you, you're not on the ball cam. You take it off and you're watching the circle. There's an indicator on the ground, and you can tell there's an outer circle and an inner circle. He was trying to, and when that inner circle gets closer, or when the ball's getting closer to the ground, the inner circle expands, and when it's on the ground, it's the same width or the same diameter as that outer circle. So he was watching that, trying to time when to shoot it, barely messed up his timing. It was a tough shot to make, especially on 0 boost. But that could have been the go-ahead goal for Avidity, and that might have even been that game-winning goal because of how low scoring some of these games have been.
Yeah, we had one game go to overtime with scoreless. Now PJ, another wrap around, and PJ always looking to carry the ball, even on that, even in tight space. He has such confidence in his ability to win the challenge, even on carries. Sometimes it's gotten him into trouble, but most times it's been pretty effective. And we saw in the last game how effective it really was. Vault, he won't be able to get to anything trying to find his way towards the ball. PJ forced to make another save. The Renewed having to play a lot of backboard defense here, but they're always the first to their rebounds. And Avidity just trying to trap them in their own half right now. Firefox has to get this first touch. He does. He won't have the boost to handle it, but where's the challenge coming? There is none. Avidity have the ball. Less than 2 minutes, still scoreless. Renewed, they just haven't been able to break out of the blue half. Ooh. Missed from PJ on the read. Vault next to try to carry this ball out. Maybe a chance for Habercamper turning around. Another touch, 2 touches. PJ will send it back to the side, but it's Avidity ball. Firefox again. Avidity testing this backboard time and time again. There's a pass to Habercamper. Puts it up high, and answering the call each time on the backboard are Renewed. Firefox, another challenge. Coming up, nope, Renan's gonna pull off. Renewed still hanging on.
And that was a great idea to go for that infield pass. It was just a little too far back. The attacker who was coming in for the shot was too close to the ball, couldn't get much power behind it, but we're seeing Avidity start to clamp down before finally Renewed's able to get this clear. We'll see if they can keep the pressure up.
Ooh, shot coming up. Double tap off the post. Does Matt have it? No, he missed. No goal for Renewed. They're devastated, trying to keep it going. And Avidity get away with one, and now they're turning around back to the other side. Renan pass, Habercamper shot. It's going to be behind, a double commit from PJ and Math. Math got the clear, another pass. Renan takes it back to the corner, and both teams now getting away with murder. Firefox taking this ball out. Flip reset available, doesn't use it. And trying to carry it out, Vault, he'll take it out, but wow. Time running out. Math. The challenge from Firefox knocked away. We could have another 0-0 overtime in game 6. And no, we won't! PJ will put the ball in! Renewed are looking at game 7!
PJ, the hunter, ready for a team to make a mistake. He was waiting, and he struck. PJ, after that miss, made them pay. 4 seconds left now for Avidity to get back on the board.
PJ wants one more to put it on the ground. Renewed fought back from 3-1. Avidity had game advantage coming in to this set. And now, after getting swept in the first round of this double elimination tournament, Renewed are one game away from taking out the team that put them there.
And it's unbelievable, Jorby, what we're seeing, the difference from this Renewed squad versus the Renewed squad that played Avidity and got knocked down into the lower bracket. You can't forget the fact that they got perfect swept. They didn't score a single time the first time they matched up against Avidity. And now they are swarming all over Avidity's net, all over their half, putting them in awkward spots, forcing them to make mistakes. And PJ, that was a huge goal for him. Now they have all the momentum going into what is the final game of the series. This is for it all, Jorby.
And for Team Renewed to have this kind of run, to look as different as you have this weekend, and I mean even early in this series, where PJ had a couple of key misses and the passes weren't exactly there. Since the halfway point in this series, it's been none of that. Renewed have met punch for punch for Avidity, but I'm still, James, you said it could have been the game-winning goal for Avidity at the it was what, 2:45 left. Renan had the open net after he did all that work to get to it, and he couldn't put it in. And man, Avidity are probably, you can't look at it if you're Avidity, but it's got to be hard not to.
It certainly hurts, but at the same time, Renan did so much work to even put himself in that position. He was soloing the entire team to even get that shot opportunity. Yes, he would have loved to put that in, but it's a tough shot to make. You're trying to watch the ball indicator on the ground. You're also on 0 boost. You also have to get enough power and placement to get it by the defender who's streaking back. So it wasn't by any means a free goal. It was still a tough shot. And unfortunately for Avidity, Renan was not able to make it, but that was a close game. However, there are no lives left. This is the final game of the series on Champions Field to determine who is at the top in South America.
To determine our first Spring Series tournament victor, it couldn't be more fitting. Renewed start things off with a boomer from PJ. And Vault next to throw the ball out towards midfield. Firefox off the ceiling, got the second touch. The bounce will be Vault. And he will do everything he can to keep the ball close. This is exactly what Avidity did before, and it bounced off the crossbar. Renan is cursed right now against that blue crossbar.
But they're getting
Another
opportunities,
shot,
and they still have Renewed on their back foot, attacking over and over, trying to find a weakness.
Ooh, oh, and diving in front. Vault making a crucial touch. Midfield will take the boost. PJ will take the ball. Vault back to it. He wins it clean. There's PJ. PJ shot denied before he could get to it. Firefox teeing it down, but Math so far up. And the third man, who was Vault, came at that ball, and now they have to retreat quick, but Vault steals the ball away again. Avidity can't clear the ball right now. Vault, He'll take the boost. PJ again the ball. Abercamper has attempted clear. It's going to be cut out by Vault, and quick up again was Math. And taken out to the side. Vault will flip this up. And it looks like some of the players are stopping, so we'll see exactly what's going on here. But PJ, for now, will be carrying this out. And carried out to the side. But looks like players are waiting for a ruling here and get the game back underway as soon as it happens. But as it started out, it really looked like Avidity. They were starting to turn the screws, if you will, to quote Achieves, on Renewed. Until the
Renewed, it's true, you know, it's true. Avidity and Renewed, they both had those moments in this series where they have kept each other under lock and key, where it seemed like there was no way they were getting out. But somehow both defenses managed to hold up. And we will get back into this game as soon as possible. And Jorby, now this is a tough thing in the grand final, the final game. All this pressure now is going to have to continue to just hover over their heads as we wait to get back into this game. This is for it. This is for the entire tournament. And there is so much on the line for these guys, especially for this Team Renewed making a roster change, coming in here trying to prove that they can get to the top. And now they're just one game away.
And the story of that to get here has been awesome. We've hammered it home time and again, but it all comes down to this. Have so many eyes on you here in the spring series. And I think South America in general, as we touched on at the very beginning, James, has really shown how they've improved as a region since they've been admitted to the world stage. And I really like how this region has developed over time. They're starting to really get more than just a couple of star players. Renan being one of those players who's really starting to come into his own. PJ, another one. You know, all the talk is always about Card or Kaio or Math or Maddox. But these guys are also stepping up in their own right and making runs of their own. It's been impressive to see in this region. I've had fun all day.
And you know, it's pretty fitting as well. You know, you think back all the way to WSOE. It was the debut of a South American team in an international land, and both Vault and Firefox were at that land playing on the same team. So now they're going to be going up against each other for this spring series title. It's you know, amazing to see, Jorby, the growth of South America, the performance of these players on these huge stages where, you know, the world is watching. In South America, when they're playing a lot of times in their region, it's to a South American audience. Now in the spring series, it's global, and they have a chance to again show what these players can do. And they have, I think, made their region proud in this spring series.
In Game 7, we are getting all the players in the lobby and going to get Game 7 underway between Renewed and Avidity. If you're just tuning in, it's been a thrilling day for Renewed especially, who have went on the longest lower bracket run that you could possibly go on, and Avidity, who have just clawed their way to this grand final. Started with Avidity with game advantage, went back and forth. Avidity went up 3-1, and we're all the way back here. 2 straight wins for Renewed to get to Game 7 on Champions Field. And for South America, it's big for these players, and it's big in general for a team like Renewed. So as soon as all the players are in here, we will get underway, and I'm excited to see who comes out with this. Could we have more 0-second heroics?
Well,
will we see a flip reset goal? Will we see double? I want more double taps. Let's get more of those.
It's adding to the suspense, Jorby. We're having to wait and see. And this series started out in a spectacular fashion with that 0-second buzzer beater to get the win for Avidity. So we're going to be starting this one again. This is the final game. This is it. We're starting back over from the 5-minute mark. A fresh game to crown a champion in South America.
Off the kickoff. We'll start with PJ to wrap around the side here for Renewed. And before the break, was Avidity putting on a little bit of pressure on Renewed. Renewed having to work in low boost situation almost permanently for the first minute. So it starts out much the same. Firefox wanted to get back to it and actually comes back to it as PJ was expecting the touch. Habercamper will throw it out to the side. Nothing short of consistent for Habercamper on his touches on defense. He has to stand up here again, and he does. And he wins that challenge. It'll be renewed. Math actually jumping from midfield for this. And 2 commit for Avidity. But high off the corner, no one willing to commit to that. And it comes off for free for Renan. He got the shot, but Math was ready for it on the save. Another pick. Vault forced to come up and make a save. Renewed, put on their back heel. Pop up against the ceiling, and PJ will get the boomer.
Renan, the key hit right there, Vault. Trying to stop this at the half, but it was such a powerful clear that could be what Avidity needs to get on the attack.
Ooh, Habercamper tried to catch the ball and swing around, but just couldn't hang on to it. It was still enough. This ball's just been locked in midfield pretty much the whole time. Habercamper gets a crucial bump, though. Firefox could not beat Math to the ball, and Renan wanted a shot wide. And
he had that shot opportunity, Jarby. He had the shot opportunity. Yeah. That was a scoreable ball. Just didn't have the accuracy that was needed.
PJ having to dive back to this. Habercamper is touched back over to Firefox. Comes off the backboard. Habercamper waiting, but Vault's behind it. Quickly following up Renan. Avidity, they've had this ball in midfield. Can they get some threatening shots in front of the box? Here's another for Firefox off the crossbar. Their worst enemy in this series. They've hit it more times than they've hit the back of the net in the past 2 games. They cannot get anything going on offense. Again across, Math. Well, actually catch this. He's got Vault down in midfield. Second man PJ will keep it in the corner. And at least force the ball to bounce out. Vault forced back to the blue half. Firefox wrapping around the corner. That's going to be to Renan. Renan, one more touch need. And PJ will take it away again. PJ, critical playmaker on defense for Renewed.
But Renewed has not been able to get much going on offense still without registering a shot. And we're over half the game through. This has been all Avidity on the attack. We'll see if Renewed can find something on the offensive end.
Yeah, and with the chances Avidity have had, James, it feels like they should be in the lead again. And they gotta find a way to punch through this net. PJ flips it over 1. If this stays scoreless for much longer, Renewed have won these battles of attrition, this back and forth, just tug of war. And Renewed, they're still on defense. Up high for Firefox. Renan's there. Renan, 1 for Habercamper, but he's too far back. Has to keep the gap closed on midfield. They'll buy some time for Firefox. Habercamper actually gets this touch. Has 1, but PJ on the backboard is impenetrable as he wins another touch there. Renan, not the best there for Avidity. Math wants it off the side, but Renan will play it out to the corner. Boost stolen away from him, and Renan awkwardly having to turn back off the ball. Here's Vault. Vault playing it slow. Tries to sandwich his way forward, but Habercamper takes it out around his own back corner. A minute left. Still 0-0. Math trying to force the ball. There's Vault. And it's blocked. Put up in front of the box. PJ taken away. Habercamper got there in time. Renewed. Hunting for the ball. Hunting for a goal. They're coming away empty, but they're hungry and on the prowl. Off the corner. Oh, what a touch from Firefox to break out for Avidity on the catch. Taken away by Vault.
Finally, that double tap from Firefox allowed Avidity to break out of it. And it all started out, all that pressure started out when Math was able to get the boost steal in the corner. And they're not out of it just yet. Avidity, they stabilize now going into the other end. But you can see how quickly the tables can turn.
Math. High ball to the orange half. Renan will be next. He wants the carry. He'll get the flick out. But it's Renewed. Back on defense. Good touch. Out to the side. Math, another boomer. Regulation winding down to a close. Firefox wants 1 more shot at the net. Double commit could kill Renewed here, but a huge clear from Math sends us to Game 7, 0-0 overtime.
Golden goal. This next goal is worth it all, Jorby.
Who comes away? Renewed. It's been a long, hard-fought battle. Will they claim their place as king of the summit, Or will they look much like Sisyphus, rolling back down the hill to try it again one day? Brennan, pass to Habercamper. Nothing materializing just yet. Firefox up top. It's off the crossbar. His shot's good! And Avidity survive Renewed! And they take the Spring Series for South America!
Firefox was the key figure against 11's Esports, and here, against Renewed, the team that was on a tear in the lower bracket, Firefox scores the series winner.
Wow, after 2-game comeback from Renewed, vigor renewed in this team, you take it 7 games. It's 0-0 into overtime in a game where you just could not break out at all. They only had, 2 shots on net? They couldn't get it going at all, James. Renan, Habercamper, and Firefox, these guys stepped up in the time it mattered the most in overtime. Firefox, you said it, he was the closer, the clutch man. Straight up for Avidity, and I will repeat it, they survived Renewed.
They survived them indeed. There was a moment in this game, Jorby, where Math had stolen that boost in the corner, and it seemed like Renewed was inches away from getting that first goal of Game 7, but Avidity's defense held strong. Renan had some powerful clears, and then you even think back to Firefox, I believe it was, who got that double tap clear that started to ease up some of that pressure. So all around, an amazing performance from Firefox on the day and on the weekend. Avidity were perfect. They did not drop a series this entire tournament, Jorby. What a performance.
An entertaining tournament to start off our spring series circuit, if you will, between all of our regions. And Avidity can sit calmly and peacefully at the top as the victors. We're going to take it back to Leaf and the guys on the desk to finish out the day.
Calmly and peacefully, I don't know about that one, Jorby. And actually, I feel like right now they're probably yelling. They're probably just breathing huge sighs of relief of how close that was. Renewed, brought that to a Game 7. Like, that went all the way the distance into an overtime. There's nothing that would be peaceful about that one. You're right. I think later tonight, hopefully they can sleep and say, look, we did it. But what an accomplishment for Avidity. But Jamako, I have to also say, what an accomplishment for Team Renewed.
Yeah, like I was gonna ask Gibbs, because he's the guy that actually knows something here.
I'm the expert here. Thank you.
It's so weird that they were able to play so okay on the first round and now do so well here on the finals. I should say on the second round that they play against Avidity. It's like I was doubting a little bit of PJ. Like he was saying, but they were really nervous and they were not playing their best. But I have to believe every single word he said. They really brought it now on the grand finals.
Yeah, it was so incredibly close, and you could see those nerves play a factor as we got later into the series. That Game 6, both teams miss a wide open net at different times. Then Renan himself misses a wall clear to bring it to the Game 7. But both teams throughout the series fought back. We saw it extremely early on in the first game, or what you consider Game 2 for the series, where a 0-second goal goes in for Avidity. But what happens with Team Renewed? They bounce back. But it comes down to Game 7. And really, like, all that matters there was Math. He didn't go up the wall. All he had to do was drive up the wall, and that is the difference from saving that ball. There was someone on the ground to make the goal line save, and because he doesn't climb the wall to make the high save, it's the split-second difference of that decision is the difference between these two teams. And then that grand finals, 1-game advantage, played perfectly here. Both teams in this grand finals won 3 games, but Avidity, because they came from the upper bracket, they had that advantage.
In the end, they got firefoxed.
Yeah, they honestly did, and it's honestly really cool again to see that storyline, because especially for people around the world, Firefox is one of those names. When you first started hearing about South America, you're like, oh, Firefox. Like, Firefox is one of those guys. And now to win the spring series, especially after being shut down by a team like 11's in the past and during RLCS league play, it's such a sweet win for Firefox and for the region. I think too, the storyline for Firefox taking that.
For Firefox and Habercamper, they've been teammates since April 4th, 2017. They've been through it all. They've been through the misery of not making either world championship, then the disappointment that this one gets canceled. So they will finish top 2 and then they can't go there, but they get to showcase it here. They get the win. They are the new kings of South America, and what a performance. And Renan himself, he's taken down his former teammates as well the round before. What a story for all 3 of these players.
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely phenomenal. I just want to look over again. It wasn't just the pride they were fighting for. There was some money on the line. Just want to mention, this is a 4-week adventure, and we've just started. $350,000 were on the line across all of the region, with $50,000 going towards South America there. So, of course, 13,500 now going to Avidity. And for Renewed, 8,500, especially when, we weren't even sure how far they would make it, even past that 3rd place spot.
Yeah, Firefox, he scored a $5,000 goal. That's what he just did
definitely.
there. That's crazy.
I mean,
it's on
the other side, Chromaco, it's like they had a $5,000 goal be let in by Team Renewed. So that probably can't feel good for them, though.
No, it's awful, and they had two defenders right there, like Gibbs was saying. So there was no reason for both of them to be on the ground. One had to be a little bit higher, and there were ways to avoid it. But man, I wouldn't be thinking too much about it right now. I don't want to hit myself too hard for missing that one.
So for Renewed though, I just what are their thoughts coming out of this? I mean, at least if I was on the team, it would be a very prideful moment. The fact that we went into the grand finals, we took down 11's Esports. We went to that game 7 in overtime. Sure, it came down to the 1 goal that they could have got, but I gotta say, there's nothing but pride behind that. And you've been behind this team the whole time. You were talking about them since day one, that this is a team that they've been here before. You just didn't know if it would connect. But Chromaco, I gotta say, it connected.
Right, it did, and it's very surprising because you look at other teams here at that top. You look at Avidity, you look at the 11s, and they have been together for a long time now. But these guys, they just recently got together. Yeah, PJ and Vault played the Grand Series together. Yes, they did, but it's nothing compared to how long the other 2 teams have been together. So to be able to compete against them at such a high level and be just 1 goal away of being the top team of the region today, that's a big accomplishment. So they should be extremely proud, and hopefully they keep grinding together. Don't disband, guys. I love you the way you are. Just keep together, stay together, practice a little bit more, and definitely we're gonna have these top 3 matches. I mean, top 3 teams playing against each other, and it's gonna be fireworks every single time.
And that's what was great was PJ and Vault. They had a disappointing regional championship where they came into that as one of these 3 big dogs. They lose to Most Wanted, and what do? They make a roster change to take one of Most Wanted players in Math. And obviously, that roster move, it happened 2 weeks ago. It's a good roster move, Renewed. You should keep this roster exactly how it is. You were 1 goal away from being the best of South America, and now it's just time to grow. Just build that chemistry.
But don't go anywhere yet, because we got hopefully an interview coming up soon. But before that, I want to take a look back at the bracket and just talk about what we saw here over these last 2 days. It was action-packed. We started off Gibbs with 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, a lot of 3-0s just across the board here. It was just 3-0s everywhere. The teams in the bottom bracket, of course, were a lot closer. And then we thought, okay, there are 4 teams that are really vying for that top spot right now because of those 3-0s. But then it turned out that it was really only 3. I think definitively we can say there are 3 teams that separated themselves over all of that.
Yeah, like it was just really fun to see some of these teams kind of wake up on day 1, like a true neutral. They fell back down to earth a little bit on day 2, but then even teams to take down 11s, they won 11 in a row, then they lose 2 straight to the number 2 and number 3 team in South America. We see the parity right now in South America where there's seemingly 3 teams that can take wins off one another. So that was really fun to watch. And Era, of course, they were a low-seeded team, and they take down True Neutral as well. So some good runs by teams, some good growth with all these roster moves that are happening. And we'll see which ones will try and make another roster move or which ones will try and grow from this.
And for you, Chromaco, are there any surprises? Is this kind of what you expected, or were there any teams? I mean, we do talk about, of course, Chromax, but was there anything else that was out of line for what you expected for the South American region?
I think it's renewed just how competitive they got. I know Math is an excellent player. I've been in the Math bandwagon for a long time since he got into the scene. But to be able to do all those adjustments and look so good at the end, it's admirable. I don't think this was like they were having a good day or that's it. That's the way they play. You know, they when they are together, when they are in sync, they can do amazing things. So just doing it in such a short time, it's very impressive to me.
Well, speaking of impressive, let's talk about Avidity just a little bit more as we talk to one of their players. The player, Chromax, you said to look out for is Renan. Congratulations on the win, man. This is a huge win for you guys. You've been fighting to be at the top for quite a while now. You pulled through. Congratulations again just on the win. And how nervous were you at how close it got at the end there?
Yeah, I mean, it was like really close. I think Renewed played really well. I guess we shocked at least me in the game 6. I just threw the game of my life, but in the end, things went well.
So I want to talk about that game 6. Like, how do you bounce back from that? Like, obviously, you know, not the greatest touch or missed touch there, but how do you recompose yourself to get ready for the most important game of possibly your career?
Yeah, actually, I tried to like spend the more time I could because the clock was getting close to 0. So, but ended up being a bad touch and just through the game. After the game, I really thought like, well, if we don't like restart from here, we're gonna lose, and we just have like a great weekend. We played really well like yesterday and today, so we've just through a good weekend because of a single game. So we just focused on the game 7 and not on the past, you know.
Hannah, what was different from the team Renewed? You beat them 3-0 on round 2, and now they were really tough on the last round. So what was different from them?
Yeah, actually, I think that yesterday their plays were not like happening very good. Their passes were like they were out-played themselves, you know. And today I think they were like a better team because they were connecting the passes and the plays because they are a really fast team. And most of the times when you try to be fast with them, we lose. So we just try to wait. But when they are playing good, it's really hard to play against.
Well, man, this is the final time we're going to see you for a little bit here, but you guys have made it and you deserve the spotlight for a second. I'm just going to give you a moment to shout out anybody, anything that you'd like in English or whatever language you want to as well. Just your turn, spotlight, send it to whoever you want to right now.
Yeah, I just need to appreciate all my fans, all the Lotus fans, the Avidity fans, and the Avidity org to make we here to give us the opportunity, and just want to thank my team to carry me today because they're so good, and that is it. Thanks for everything. Amo vocês, caralho.
I don't know what the last bit was, but there it is. Congratulations on the win, Renan, and thank you so much for chatting with us.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
And there it is. Renan, Avidity finally did it. Chromax, I think this is a super proud moment for them that they've stuck through, fought, and took it down. It was, as he said, a little bit closer than he probably would have liked to be. But I think the coolest thing that we see out of that is that mentality of reset. Reset. Nothing matters. We just got to win this game.
Definitely, and that's one of the things that they have going on for them. They're very cheerful. They can reset. Some other guys I know, you know, because I have talked to them. They choke. Like if something goes wrong, then the whole series goes downhill. And they have been able to reset to just not think about it. Let's start over, and it helps really bad. So that's a champion mentality right there.
Yeah. And, we've come down to the end now of South America. We've crowned our champions of Avidity. I'm going to give you guys a couple final words, too. Chromax, we'll be seeing hopefully sometime in the future. But, Gibbs, I'm unfortunately sure I'm see you soon. But I'll give you some final words here if you'd like, Gibbs.
Yeah, just it's been really fun to just watch South America live and commentate about these teams. We don't get this opportunity often, and they put on a show. They put on a great show for us to watch throughout this weekend. I hope everyone on Twitch just became new fans of these teams, and hopefully you follow them over to the Grand Series in Season 10.
And Chromax, for you, thank you for helping walk us through this, blessing us with all your knowledge, and it was great to hang out with you. Any final thoughts for yourself?
Nah, not so much about my knowledge. I mean, I think I'm learning more from Gibbs.
Okay.
So,
stop complimenting him.
You can come here any week. It's fine.
it's I mean, it's always a good moment to be with you guys and showcase what South America has to offer to the rest of the world. So I'm glad we had this opportunity. I'm glad Psyonix and everyone else involved gave the boys a chance. So myself and all the community, we're thankful, and hopefully we can do this again.
Hopefully, but all I have left to say is congratulations to your champions, Avidity. This has been a phenomenal start to the spring series, but of course it's not over yet. North America kicks off next weekend, so we better see you right here.